at its best.
Yes, indeed. You got that right, Kipe. And you credit Doval. He gives up the lead. They tied the game, and he just got better. And he goes out there for a second inning, leaves the man that extended runner with some excellent sliders. What a ball game.
Well, he needed to come up with that slider, and boy, did he ever here in the 10th inning. And, look, wins are wins, but sometimes the way you win it can sometimes propel you into what's going to happen maybe tomorrow night.
Dwayne Kuiper, Hunter Pence on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. The Giants, even when they win, you can't feel quite great about it as a Giants fan. 6-5, they stopped the skid, 46-41. And can they get the split today? Well, we're going to find out. Jung-Hoo Lee has a pulse. Rafi Devers has a pulse. Yastrzemski has a pulse. Do Giants fans have a pulse after Camilo Doval had that blown save, but then backs it up with what? A win. So there you go. As I say good morning to Sam Lubman, filling in for one Joe Shasky. I say good morning to Carter, wearing a nice little yellow hooded sweater, whatever that is. Yellow, it's a nice color on you, Carter. I say good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for July 4th weekend. Some of you guys are taking an early day off, and if you're joining us via the Odyssey app, we appreciate you on YouTube, where we are streaming all day long, courtesy of First Norcal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online, or just ask for First Norcal financing at the dealer. Sam, good morning. Look at that Giants shirt. What a win for your Giants.
Yeah, hello there, Spadoni. That was definitely a win of all the wins the Giants have had this year. That was one of them last night. Giants improving to 46-41, a little bit further away from 500. I'll take it. Listen, as Kuiper said on that call there, a win is a win, and when you're not winning like the Giants are, you're going to take whatever win you can get to get out of these doldrums. That is their second win, I believe, in the last 2 weeks, along with that win on Friday night against the White Sox. So, you know what, Giants fans, we're not really in a position to shake sticks at wins and how they come along. So, good win, and let's try and get the split and go into Sacramento feeling strong.
Well, it was a win against the best pitcher of that staff, Merle Kelly, which was important to me after getting absolutely shoved the night before against Zach Allen, who's been one of the worst pitchers in baseball this year. I know it sounds crazy because Zach Allen for a while has been one of the better pitchers in all of baseball, but yesterday, you start off the game, Mike Yastrzemski getting the Bombski, who we wrote off for dead. This entire Giants lineup, again, Yaz, Jung-Hoo Lee, Adames. We've left this entire offense for dead the last couple weeks, and quite frankly, deservedly so. They've not been good, and it was refreshing yesterday, albeit tight and nerve-wracking, and you thought you were going to throw up again, and the Giants did throw up all over themselves, but they battled back, they took the punch, punched back, got off the mat, and they stopped that losing streak. I want to hear from the people today, Giants fans. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Once again, I'll say it slowly for the audience. 888-957-9570.
Wait, what was that second number?
You're going to kill me. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We're going to talk Gigantes with one David B. Fleming, voice of the Giants, and our Giants Insider at 8:30. Plus, we got this or that at 9 o'clock hour today. But we got a lot to get into with the Giants, and we'll dive into this game. And I want to pick your brain, Sam, because obviously, for those that don't know, they should, but Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, host of that, best Giants podcast here in the Bay.
New episode available today.
And one might say the best Giants podcast globally. I don't know what they're doing over in Kazakhstan, but they don't touch what Sam's doing here in San Francisco.
Actually, that Kazakhstan one hits pretty hard.
I bought that. Bob and Melvin.
The Giants are very nice.
Thank you.
All right, no more offensive.
And there you go. Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. You and Dan Devone. Sometimes Evan Giddings. Who knows? Maybe one day Steven Risotto will be on there, as he is also your co-host with Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. So you and Dan, Evan, I've been listening on Saturdays. You guys continue to crush it.
Thank you.
You guys doing a show this week, by the way?
Oh, yeah, we're doing a show this week. And then, new episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys available today. The Kyle Madsen episode. And that was a lot of fun, being able to chat with Kyle again. For those who don't know, Kyle Madsen used to be a producer here at this station. Produced Bonte Steiny Guru. He produced Steiny Guru and Dibs. He produced Willard and Dibs. Yeah. He would produce this show sometimes on days where maybe you were out. He would come in early, help me produce this show, then I would stick around and help him produce his show. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. I learned a lot from Kyle on how to do this job, and it was really cool being able to have him on the pod and talk some Giants A's with him.
And current host on ESPN 1320, The Insiders, with our guy Ham. So this was what I go. Ham, the Hamaconda. There you go.
There you go.
By the way, there is some Warriors news as we're talking some free agency here.
They did a thing?
Well,
anything? Literally one thing? Something? Warriors? Are we alive back there?
Real quick. I say there's some Warriors news, and the news is there's actually no news because they haven't done anything. DeAndre Ayton, if you were hoping for him, Warriors fans, he gone. He's intended to sign with the Los Angeles Lakers on a 2-year deal with a player option built in there.
Yeah, that one actually angered me a little bit. And we could talk about that a little bit more later on.
Sure.
But no, when I saw that one, Spadoni, I actually got a little bit angry because it was like the Warriors had a chance to get a little bit better. They had that one shot, but instead of capturing it, the Lakers captured it again. I think the Lakers actually got better yesterday.
I don't know
at the Warriors' expense.
I don't know about DeAndre Ayton. I know he's averaging his career 16 and 10. I know the Warriors desperately need size. I get all that. I understand all that. But I don't think he is a winning type of player. And I could be wrong. Maybe it was the organizations he played for. The Suns have been kind of a dumpster fire. He was in Portland. They've been kind of bad. We'll see what he does with the Lakers. But I just don't think he's that player that's going to take them over the top. Now, do I think Al Horford at 39 is going to be that guy? No.
The AARP Warriors?
No. I don't think there was a move this summer. And again, we'll discuss all of it, Sam, as the show goes on. I just don't think there was a move this summer that was ever going to be that one that's like, oh my God, Giannis, oh my God, LeBron. It was going to be more of an Al Horford type of player. And again, it's not going to be the sexiest person, but you made your sexy move a few months ago. You made Sweet Love, and it was a good couple months with Jimmy Butler. And it's going to be a good year with Jimmy Butler. I truly believe that. But
I'll tell myself that too. But
I'm just saying, like, there wasn't going to be this massive move this summer I think Warriors fans wanted. Now there's rumblings that maybe the Kings can get involved here with the Warriors, 3-team trade maybe with the Pistons, according to some sources out there. Could Kuminga be on the move there? Could Malik Monk be on the move? We shall see. But in the meantime, 888-957-9570. That's the number to get involved. As we're talking all sports here in the Bay Area, we got Niners training camp coming up in a couple weeks. All quiet on that front, which is a good thing because there's no drama in 49er land. But there was drama last night. There was drama last night in the desert, Sammy. How were you feeling? Just tell me. As soon as there was a runner on, bottom of the 9th inning.
Oh, I didn't need a runner on. I needed that first pitch to miss the strike zone for me to get worried when it comes to Camilo Doval. Listen, this is not a go to Ryan Walker, go to Randy Rodriguez thing because they're not 9th inning guys either. It's Camilo Doval is the 9th inning guy, but last night was basically kind of in a nutshell the frustration with Camilo Doval. Yeah, I mean, he was able to finish out that inning rather cleanly, but that was after he gave up an absolute moonshot to Ketel Marte, who Doval just hangs that slider in the lower part of the zone, and like every hitter is going to tee off on that, especially one as good as Ketel Marte. And it's one of the things I love about baseball and how baseball can just be such a ridiculous sport. Camilo Doval getting the blown save, but also still getting the win. Like, I love how that's a thing in baseball. It's absolutely ridiculous, but
you love it if you have him in fantasy. Salvage that day for you.
Well, speaking of fantasy, the Giants, they did do one bad thing to my fantasy team, and that is score runs against Merrill Kelly, who's been pretty good for me on my fantasy team. He still got the quality start, so I got some points there. But, yeah, Doval, man, this is, it's so funny. You go back to opening day, our guy Mark Willard asked Bob Melvin, how do you handle the closer spot? And Bob said, we have 2 closers this year with Ryan Walker and Camilo Doval, and so far, closers for the Giants have been a lot like quarterbacks in the NFL. When you have 2, you have none. And it's crazy. The 9th inning was supposed to be the one inning the Giants did not need to worry about, and yet it is very much an inning that the Giants need to worry about right now. Do you make a change there, a trade to fix it? Probably not. Doval is probably the best option still, but you're going to be gripping it every time he comes in the 9th inning for the foreseeable future.
888-957-9570. That's Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky today. Shasky enjoying an extended weekend here as we're reacting to a San Francisco Giants win. Yeah, they won. Let's go. Come on. 6-5.
Hey, the resurgence
final.
has to start somewhere. Speaking of resurgence,
I said it yesterday, Sammy. I'm not down on this team like fully. I know the sky's falling for a lot of fans.
who's down on this team? I wonder.
I mean, it's our guy Shasky, and that's okay. Like that's his prerogative. He can feel that way. I know he's really down on Jung-Hoo Lee. Who could you not be down on right now when it comes to the Giants? Hell, even Elliot Ramos has been struggling the last couple weeks. Like
dealing with the crud.
Everyone, the crud. I saw that from Shayna Rubin yesterday. He's been dealing with. She said the cruds.
The crud is real, man.
I was like, what?
It is real.
I had to look that up. I was like, am I missing something?
You never had the crud?
Can you just say a cold? That's what it is. Why are we calling it the crud?
That's not quite a cold. It's the crud because you got the crud in your throat. I'm not gonna make the noise because it's a gross noise.
Just say it's a virus. He's got something going around. That's what we always say.
General illness.
The bug is what we used to call it. He's got something's going around. There's a bug going around.
Crud's a more fun word than bug.
Crud. Isn't that like the name of like a movie, or is that the Crudes?
That might be a Crudes. That's a animated movie.
Oh, there you go. DreamWorks.
Yeah. Something like that. Maybe Illumination Studio. I never saw it. You're the one with children, so I assume you would see it.
I've actually been catching up on a lot of like stuff I've missed the last like 15 years. I really stopped watching animated movies probably like 07, 08. When I started getting into high school, I just I was trying to be a cool kid. It's like, oh, dude, I don't need to see Ratatouille.
Someone missed out.
Bro, I'm 14.
See, I was shamelessly going to Toy Story 3 when I was a senior in high school.
Sam,
that movie was for me. That was not for little kids.
I was also just, in my dungeon playing World of Warcraft. Doing my 25-man, my 40-man raids, my 25-man.
There's that really loud wow drop. That's where that comes in right there.
Don't miss me with Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King. All right, dude.
You know what? Don't miss me with Jung-Hoo Lee right now. I know that that was some unintended rhyming right there. I know we were dogging on Jung-Hoo Lee yesterday, and for good reason. I mean, the dude's been hitting 195 over the last 2 months, and I think it's no coincidence that the Giants got off to a 19-10 start this season, and Jung-Hoo Lee was hitting 325 during that stretch. I don't think that's a coincidence. I'm not saying Jung-Hoo Lee is solely responsible for that, but I'm sure one thing kind of helped lead to the other. And then he's hitting 195 since then. The Giants are 27-31. Again, I feel like there's a connection there of some sort. Seeing that 3-hit game from him last night, his first 3-hit game since May 6th in Chicago, that was incredibly nice to see. Not just that it happened, though, but it's how it happened. And, and I'll ask Dave Fleming about this later because I'm curious what his thoughts are, but the last few weeks, I've been asking myself, where is the April version of Jung-Hoo Lee? Are we ever going to see him again? The guy who's driving the ball to all sides of the field, had one of the best approaches at the plate of everyone on the team at that time, and that guy's just completely disappeared. And what you saw last night, not so much on the triple, but on the double he had in his second at-bat, Merrill Kelly goes low and away with the slider there, with the changeup, and that's a spot that's been a challenge for Lee. Pitchers are starting to go away from him. He's been lunging into those pitches and trying to get underneath him. But that double gets a much more level swing, drives the ball into the gap. That is the Jung-Hoo Lee that I want to see every single night for the rest of this season.
Wow, that was Dr. Seuss.
I couldn't land it there though, but
not mad at it. Sam I Am, Green Eggs and Ham.
Mm-hmm.
God,
try
James,
wherever you want.
I finally forgot the first name of James Ham of The Insiders. Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
I kept saying John Hamm. Wait, that's the actor. That's Don Draper from Mad Men. It's not John Hamm. James Ham and Kyle Madsen, ESPN 1320, our sister station in Sacramento.
There you go. So that was the Jung-Hoo Lee that I want to, every night for the Giants. I don't want to rhyme again. But so, again, you know me, I'm a sample size guy. One game is not a sample size. If he can keep doing that, like every night for the rest of the season, probably unrealistic. He's not going to hit 3.
He'll probably be the MVP if he keeps doing
Absolutely.
that.
But the approach that I saw from Lee at the plate last night, if that's the Jung-Hoo Lee that the approach needs to be every night, I find myself just all of a sudden rhyming now. I can't stop.
It's okay.
Anyway, yeah.
You're a wordsmith.
Great night.
You're a wordsmith, man. This is what we do on the radio. We do poetry, all right? And sports talk.
I'm a poet with my words here.
That's right.
In your ears on my canvas.
Thank you. That's beautiful right there. By the way, Jung-Hoo Lee, I want to get into him, Sam, because obviously, and as I mentioned, Sam Lubman, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, Orange and Black Weekend Wrap, crushing it here in 95.7 The Game, all Giants content related. And you are our resident Giants insider. I feel like you are that guy. You, Steven Risotto, you guys are crushing it. Going to all the games, talking to all the players. What were your expectations of Jung-Hoo Lee heading into the season? This is a guy basically had a cup of coffee last year before, going on the IL and missing the rest of the year with surgery. Hurts himself running into the wall last year. It was an adventure. Didn't really know what you had. Coming out of the KBO, not really having Major League Baseball experience. I kind of had a clean slate heading on him this year. It's like, hey, let's see what we got. And as you mentioned, started out hot, right? But what were your expectations heading into the season with Jung-Hoo Lee?
I mean, I tried to keep him somewhat tempered because this was basically his rookie year 2.0. So can you play plus defense in the outfield? Check. Can you not run into the wall? Check. Can you hit maybe in the 270 range? I think that might be a lot, especially this year with just how, good pitching has been overall this year and hitting has been down. Can you do that? Again, he's probably got a ways to go there. I don't need him to be a power hitter. That's not what he is. Please do not try to do that. Just be a solid contact guy who can get on base a lot at the top of that lineup, preferably the leadoff guy, but that's a whole different conversation. And yeah, just be a solid everyday guy, get you that 270 batting average, maybe get on base, 370, 380, somewhere around there, and just be a useful cog in the Giants lineup. And the Jung-Hoo Lee, again, we saw back in April, that was like the supercharged version of, I think, what Giants fans were hoping from him. If he could become a semblance of that, then I am absolutely calling Jung-Hoo Lee's tenure here a success. But if he'd start with what we saw last night, that's great. It has to start somewhere. Hopefully he can build on that. Hopefully he's rediscovered that all-field approach that we saw from him back early in April. If he can be that guy, that solid contact guy who can drive the ball to left, center, or right field, then yeah, this contract is not something that we're going to be talking about with clenched fists for very long.
Well, when I was thinking, and we're talking Jung-Hoo Lee, we're talking about a Giants win right here on 95.7 The Game. Spadoni and Lubman in for one. Joe Shasky, 6-5 the final yesterday out in the desert. The Giants will try to even up the series today with Robbie Ray on the bump, and that would be nice to get Robbie Ray another one. At one point, he was undefeated and felt like you just couldn't lose Robbie Ray starts. He's been pretty solid as of late, but he's not getting any run support. Stop me if you've heard that one before with this Giants offense, which has been struggling mightily. The fact that they even got 6 runs yesterday, oh my God. We heard Kuiper on the call. Could this springboard them forward, a win like yesterday, in a weird way, a torturous win, as Kuiper said? You would hope, heading into a massive series in Sacramento tomorrow against an A's team that plays well on the road, doesn't play well at home. The bats will be hot. I mean, it's just going to be hot in general because it's in Sacramento.
I haven't looked up the temperature. Yeah. I'm going on Saturday night.
Night. They're all night games. They have a
7:15 on Sunday.
That's interesting.
You don't see that one very often.
No, you do not. But I guess it's a holiday weekend. You can kind of get away with it, sort of a thing. I don't know. Do they just wear the red, white, and blue hats just on Friday or all weekend long? How do they do that?
Maybe we can look that up at the break, and there's your tease for the 6:30 segment.
Thank you. But we're talking Jung-Hoo Lee right now, and I guess it comes down to Jung-Hoo Lee, Willy Adames, 2 of your highest paid players on this team. Both have been struggling in their own ways, but I've seen more from Jung-Hoo Lee this year, like in a good stretch of baseball, than I have with Willy Adames, and maybe that's why I'm a little more hard on Willy Adames. I guess most people say I've seen Willy Adames, in the past do well. We had Willard on earlier this week, Sam, as you well know, you booked him. And he was saying, like, you know what? I'm less concerned with Willy Adames because I've seen him in the past, whether it's Tampa or Milwaukee. He'll get it together. I was like, well, yeah. Or you just signed a guy and he's just going to fall off. And that's what happens with older players sometimes. Sometimes they just lose it and they never come back. I'm not saying that's happening with Willy Adames
He's only
yet.
29 years old. So.
Exactly. I know. But again, why can't we be like that optimistic with Jung-Hoo Lee? Is it because we've only seen him in the KBO prior to this? And when I say only seen him, no one's seen him in the KBO because you're not looking up KBO highlight packages.
Well, I mean, during the pandemic, there was a couple days where I got pretty down bad, and I was locked in on the KBO Giants. Dana Evelyn threw Lay's legend through a couple good starts.
That was during the pandemic.
Yeah,
that was.
We were all down bad.
We were watching Bundesliga too. There you go. You don't even know what that is.
No, you're just making up words at this point.
German soccer league, baby.
But no, I think the reason why we look at Adames and Lee differently is, Adames has a greater major league track record, and he was coming off of a career year, and this is the risk you take when you sign hitters coming off of career years, 2 huge contracts. And you look at the contract Adames signed, it's the 7th highest contract among shortstops. And if you were to look at the shortstop landscape last year, that's probably where Adames was looking at. Like before this season, he was probably the 7th best shortstop in baseball last year. But this year, it's just not what you're expecting. He's obviously having a massive fall off after the career year yet last year. He was never going to probably recreate those stats that he had in Milwaukee here. It's the track record suggests that Adames should be better. And I think that's why it is fair to be a little bit harder on Adames, because there's more evidence that you could be better. You look at Jung-Hoo Lee, though, and like I said, this is his rookie year 2.0. I look at the career arc that Ha-Sung Kim went in San Diego. Now, again, Kim, I think he was teammates with Lee back in the KBO. They're around the same age. They have a similar kind of hitting skill set. Kim's probably got a little bit more power than Lee. But Ha-Sung Kim, his first year, I believe it was in 2021, he was almost downright unplayable. But then I believe it was the year before in 2023, he was an all-star. So it takes a while for these guys who come in from overseas sometimes to adjust to baseball life at the Major League Baseball level here in America. So I'm willing to give Jung-Hoo Lee some runway to allow for that transition to happen to where he does feel comfortable hitting at the big league level. But again, the interrupted year last year kind of threw a wrench in what that timeline could look like. And it might not come together fast enough for Giants fans. But again, if you can use last night as a jumping off point, it is still possible that he could put it together and have himself a productive year this year.
I know Ha-Sung Kim's, I think he's a Ray right now. He hasn't made an official start this season.
Well, he's been battling injuries.
He's been battling injuries, and obviously he made his bones with the San Diego Padres. It was funny that it's almost like KBO West in the NL West, because now you got, who's it, Kim Hae-Sung?
Hae-Sung Kim,
yeah. Hae-Sung Kim. With the Dodgers, he's been incredible this season. He's batting, 368? He's been really freaking
unfair.
good.
They don't deserve him. They don't deserve anything nice.
Well, then again, we mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee, all these guys being teammates of each other, and you could see why all this stuff translates with all these players, because they got a little bit of pop, but it's the speed, all of them, right? It's the speed with each one of them. And one thing I will say, Jung-Hoo Lee, and even yesterday when he was tracking down some balls in the outfield at Chase Field in Arizona, his defense is night and day from last year. So that is something he can hang his hat on. Willard Dibs, better, solid, but he's still got a lot more errors than I would like to see for a guy I'm paying that much money towards. He's not going to be Brandon Crawford. We all know that. Brandon Crawford is one of the best at his position defensively for a very, very long time. And yes, it's going to be heightened when a guy like Matt Chapman's out. I just think it's an interesting comparison when you compare both these guys and the level of expectations for one Willard Dibs compared to Jung-Hoo Lee. And I do feel like we've been a little harsher on Lee than Adames. At least at this station, it feels like. 888-957-9570. I want to pick this conversation up on the other side. Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni right here. It's the morning roast. We got a lot to get into today. We'll talk some Warriors. What's going on, Jonathan Kuminga? You staying? You going? Could they make a trade with the Sacramento Kings? Are you kidding me? Another big man off the market, DeAndre Ayton, intends to sign with the Lakers. Warriors fans were kind of circling DeAndre Ayton. Could he come here? It doesn't look like it now. Are we all in on Al Horford? 39-year-old Al Horford, that's what we're pivoting to. Hey, he's a future Hall of Famer, all right? I'm not scoffing at the guy, but I do think a lot of Warriors fans, as I see Carter, Joe Hawks in the back kind of shaking their head like, I'm out. I don't know. What I do know is this next segment is going to be brought to you by Safeway, and you're going to be locked in, folks, because we're doing a giveaway, a Giants giveaway today, and that's a tease. I'll explain on the other side, baby. It's the Morning Roast.
just an absolute backbreaker when the things feel like they're going just right for the Giants. Gets the nod today to start the All-Star game, and hits a ninth inning tie the game home run off one of the best closers.
Oh my gosh.
We got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Rose en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Adam in the city. Dwayne Kuiper, 100 pence on the call yesterday. Doval giving up the 2-run bombski in the ninth to tie it for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Giants will go on to win 6-5 in extras. So Doval blows the save, gets the win. And Giants fans were definitely having lucid dreams yesterday when they went to sleep finally, being like, oh, God, I couldn't even enjoy the win. I had to stay up just a little bit later. All right, just a little bit. Shout out 50 Cent. Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky today. This is Joe Spadoni. It's the Morning Roast. We're rolling, baby. And we would love your participation. You know the number, 888-957-9570. The Giants get the win. They got to win. Hey, they win today, guys. That's 2 in a row. They split the series. All of a sudden, taking on a bad A's team record-wise. I know they got the bats, but their pitching has been god-awful. Take the series there. Build some momentum. Get the Phillies and Dodgers at home heading into the All-Star break, Sammy. I'm just saying.
There's always a chance.
Guys, it's amazing what one win can do.
It really is, actually. Again, yeah, we've got Robbie Ray on the mound against Brandon Pfaadt tonight. 8-5, 5.38 ERA. So he should, in theory, be hittable. But
no, what you're saying is he's going to look like Cy Young today.
Yeah, if you have Brandon Pfaadt in your fantasy team, you are really happy right now. And then, yeah, this could be an interesting weekend against the A's because, again, I mentioned this with Kyle Madsen on the podcast yesterday. The Giants' offense has been absolute booty for the last couple weeks. And the A's pitching has been just horrendous all year long. And so, Spadoni, there's that phrase, an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Well, this is the opposite of that. This is a very stoppable force meeting an incredibly movable object with the Giants hitting versus the A's pitching. So, yeah, that will be fun to see. And I looked at the weather in Sacramento. It's going to be low 90s to mid 80s over the weekend. So not a Central Valley scorcher like we are used to out there in the state capital.
Well, I'm looking at the A's pitching splits as the Giants are taking on the A's tomorrow, obviously wrapping up a 4-game series in the desert today. A's had the day off. They lost yesterday. They were going for the sweep against the Rays. A battle of two teams.
A battle of the minor league ballparks.
Exactly. The whole thing was just hilarious.
I hope you're proud, Rob Manfred.
I know. We had Chris Townsend on yesterday. Our boy Townie, former host here at the station, obviously host of A's Cast, and does some pre- and post-game work for NBC Sports California. And we were talking about it, and the whole thing is just weird. They don't even have a name. You're calling them the Athletics. It's just... I don't even know if there's no rivalry, really. I guess I don't consider
like
it
to think
one.
there is. I like to this is something I like to think there is. It was always kind of prevalent for me as a kid growing up. I had friends who were A's fans, so bragging rights were definitely on the line with this series. But now it's just it's whatever rivalry, whatever spirit there was when these two teams meet up. When I always love going to games of the Coliseum. Giants fans do the "Let's Go Giants." A's fans would respond with the "Let's Go Oakland." It was always in tandem with each other. I always love that. And shout out to Rob Manfred and all the billionaires in Major League Baseball for just ripping something beautiful away from baseball fans. That's what a good commissioner does.
It's unfortunate. It sucks. I think a lot of the A's fans, at least those that were or still are, they've just become numb to the situation. Shout out Lincoln Park. I've become so numb. The home and away splits for the A's are interesting. It's actually not as severe as I thought it was for their ERA because their home ERA is god-awful. It's Sutter Health Park, the AAA ballpark, obviously the AAA affiliate of the Giants, where Bryce Eldridge hopefully comes back soon so he can play as he's dealing with an injury there, the hamstring, right? The hammy for one Bryce Eldridge. 5.67 team ERA for the Athletics there. 5.01 on the road. So not quite that drastic as I thought it was, but still much better. Well, they're going on the road than
the Giants are going to see J.P. Sears on Friday night. The lefty grabbed him in fantasy because Giants versus a lefty starter. Why not? And then your old nemesis Justin Verlander will be facing the A's on Friday night. Maybe that will be his first win.
I think it will. He balls out
year.
against them. He just does. And Luis Severino getting
on
the start.
Saturday. Yeah,
that's going to be. He's a guy that now as I go Chris Collinsworth. Now here's a guy, Luis Severino. He's going to be a trade candidate. Someone's going to trade for Luis Severino.
He wants away from that ballpark so bad. He hates pitching.
And he's had some really good starts this year, but it's just that ballpark.
They've all been on the road.
Yeah, they've all been exactly. And he's a guy that's obviously pitched in some high games, high leverage games with the New York Mets, obviously, Sam, as you well know. And that's a guy that could be a third, fourth, fifth starter for a team that feels like they're a pitcher away from doing it. Could the Giants be involved in this? His contract is very tradable. The A's and Giants don't really do that many trades together, so
it's a different era. You never know. I would actually, Severino would actually be a pretty solid option for the Giants to get in on. But again, it's a matter of, how much are the Giants willing to spend to make that happen?
Again, we're going Dominican Republic West from the DR. One Luis Severino. There you got Devers, you got Doval, you got Adames. Let's go, baby. Just wear the Dominican Republic jerseys.
The San Francisco Worldwides. Let's do it.
Let's go. Shout out Pitbull. By the way, speaking of the Giants, Sammy, check this out. We are giving you 2 chances to score tickets to see the Gigantes take on, I love whoever wrote this, the hated Dodgers on Sunday, July 13th. That's next Sunday, by the way. Be locked into the roast between 7 and 8 today. And when you hear, Carter, you ready for this? When you hear this sounder, be caller number 5 on the contest line, 415-523-4652, and you will win a pair of tickets to the game. Again, that's between 7 and 8. And if you miss the first chance, don't go anywhere, because 15 minutes later, when you hear that same sounder again, you will have another chance to score a pair of tickets to the same game. Tickets are courtesy of Coca-Cola, and you can get all your Giants tickets at sfgiants.com. I can actually go for a Coca-Cola right now at 6:40 a.m. That sounds insane. Maybe a bag of spicy nacho Doritos, too.
I was about to say that sounds so much better than Doritos, and then you went there.
Porque no los dos, as we're going in Spanish, baby.
A nice spicy tuna roll to wash it down.
Oh, dude, I'll eat a spicy tuna roll right now. Some wasabi, get the ginger to cleanse the palate, and then go nachos after it. Actually, I'd sprinkle the nachos. I'd break them all up, sprinkle it on top to have a spicy, crunchy tuna roll. You like that, Carter?
We're just ruining appetites this morning.
That's the reason I get pissed.
All right, so they win today, Sammy. This is a massive start for one Robbie Ray. This is huge. And a guy that started his career, I don't think a lot of people remember this. Robbie Ray was an Arizona Diamondback to start off his career. I remember him more as like a Mariner for some reason. There's certain players where I don't remember them playing in a certain uniform, and I just can't picture Robbie Ray ever wearing an Arizona Diamondbacks uniform.
It's like Max Scherzer in a Diamondbacks uniform.
But I should see him in one because he played the Giants so many times in the NL West. But I don't it doesn't associate. Obviously, you want to Cy Young with the Mariners. Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This is a big start for Robbie Ray, though. And Landon Roop, I want to give him his flowers. I know yesterday was a struggle for him, just going through 4 innings. Obviously, the command was an issue yesterday, 4 walks. Just wasn't feeling it. But for the most part, he's been more than you could have hoped for if you're a Giants fan.
I like Landon Roop a lot. I was excited about him last year, and I heard just about, this guy's got an incredible curveball. It's like, all right, I like that. Let's see what he's got. I thought he might be like a bullpen guy, and then he added the changeup and the sinker to his pitch repertoire this year. And I was kind of surprised that he beat Hayden Birdsong for the rotation spot coming out of spring training, and you've seen it throughout this season. There is a reason why he won that competition. I like Landon Roop a lot. He's still young. He's still, on the up and up right now, still kind of developing at the major league level. But that curveball becomes so much better of a pitch when you have that sinker changeup to play it off of there. And he's been vastly improved, not just last year to this year, but from the beginning of this year to where he is right now. I love the trajectory of Landon Roop right now.
By the way, I'm just going back to Luis Severino. We're going to hit break here in just a second, but the more I think about it, why not? If you're the Giants, just try to go after that guy. He's just been complaining about that crowd. Wow, shocker alert. The guy that they signed to a high deal, one of the best free agent pitchers on the market, saying, the small crowds and lack of air conditioning, it's a different kind of energy. Feels like spring training every pitch. Oh, who could have seen that coming? I wonder. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. It's Spadoni and Lubman who's in for Shaska Day on the Morning Roast, and it's brought to you by Valvoline. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
center field and off the wall and on the move is Wilmer Flores. Wilmer's going to score. The throw to third, not in time.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking their beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I like that we're just going to keep that forever because that was Oscar and Stockton saying that the Warriors are going to win the chip this year. They didn't, but we love you, Oscar, nonetheless. I wonder how Oscar's feeling about this offseason for the Warriors. I would love for him to call in or text 888-957-9570. It's Sam Lubin in for Joe Shasky. Joe Spadoni here. And yes, Sam Lubin's hair is real. It's spectacular. And my nose is also real. And
Everything is real on the show.
It is. There's no phoniness here, Sammy.
It's a real roast.
There you go. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We got Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, and obviously our 95.7 The Game Giants Insider joining us at 8:30. Get Dave's thoughts on this recent skid. Massive win yesterday. Get a split. All of a sudden, you don't feel as bad. All right, get the split today. Head into Sacramento. Take the series there. All of a sudden, I'm feeling much better heading into a massive final homestand before the All-Star break for the Gigantes with the Phillies and Dodgers, two of the best, if not the best, in the National League, Sam. But I wanted to get into Jung-Hoo Lee because Hype was on the call there for NBC Sports Bay Area. And, you know, we were talking about expectations. And and I like how you said it. Rookie season 2.0, kind of a redshirt year. We see it all the time in basketball, right? Like the Blake Griffin winning Rookie of the Year, even though he wasn't a rookie technically, the Chet Holmgrens of the world, right? We see that all the time. And we like to give those people the benefit of the doubt in the NBA, but not so much when it comes to baseball for some reason. I get it. It's a longer season, 182 games. There's a lot, but I'm optimistic still about Jung-Hoo Lee getting out of this funk. And yesterday, hopefully, that was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, again, it has to start somewhere. And with Jung-Hoo Lee, it's so clear as day. The approach at the plate has been a massive issue for him. Again, you look at the numbers right now, it's not all that awful. A 246 batting average, 48 runs, 6 home runs, a 721 OPS. Those aren't awful numbers. But right now we're comparing what he's doing right now to what he was doing at the beginning of the year. And at the beginning of the year, again, like I said earlier, he had probably one of the better approaches at the plate. You know, him, Ramos, Flores. But Lee's ability to drive the ball to all parts of the field was so invaluable for this team. And over the last month, he's become, again, a dead pull hitter. He's getting under the ball more. He's basically trying to be a hitter that he's just not built to be. And I know it's very easy to point at the coaches, point at the managers, and blame everybody under the sun for, you know, who's it's and what's it's. But at the end of the day, it was on Jung-Hoo Lee to kind of correct his approach at the plate. And what you saw last night, especially on the double he had, a more level swing, driving the ball into the gap. That is the Jung-Hoo Lee where if you hit like that, you will be very successful here for the San Francisco Giants playing Major League Baseball over here. That's the Jung-Hoo Lee I want to see. I don't want to see this Jung-Hoo Lee who's leaning over, reaching out for these pitches on the outer third of the plate, trying to get under them and drive them into the seats. That's not the kind of hitter you are.
You want Jung-Hoo Lee, not Jung-Hoo Lee?
Exactly. Like that
was my best Whitey Gleason impression I've ever done. So
exactly. That's the see what I did there. So again, be that guy. You're gonna have a lot. You're gonna have a good time. That's what's gonna be the success for Jung-Hoo Lee this year. Don't be the power guy. Let the power guys be the power guy. You're the contact guy because he doesn't hit the ball hard enough to be a power guy, which is fine. Like again, if you want to be a Luis Arias kind of type player, Luis Arias is a damn good hitter. Mm-hmm. I don't care that he only hits singles. You know what singles are? Singles are something that is not an out. Well, I would rather have a single than an out. Keep the conga line moving. We saw it in the 8th inning last night. Giants just single. Got a couple extra key insurance runs there, which ended up being money in that 9th inning when Camilo Doval'd all over himself. And so it's okay to be a singles guy. That's what I want to see from Jung-Hoo Lee. And hopefully last night was the start of the rebirth of Jung-Hoo Lee's 2025 season.
Well, and you said something right there. You bring up Luis Arias. The Giants are going to see this kid, Jacob Wilson, who's going to be, the first rookie starting shortstop in
He's
the All-Star
incredible.
game in I don't know, God knows how long, 50-plus years, something ridiculous. He's another guy that he has a little bit of pop. I think he has 9 home runs, 8 or 9 home runs this year, but he just hits the ball. Just get me single, get me a double, get me something. And that's what he does. He's captain consistency. And yeah, every single team in the American League or the National League, all of Major League Baseball would take a Jacob Wilson on their staff outside of maybe, I don't know, the Kansas City Royals with Bobby Witt. But even then, they'd find a place for Jacob Wilson on the field because he just hits. That's what you want. And Jung-Hoo Lee is definitely a guy that hopefully could bounce back, because when I look at him and his impact, when it comes to the flair and the dramatics, it does feel like it gives this Giants team a different element. I know Willie Adames, he's had some power, he's had some pop, but he's basically been I want to say a 250 or below or kind of a hitter for the most part. Could be wrong on that, but whenever I watched him with the Brew Crew, and I've had him in fantasy baseball, so I've had Willie Adames for a few years.
It's a good way
now.
to say checked in on a guy.
No, it is.
No,
because,
it actually is.
yeah.
I say that
yeah.
I'm not being facetious.
Yeah.
I'm being honest when I say that.
No, for sure. And
That's how I became a huge Brent Rooker fan.
There you go. Who had a bomb yesterday again? One Brent Rooker. So I'm just looking at his career totals. Yeah, 250 last year. This is batting average for Willie Adames. 250 the Brew Crew last year. 217, 238, 285. Then going back to Tampa, 197, 259, 254. So he's around a 250 hitter for the most part or below for his career. So, and he's batting 211 right now. I mean, he's never going to be that guy to hit for the high average. I don't know if Jung-Hoo Lee's ever going to be that guy. But when both of them are struggling like they were doing, it just puts such a handicap on this offense, because those are guys that are a little bit more athletic for a team that's been dying for athleticism for so long. And then when you got guys like that you're leaning on as hitters in Devers and Wilmer Flores, not known for their athleticism, by the way. Shout out Wilmer from scoring from first yesterday. That was refreshing to see for that Jung-Hoo Lee one right there.
He was gassed on that run there. He was he was mad that Jung-Hoo Lee had a triple there.
I don't know if Devers scores on that one. That's a conversation maybe for another time.
God, yeah, that would have been Matt Williams' worst nightmare, having to make that decision in real time.
But I bring up Devers. Of all those guys that have been struggling as of late, Sammy, and maybe we're going to give Devers a little bit more rope as he gets acclimated just a month into his Giants tenure here. But he is the highest paid player in the history of the franchise now after trading for him. But Devers, Adames, Lee, who are you most optimistic about going forward the rest of this season that they could right the ship and be that guy that the Giants need him to be?
Boy, that's a good question. Devers, Adames, and Lee. I'd probably, it's the simplest answer. It's probably Devers, just because he has the track record and he has a swing that I think will translate very well to Oracle Park. He's got a great pull swing there, and I think that short porch out and right, that 309 marker down the right field line, has become his best friend possibly this year. He is absolutely built to take advantage of that short porch the same way that one Barry Bonds was once able to take advantage of it. And also, again, Devers' swing, it feels like he just wants to go the opposite way so often with that swing. And he had that home run against the Red Sox in the left field that would have been off the monster at Fenway. Now, ballpark effects, temperature, climate, blah, 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 all that science-y stuff, that's going to play a role there. As far as him getting acclimated to playing with the Giants, I don't know what the timetable for that looks like, to be honest. There's a part of me that thinks that wants to kind of sympathize with that. Yeah, it is a lot going from the organization that you knew, the organization that basically kind of moved off of you when they were less than honest in terms of how to handle your positioning. I'm sure that can't be fun. I mean, we've in our daily lives here as normal people out here in the real world, we've all had those times where we feel a certain way about our job and it messes with our heads a little bit. So there's the part of me that wants to be sympathetic towards that. There's another part of me that's just like, dude, you were literally at the press conference, just be like, it's just baseball, man. I could do this forever.
Right.
So I'll have some sympathy for the adjustment, but at the same time, you're one of the best hitters in the league. You have a track record. I feel like there comes a point where you can't lean on that anymore.
I think, and you're bringing me to this point, has the shine kind of worn off of Rafi Devers and San Francisco Giants fans? 888-957-9570. We're reacting to a win. I understand that. But at the same time, Devers, again, a couple strikeouts yesterday. He
get a hit.
He had a goal. He did have he had an RBI. He had a ribby yesterday. It was nice to see that. But again, the groin injury, you knew the weight is somewhat of a concern right now. He's back.
Somewhat. No, it is a concern. You don't need to sugarcoat. You don't need to do a sugar job here.
I don't fat shame. All right. But as a Giant, he's batting 203. It just is what it is. He has 25 strikeouts and 15 games played. It's not good.
No, and I think it's 18 strikeouts over the last 9 games. Now, that 0 for 4 he had on Monday night, bro, what were you doing? And the thing that really irritates me about Devers, and this isn't just Devers, this is literally everyone who calls himself a hitting employee of San Francisco Giants Enterprises or whatever they call themselves. Giants LLC, Giants Co. It's, hey, let's just stare at these fastballs going right down the pipe. Yeah. Like, Grant Brisbee wrote a great article about this for The Athletic, and I've kind of noticed this over the year, but when he wrote about it, and he shared a page on Baseball Savant that tracks all of them, and I went through and I watched a bunch of these right down the middle pitches that the Giants hitters just spit on. And it's like, what are we doing here? It's like every one of these guys, Devers, Ramos, Adames, they're just in automatic 0-2 counts because they're just staring at these pitches going right through the middle of the strike zone. Tuesday night, Elliot Ramos' first at bat, first 2 pitches he sees are right over the heart of the plate. He's in an 0-2 count after not moving the bat, and then he swings and misses at a ball on the outside of the end of the strike zone for a quick strike 3. It is just like, I don't know what the strategy was there. What are you looking for? I refuse to believe that hitting coaches are telling them to take these pitches over the heart of the plate. And again, this is one where at 8:30 when we have Dave Fleming on, I'd be very curious to hear his thoughts on that, because the amount of what these pitchers are known as meatballs in the data community, the amount of these meatball pitches that the Giants are, I do like a good meatball, especially in spaghetti or on a sub too. It's the only sandwich I'll get at Subway is the meatball sub. But the Giants, as much as I love watching meatballs on my sandwich, the Giants just love watching these meatballs in their strike zone, and it drives me crazy.
You know what else is going to drive Giants fans crazy? Giving away some chances to win some tickets, baby, in the next hour. Be locked in between 7 and 8. So starting basically in 30 seconds, between 7 and 8, be locked in. When you hear this sounder, you call number 5 on the contest line, 415-523-4652, and you will win a pair of tickets to the game. Not yet, all right? Not quite yet, but next time you hear it. And if you don't win it in that first iteration of when we play it, 15 minutes later, we're going to play the same sounder, and you'll have another chance to score a pair of tickets to that same game. Tickets are courtesy of Coca-Cola, and you can get all your Giants tickets at sfgiants.com. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Spadoni, Sam Lemon in for Joe Shasky. We're rolling, baby. 1 hour down, 3 more to go here on 4th of July Eve, if you will, as people are already off work. They're getting ready to go, camping, go down, drive down to the beach, do whatever you got to do.
Giants A's in the state capitol.
Giants A's in the state capitol. There you go. I'm very excited about that series, but I would feel better about it as a Giants fan if we could win today, and the confidence will be sky high heading into tomorrow against a team that is awful. And I mean awful at home, and it is a AAA ballpark. If the Giants bats can't get it going in Chase Field, which it felt like a little bit yesterday, or in Sacramento at that AAA ballpark, I mean, when are they ever going to get it going, right, Sammy?
Probably never. Little call him Rafael Nevers.
Oh, actually, you know what? That's a 4. That's a strong 4 this morning.
That is a strong 4.
I haven't heard that one before.
Can we get just 4 hits from Rafael Devers over the next 5 games?
That would be nice. By the way, we had Bob Brenly on earlier in the week, Sammy. Former Diamondbacks manager, obviously won a World Series there. Bob Melvin was the bench coach on that World Series.
Which I actually didn't really know.
Yeah, back in 2001. Pretty cool, right? Bob Melvin likes to tell a story about how he worked with Randy Johnson a couple times, and there was no more intimidating presence than one Randy Johnson. I wonder why they call him the big unit for a reason, right?
That is a scary human being.
By the way, I think I know you don't want me to bring this up, but I saw Clayton Kershaw had his 3,000th career strikeout.
Actually, you know what?
He's the 4th lefty to ever do that. And Randy Johnson was one of them. CC Sabathia, the one prior to that,
and Koufax.
No, not Koufax.
Oh, that's right. Koufax didn't pitch.
No, I got the Steiny. Steiny would know it. It's some old school pitcher. And I'll get
really,
to it in a
Glavine
second.
didn't get the 3,000?
It wasn't, not as a lefty, no. Let me see, the 4.
Well, really quick, while you're looking that up, I will say Clayton Kershaw, and I say this as a full-throated, diehard Giants fan who has spent my entire life hating the Dodgers and their existence.
Steve Carlton.
Oh, okay. Clayton Kershaw's the one Dodger that I actually give my respect to, because he is probably one of the best pitchers I've ever seen pitch in my lifetime. He's put up his best numbers ever against the Giants, and so I feel like, watching him pitch against the Giants, I was watching him pitch at his best. Like, I never saw Beethoven play the piano. I never got to see Picasso paint a picture, but I got to see Clayton Kershaw pitch in person, and that's the kind of, I put his artistry on the mound up on that level. So
at least in the regular season.
Yeah. You know what? I don't care.
He turned in the finger painting in macaroni yard.
And I know we like to hold the postseason record against him. And yeah, it is very, very funny to watch him be sad in October.
I mean, he won a couple World Series, so he's chilling.
And yeah, but he played a minimal role in those two championships, but
not even one last year. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, this is all to say, very happy for him. He's a great guy. He'll be a great broadcaster someday if he chooses to go down that road. So again, I hate the Dodgers with all my heart. I despise the existence of Shohei Ohtani, but Clayton Kershaw is the one Dodger that has earned my respect over the years. And so I will, applause to you, Clayton Kershaw. You suck, and I can't wait to watch the Giants beat you guys next week.
3,000 career strikeouts. The Dodgers ended up losing to the White Sox yesterday?
No, they came back and won.
Of course they did. Oh, 3 in the bottom of the 9th. There you go.
But you see what lefty masher Austin Slater did last night?
Well, no, I actually saw. Well, I saw him get the home run yesterday.
Off of Kershaw. So you know what? Hey, forever Giant. That's why you'll be on the Wall of Fame someday.
I also saw a brutal injury for Max Muncy. That was gnarly.
Oh no! Did he not get enough food and his gut went out?
No, you're gonna feel bad after you just said that. By the way, no, someone on the White Sox, I forget the player, slid into his knee. His helmet went right into his knee, and his knee went the wrong way. Very gruesome. There, and I'm assuming Max Muncy probably out the rest of the season. But again, hopefully that's not the case, because you never want to see injuries like that happen. But that was a brutal watch yesterday as the Dodgers come back, as they are just putting a chokehold on this division. But you know what? They're one of the best teams in baseball. I'm still hopeful that you can win a wild card spot, and maybe, just maybe, if the Giants play the Dodgers in a series, if you got the pitching, who knows what could happen. By the way, I mentioned before we got into this whole tangent, Bob Brenly joining us earlier in the week, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Here's Bob Brenly, former manager and current broadcaster with the Arizona Diamondbacks, talking about how he thinks the NL West will play out, Sammy. Take a listen to this one.
I'm hoping the Diamondbacks do well, because it makes my job a lot easier when they're winning than when they're losing. But just looking at it from the outside, I like the Giants pitching. I mean, you can talk all you want about 500-foot home runs and exit velocity and all that stuff and scoring runs. But, man, if you can't keep the other team from scoring, it doesn't matter. And the Giants, for me, have the strongest five-man rotation right now in the West, no doubt about it. And some of the guys in the bullpen seem like they're falling into their roles down there. And I don't know. I mean, the Dodgers, like you said, they're just stacked. They're loaded. If they need anything at the trade deadline, they'll just go out and, give up a few more prospects and get another all-star. That's what they do. But as far as the way the teams are organized and staffed right now, I think the Dodgers are 1, the Giants are 2, and the Diamondbacks and the Padres are going to be battling out for that third spot. And the other team's going to end up just ahead of the Rockies.
There you go there. Bob Brenly, former manager of the Diamondbacks.
Ahead.
But do you agree with his assessment there? Do you still think it shakes out Dodgers, Giants, and then Padres, Diamondbacks after that? Are you still confident in that assessment?
I think it's all going to come down to how well this pitching holds up. Webb, I'm not worried about. Robbie Ray, the Robbie Ray we saw in April and May, I don't believe is going to be the Robbie Ray we see the rest of the season, but I do believe he will still be a good pitcher. He's easily your number 2 starter in a playoff series. Yeah.
Not to mean to cut you off there, Sammy. Do you think, because Shasky brought this up the last couple of days, do you think he could be a potential trade candidate, though? If this team is hovering around 500, if not quite buyers or sellers, but because it'd be a rental for people.
Mm-hmm. And I think he's got 1 more year left.
Oh, is it 1 more year? Okay,
yeah. Well, even still, a year and a half is still.
That's what I'm saying.
That adds to the value there. If they just completely implode over the next few weeks, which, knock on wood, I don't have any wood to knock on, that doesn't happen. So there's the jinx right there. Yeah, it would need to be a disaster over these next few. You can't go from buying a Rafi Devers and spending the money that you did this last season and Buster Posey being the guy who's saying that you should always be in win now mode. You can't throw all of that out there and then out of nowhere. Actually, you know what, guys? We got to pivot and sell off. Let's see what happens next year. I don't think that would go over well. Now, you shouldn't make moves because of what the fans want, but I think it would just be better off for the Giants to not go down that path. If that does happen, if Robbie Ray is on the trading block, then there are so many other issues that we'll be ignoring because training camp will have started for the 49ers, and that's what we'll be talking about.
Robbie Ray, as you mentioned, making $25 million this season, and then he's an unrestricted free agent in 2027. I guess I was confused because there was an opt-in, opt-out this past season, correct, Sammy? And he chose to opt out?
He had the opt-out, I think, for last year. Obviously, he was going to opt into that because he was in no way, shape, or form ready to hit the market. I believe, off the top of my head, that's kind of how that came together.
There you go. Okay, so Robbie Ray, so it would be a year, but again, a guy pitching that damn well, you could probably get a pretty big haul for him if that was the case. Again, that's a worst-case scenario. The Giants are fading fast. I do feel like we're heading towards a trade deadline here of kind of what's been in the past far on. Now, there's a couple weeks left. It's not until the 30th, I believe, the MLB trade deadline. But I feel like we're going to be down this path of, it might look like the Farhan years of past where you make a couple fringe moves, but not like that sexy big name.
It's going to be the stand pat. Well, again, they got their splash move when you think about it.
But I was about to lead me into what the Warriors are dealing with right now.
Rafi Butler.
It's kind of a little Jimmy Butler-esque with the Rafi Devers. You made your massive splash already when you got him. You got Willie Adames, obviously. Last year it was Jung-Hoo Lee, if you will. You added Justin Verlander, Matt Chapman. So you've made some big splashes already. Now, do they double and triple down on that if you're Buster Posey? It's a little rich for my blood and maybe his in the Giants' ownership.
One stop them,
though. Speaking of that, we can pivot. We'll get back to the Giants at one point. I do want to get into the Golden State Warriors, though, Sammy.
I'm really angry.
What's going on?
I'm really angry about what happened with DeAndre Ayton.
Are you really?
No, I am, because, again, like I said, at the start of the show, the Warriors had a chance to get a little bit better, and the Lakers swooped right in and got better in the way that I wanted the Warriors to get better. And that really frustrated me. This is the move. Like, imagine if Mark Williams was actually like healthy like that. This is kind of rectifying that. So yeah, I'm a little bitter about that right now.
So DeAndre Ayton, for those of you who don't know, obviously former #1 overall pick in the same draft class as one Luka Doncic, who he's now going to be teammates with. Luka famously going 3rd overall, Sam, as you know, in that draft class.
Lakers winning that draft now.
We'll see.
No.
Well, the Mavericks just got Cooper Flagg, so we'll see. Maybe Cooper Flagg's going to be that dude out there. Maybe they win it all with Anthony
Future
Davis.
Laker.
We'll see. We'll see all of it. But I'm not as high on the DeAndre Ayton as a lot of other people are. Yeah, he's 7 feet tall. He's averaged a double-double for his career. He's really been, I feel like he's an empty calories player, personally. Now, if you're a Golden State Warriors fan, you've been dying for any size. And that's probably where you are right now, Sam. But again, is the difference between DeAndre Ayton and a guy like Al Horford going to be that massive? I'm not sure. And I'm very curious to see how this looks with LeBron, with DeAndre Ayton, Luka Doncic. But in regards to the Golden State Warriors, I want to ask Dub Nation right now. The Warriors being all quiet on the Western Front, is it bothering you a little bit? Is it really starting to get to you, Warriors fans? Or did you think this was going to be what it was going to be? You made your big splash. Mike Dunleavy said you're not getting any $50 million player. Do you want Kuminga still? Are you looking to move off of him? How are we feeling right now? Taking the temperature, Dub Nation, of free agency, period. 888-957-9570. We'll get into that. I'm going to tease
the start of my answer to that question. The start of my answer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. Yes, no, maybe so. That's what's coming up in the game. It's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
only place to hear the Warriors basketball is 95.7 The Game.
Huh. I wonder why we played that one. Dario Saric hasn't been a Golden State Warrior in a Texas second, if you will. Huh.
I think he stinks.
Why. Well, he might be a Warrior again, according to some sources. We'll get into that. It's Spadoni. It's Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. We're rolling, baby. We talked some Gigantes. We'll get back into them at 8:30 with one Dave Fleming, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider and voice of the team. By the way, be locked in for the entirety of this segment and this hour. Your opportunity to win some Giants tickets for next Sunday's game against the Dodgers before the All-Star break begins. So be locked in for this hour for that. We're going to get into some Warriors talk. We teased it, Sammy, about the lack of action for the Golden State Warriors. And we knew the big domino would be who? Jonathan Kuminga. What's going on with him? Do you bring him back? Do you not bring him back? What's his market? What's it going to be? He's a restricted free agent. You can match whatever he goes out there and talks to these other teams. The teams could, offer him this, and the Warriors have the opportunity to match it or not. They can do a sign and trade. I also saw this crazy thing last night. A 7-team NBA trade apparently is about to go down.
I'm sorry, how many?
7.
Not 5, not 6, but
No,
7?
7. Seriously. I'm seeing it right now. 7-team NBA trade reportedly being discussed to include Lakers, Warriors, in Durant deal. This is Fred Katz of The Athletic saying it's an expansive sign and trade, basically, and you'd be adding on names like Dorian Finney-Smith, Clint Capella, and it would include the Atlanta Hawks, Brooklyn Nets, Golden State Warriors, Los Angeles Lakers, and Minnesota Timberwolves as other teams that are involved on the ongoing negotiations. 7 teams.
That's actually insane.
But it feels like it's mostly just afterthoughts or some draft capital. The big names are already going to the places that's already been reported, like Kevin Durant, obviously, Clint Capella, Dorian Finney-Smith, back to Houston. So we'll see on that, when and if that becomes final. But in the meantime, Sammy, let's dive into this Warriors offseason so far. I wanted to get your thoughts before we discuss what's happening right now. What did Sam Lubman want to see the Golden State Warriors do this offseason, heading into, this final run, if you will, with Jimmy, Steph, Draymond, Kerr, and company? What did Sam Lubman want to see do?
Want to see this team get a little bit more size, because as some have said, that does matter. Would like to see him get a little bit younger, a little bit more athletic.
Speaking of size and athleticism, you see Sam Lubman's guns over here. I mean, the baggy shirt's not doing it justice. Should have worn a tighter shirt today, Sammy. The gun show is always on display.
Well, see what I like about this shirt
on the 10th floor at Odyssey.
What I like about this shirt is, again, you got the giant stuff, which I always like, but it's got little American flags on it too, and it's like you said, it's 4th of July Eve, so make sure you leave your milk and cookies out for Uncle Sam tonight.
Is that what they do? They have to be red, white, and sugar cookies. Is what they got to do. That's
what is going on
American
here?
right there.
Well, I think for Uncle Sam, it's leave your cigars and bourbon out, but
Uncle Sam Lubman over here, huh?
There you go. But yeah, a little bit bigger, a little bit younger, a little bit more athletic, and a little bit of just something. Not, 3 days of sitting around being like, well, you guys, you got to remember, trades are hard. And so if the goal was to use this offseason to get better, the Warriors are just absolutely flaming out at that. Lots of time to go. There's still a lot of names out there. There's still options. I spent a lot of yesterday evening trying to talk myself into Al Horford, and I maybe got 45% of the way there. But I do feel like that might be one of your solid options right now, and I don't know if that's good.
Al Horford is 39 years old. Okay, he's
too old.
He's basically he's listed at 6'9". I feel like he might be a little taller than that. Maybe he's not. So he's basically giving you Kevon Looney height if we're just going by the measurables. He's much better shooter than Kevon Looney at this stage of his career. Is he getting you the rebounds as Kevon's doing? Maybe a little more. He averaged 6 last year, 9 points, 6 boards, 2.1 assists on 42% shooting. All right. He's a guy that can knock down the 3 ball. It's one of the ugliest shots you've ever seen in your life, but it is what it is. He shot 36% from beyond the arc last year, but prior to that, he was a 40% 3-point shooter. He won a title, obviously, Sam, as you know, the Boston Celtics. He's been in the league. He's been in the league as long, going back to when I was a freshman in high school. 07, 08. That's crazy.
That's actually some incredible longevity for a guy of that size, playing center, banging around like he has. And, especially on defense, he's been a DPOY candidate in the past. He's been an all-defensive guy in the past. He's been an all-NBA guy in the past. He has done a lot. And, we were talking about with the break with Carter, who I think could also be an option at the center spot for the Warriors next year.
Carter, run out there, baby.
I mean, hey, I take him over any of the names that were brought up in this trade rumor that broke last night. We can get to that in just a second. But, yeah, for Al Horford, I mean, like we were talking about with Carter, it's like the Warriors need a stretch five. When have they ever needed that? What is Quentin Post? Al Horford, I think, can give you what Quentin Post gives you, but, like, as a veteran, and we all know how much Steve Kerr likes his veterans, I can see Al Horford being a guy that Kerr absolutely trusts out there. Whereas, with TJD and Quentin Post, there's a little bit of, I turned the ball over, let me go look at the bench. Kerr's not going to put Horford in that spot, but the dude's 39. He played 60 games last year. That's great. He started 42 of them, averaged about 27 minutes a night. I would keep him maybe more in that 20 to 25 range. I would probably want to bring him off the bench. I'd be okay starting TJD or Quentin Post in games because, as it has been said, it's not about starting, it's about who finishes. So I could definitely see, as I'm like 55% of the way there now on talking myself into Al Horford.
Oh, you're slowly starting to do it, 55%, okay.
But like, Spadoni, we saw this last year, like old teams break down over the course of the season. The Warriors were lucky to stay healthy for most of the regular season, but we saw it start to break down in the playoffs. Jimmy Butler had the butt bruise. Draymond Green, his body has 10 trillion miles of basketball action on it. That dude's playing through some sort of issues, physical or otherwise, every single night. And then Steph, his hamstring finally gave out after so many years. And, those are ones that can linger. And it's just, that's why I want to get younger. You need some youth and energy to supplement these veteran guys. And I don't think you're getting that by adding a 39-year-old center.
I want to ask Warriors fans at 888-957-9570. Is there a way for the Warriors to still win this offseason for you? And what would winning this offseason look like? 888-957-9570 is the number, because we've been told ad nauseum their big splash was a few months ago at the NBA trade deadline acquiring one Jimmy Butler. As soon as you acquired Jimmy and paid him all that money right after you acquired him, you knew you were going to be locked in for the next couple of years with Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond. That's the core. Now you got to add around it. You have Buddy Hield, who played well in the playoffs. I think he salvaged what was a pretty bad regular season with what he did in the playoffs. And he's a great locker room presence. I love me some Buddy Hield. And he stays healthy for the most part, and he's going to be playing in all the games. So you got that. Pods had a first cup of coffee in a playoff run. Wasn't very good. As we learned after the season ended, you know what? He had some things he was dealing with. He had to get some surgeries. Is that going to linger into next year? I don't know. Jonathan Kuminga, as soon as Steph got hurt, they went to him. He flashed offensively. Still, I don't know. They were all in losses. I'm not putting those losses on him. I don't know what to make of it. I don't. It was nice to see, but is that going to translate into next year if he gets like starting minutes, if they bring him back? I don't know. What do you want to see the Warriors do, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570 is the number, because I do think running it back, quote unquote, if they do bring back Jonathan Kuminga, you obviously have Pods, Moody, maybe you get Al Horford some way. Like, I don't think that's the end of the world. I don't think running it back is the end of the world, guys. This is a team that played so damn well once they acquired Jimmy Butler that at one point we were talking about them maybe being a top 4 seed. Didn't work out that way. You were up 3-1 against the Houston Rockets. You should have put them away. You didn't. It happens. You played with your food, and that's what happens. They were a younger team. They flexed their athleticism a little bit, and they came back and pushed it to 7. Steph gets hurt after game 1. That series was over. That happens to anyone. Shea goes down. The series was over. Jason Tatum went down. The series is over to the Celtics. I'm a lot more optimistic about the Warriors heading into next season. I just am. There it is. That's the sounder. Be caller number 5 on the contest line, 415-523-4652, and you will score tickets to see the Giants host the Dodgers on Sunday, July 13th. Tickets are courtesy of Coca-Cola, and you can get more tickets for Giants at sfgiants.com. You'll have another chance to win the tickets if you don't win now in about 15 minutes, so stay locked in, Sam. I say all that to say, as we do that contest, I don't think running it back is the worst thing in the world. We're Giants fans. Where are Warriors fans on that? Where are you on that? If I told you, Sam, they just run it back.
I mean, in theory, yeah, it doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world, but over the course of an 82-game season, we've been down this before. We know how this is going to go. They're going to play just well enough to fight for the 6th seed for the last few weeks of the season. We're going to expect them to turn it on those last few weeks. They're going to expend far too much energy to just try and get to the 6th seed. And then if they are able to hold it, maybe if they, get the right matchup in the first round, in that 6-3 spot, maybe they steal that first round series. But again, it depends who they're going to be going against. I expect the Thunder to still be atop the West next year. I expect the Rockets. I know I'm reaching real deep on that one. I expect the Rockets to be better next season.
No, they're going to be. I love the Rockets right now, but again, we'll see with Kevin Durant and how that. Well,
that's some good. There. Listen, KD, he's not the KD he used to be. The explosiveness is not quite there as it used to be.
They needed a closer though in those playoffs. A guy that can get a bucket.
Yes, you need a just true shooter who can just hit those dagger buckets late. And so the Rockets are going to be a much scarier and more experienced team now. So that's probably your top 2 teams in the West.
I mean, he's probably not even their best player. I mean, when Fred VanVleet plays the Warriors, he turns into Stephen Curry from beyond the yard.
And so you look at the rest of the West. I expect the Denver Nuggets to absolutely still be in the mix. And if they're the 3 seed, I have zero confidence in the Warriors taking on the Denver Nuggets in a 7-game series. That is a team that just seems tailor-made to abuse the Warriors. Nikola Jokic is going to haunt Warrior fans in our dreams and nightmares for all of eternity. I know they finally got a win against the Nuggets last year, and yay! In a 7-game set, I just don't feel comfortable with this team going against the Nuggets with or without Al Horford. I expect the Timberwolves to be a better team. I expect the Memphis Grizzlies, if they can pull their head out of their you-know-whats, to be a better team. And maybe this is the year the San Antonio Spurs take that next leap too. So the West is going to be tough. The Clippers will be in there as well. And
didn't even mention the Dallas Mavericks maybe. If Cooper flags that dude.
Exactly. The Mavericks will be hovering around as well in the mix, especially if they're all healthy and clicking and rolling. They're a team that I can see absolutely surging in the final months of the season. If Clay, AD, Kyrie, Cooper Flag, and all of them boys are clicking.
Thank you, Stephen A. And Deb
and
boys.
Then, as I mentioned, the Lakers got better too with the addition of DeAndre Ayton. So all this is to say, every team in the West is getting better. And yet we're saying, Warriors just run back the same formula after not getting better. And maybe they can bob and weave their way through the playoffs. And Spadoni, you've brought this up to me. And Warrior fans, we need to have a serious reality check here. I know it's so easy to say, well, if Steph didn't get hurt, they would have beat the Timberwolves.
Well, it's facts.
No, yeah, and you're right. I will not argue with that. But Warrior fans, we need to be real with ourselves here. They would not have beaten the Thunder. That would have been a 5-game set. Maybe. No, stop. All right.
I don't know. You can't say that.
No, this is ridiculous. We do the same stupid exercise every year. I get it. If you have Steph, you have a chance. That is always true. He's 38 next year. His 2 sidekicks are going to be 36 and 36, and we're expecting 39-year-old old man Al to come in and be that extra piece. No. The Warriors were not getting by the Thunder last year in the West Finals.
Samuel James Lubman. I don't know what your middle name is. Sorry.
Patrick.
I was close.
James is my dad's name.
Oh, I was close. See,
I know. You're actually a lot closer. I don't know if James and Patrick are close. But I guess fine. 2 Irish names.
They're both biblical. There you go. Shout out St. James and St. Patrick.
A lot of biblical names.
There you go. That's my entire family. It's my entire family except for I grew up Catholic, except for my sister Sasha. It was like a Russian name just tossed in there. Why not?
Oh, you need some variety.
Did you know Sasha is unisex in Russian? It means both Alexandra and Alexander. So there you go.
That's the Russians, man. They do be doing stuff out there.
By the way, we're talking about this, and we'll get into some crazy trade ideas that was floating around yesterday. Not even ideas, maybe according to sources, a 3-team trade potentially between the Warriors, Pistons, and the Sacramento Kings. That would be interesting. We'll get your details on that in a second. But the Indiana freaking Pacers pushed the Oklahoma City Thunder to 7 games. The Pacers.
Oh, that's right, because with 38-year-old Tyrese Halliburton and his 36-year-old
wasn't even that good for the most of that series. He wasn't.
He basically won the first game for him.
But he was awful for most of that first game.
And they are a younger, more athletic team. The Warriors would be in their walkers in Game 7 against the Thunder. Like, come on.
The Thunder almost assuredly would have gotten lemon booty against the Warriors. I promise you that. They would have gotten shook.
We're doing this Warriors exceptionalism here where we just assume that everything the Warriors touch turns to gold in state. I couldn't resist that one. Listen, this is, as I wear my Giants shirt here, I'm going to make a Giants analogy here. In what turned the Dynasty Giants into, as Joe Shasky coined them, the forever Giants, the Giants that were too, holding on to those glory years and not accepting reality. And what drove them to make trades for Evan Longoria and Andrew McCutchen before that 2018 season was this cockamamie belief that, if we can just sneak into that last wild card, we got Madison Bumgarner and we can just Bumgarner our way to the World Series. Which, yes, you could have that belief because it did happen one time. But to have that belief in 2018 was absolute lunacy. And that team hovered around 500 all year long before the bottom finally fell out, which we all could have seen coming. And the Giants ended up having to just blow it up and start rebuilding in one of the most dysfunctional ways possible. The Warriors are basically taking that same approach because, again, if they could just sneak into that one of those playoff spots, we can just Steph Curry our way to the playoffs, which, again, I get it. You could say that is possible because it has happened in the past. But as we saw last year, that's just not a dependable strategy. It's just... These guys, at a certain point in the NBA, your bodies start to break down. That's just the reality of it. And over the course of an 82-game season, we got to keep Jimmy Butler healthy. We got to keep Draymond Green healthy and on the court. And we got to hope that Steph Curry's body doesn't, all of a sudden break down out of nowhere. Is it possible? Yes. Are you coming into the season... When you're coming into the season banking on old guys staying healthy, though, I just don't see that as a winning strategy. And if the goal is win one more for Steph... I'm sorry, I'm not buying into that. If the goal is, second round in Capri Suns, yay, let's all go to Cabo for Memorial Day weekend, sure, let's run it back, and we can call that the expectation this year, and the Warriors will probably hit that. I am down for that. Let's go to Carter Love's going to Mango Deck. We'll do that. Let's all have a little roast field trip after the season ends.
I've seen what you've done down there in Cabo, by the way, Carter. Getting after it.
And we can watch the Thunder and Rockets deck it out in the West Finals.
Sammy, you'd be blending perfectly.
I have so many different shirts just like this that I can wear down there. So
SPF 100.
Exactly. I want to get a tan. So, running it back, sure. Here's what's going to happen if we run it back, all right? They're going to get off to a great start. They're going to probably be 14-4 after the first 18 games. And the guy who sits in the chair between us, his name is Joe Shasky, he's going to be going absolutely nuts with enthusiasm and excitement for the season.
Good.
Then it's going to just bottom out in the middle. We're all going to be miserable. We're going to spend all of January wanting to boot Jonathan Kuminga out of town. By the way, running it back does mean bringing Kuminga back. I don't know if he wants to do that. And hope that there's something available at the deadline. And then we're going to watch this team push itself to the 6 or 7 spot. We're going to do this whole song and dance. They have a chance. They have a chance. And then we're going to be right back here where it all start in the same spot next year, except Jonathan Kuminga is going to be walking for nothing. The team's going to be a little bit older. And then what are we doing? It's just, it's Groundhog Day, Warriors edition.
I love Groundhog Day. Shout out Bill Murray. 888-957-9570. Sam doesn't think the Warriors stack up against the best in the West. What say you, Dub Nation, right now, as currently constructed, all things being equal, where would you place the Warriors in the ranks of the Western Conference? 888-957-9570. Again, I'm just going to say it. You beat the T-Wolves, potentially. I gave them a puncher's chance. I gave them a chance heading into the season. I don't view... All right, so hold on. I don't view the Oklahoma City Thunder as this dynastic team. I didn't view the Boston Celtics, who won the title last year, as this dynastic team. And what happened to the Celtics? They lost their best player. Sometimes crazy stuff happens. Maybe, and I hope this doesn't happen. I don't want, but you never know what's going to happen in a given season. You have to let things play out. The fact that it was the Pacers representing the Eastern Conference this year, it does feel like a lost opportunity, I think, for a lot of fans, not just Warriors fans. I think Minnesota Timberwolves fans are kicking themselves. I think the Denver Nuggets fans are kicking themselves like, man, whoever was coming out of the West this year was probably winning the title. And that's what really sucks, because I do believe the Warriors had a puncher's chance had Steph Curry stayed healthy. And we'll never know. And it's a conversation that we're going to have forever. It's like, had Steph not got hurt, what could have happened? Like, stuff like that happens. Like, If Lonnie Walker didn't have the Lonnie Walker game, what happens in that Warriors season? I don't know.
See, you probably have a better case on that season a couple years ago, but even still, Warriors probably get bodied by the Nuggets in the West Finals. Like, it's okay to be honest about this team just not being able to take on the best of the best in the West.
You don't think if there's
Finals.
a first-round series next year between the Warriors and the Thunder, the Warriors can't beat them? See, I think they could. Warriors, if it's a first-round series.
In the first round, sure, but do we have the championship parade after the first round of the playoffs?
No, we don't.
No, you have to get through three whole rounds of West action, and then you have to play a team in the East, which
unstoppable team, and I just don't.
I'm saying there's a lot of really good teams in the West that could stop the Warriors. I think the Rockets can maybe stop the Warriors next year, and then you always got the Nuggets who are hanging around. And I don't know if you know this, and as much as I hate admitting this, that this little JV little brother franchise exists, the Clippers, for whatever reason, have the Warriors number 2. You know, they got Kawhi Leonard, a guy who's literally built in a lab to be a problem for the Warriors. And it's just, all this is to say, all those teams, again, they are getting better in some way, shape, or form. The Clippers are sniffing around Chris Paul right now, which maybe if the Warriors bring in Dario Saric, we can get Chris Paul back too. Why not? Nothing matters anymore. Like, it's this whole idea of we're banking on this team to be in 2026, that next year when the playoffs start, but playing like it's 2022. And that's just not how time works. That's not how the space-time continuum functions. They are older. Their bodies are wearing down. And if you're just going to go, oh, we won't improve this team while the rest of the West is improving, oh, well, let's just hope for the best at that point.
Well, you're assuming they're not improving, but what if, I don't know, Brandon Podziemski makes a leap? What if Moses Moody makes another leap?
And what if Jonathan Kuminga actually wants to stay here? What if Draymond Green doesn't get, riddled with technical fouls throughout the season?
Did you think Quentin Post was going to be a difference maker in the regular season when the year started last year? No, you did not.
Quentin Post was helpful. I think we're being very liberal on the use
I said he was a difference maker at times. He was a good player for the Warriors.
Okay, but we need consistent difference makers, not, oh, hey, you helped us beat the Hornets on a Thursday night.
I'm not scoffing at beating the Hornets. The Warriors are struggling against everyone at one point of the season last year.
Let's run it back then with a team that's struggling again at any point in the season. It's just,
they were one of the best teams after they acquired Jimmy Butler. What are we doing?
It was a 2-month stretch. We're thinking that's going to last for an entire season when the honeymoon period's gone, when the rest of the West is getting better and the Warriors haven't. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just not buying that. Like, I'm not buying. You have, again, Nick Friedel calling it the puncher's chance. Like, sure, you could pretend that that's enough, but if the goal is another championship, no, I'm just not seeing it. Other than just hoping for miracles, and I'm sorry, sitting around and hoping for the best is not a strategy, in my opinion. You got to go out. You have to do something to get better. And I don't see the Warriors doing that.
I believe the Warriors, as currently constructed, are still legitimate title contenders in the Western Conference.
Play-in title contenders.
No, they're not a play-in team.
Yes, they are.
They literally were extrapolate since Jimmy Butler became a Warrior, extrapolate that for a whole season, they'd be a top 4 seed in the Western Conference.
But that's not...
I am using what I've seen and what I've seen from this team since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler, Sammy. You can't tell me that wasn't a dramatically different team.
When healthy.
I think you're viewing them. Yeah, when When every team's best player, Sam, goes down, they're not winning anything. Tyrese Halliburton got hurt in the finals. Pacers were done. It was over. Jason Tatum got hurt. It was done. It was over. Hell, when Aaron Gordon tore his hamstring, they were cooked. When you lose one of your top 3 or one of your best players, you're going to lose.
And when your 3 best players are old enough to collect retirement checks, not really, that you have a higher risk of that happening. You need, I'm sorry, if Steph goes down, well, don't worry, we got pods. No, I am in no way, shape, or form signing off on that being don't worry, that's the backup option. If Brandon Podziemski is your second best scoring option behind Steph next year, what are we doing?
Carlos is from Tejas. Wants to join the conversation.
Oh, nice.
That's Texas, by the way, in a little Spanish twang.
Ooh,
Carlos, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Lemon and Frashaski.
Good morning. And listen, just to give you my opinion, I'm with him. I mean, probably last year, yes, it was good to have Jimmy Butler because, they were doing transition, who the players were. And, like you say, sometimes health factor, it go into place. But this year and every year, the new NBA players is getting more skill set. It's harder, especially if Steph Curry is getting older. So, and like he say, BP He's a good player, but he's not going to be the second option at the scorer. He's a good rebounder. He's a good defense and all that. And honestly, I thought that Donnelly is going to be all the way in for Steph Curry, because think about it. If he go all the way in for Steph Curry now and he get his fifth ring, the market is going to be higher for the Golden State. And not only that, eventually, let's say, for instance, Steph Curry get his contract done, it can be traded and get probably a couple of first-round pick back and rebuild.
Yeah.
But
thanks, Carlos. I got to cut you off.
They're not trading Steph.
Yeah,
that's not happening.
They're not. Yeah, in his BP, Brandon Podziemski, is he's going to be that second scoring option? No, in an ideal world, he's probably the backup point guard for this team right now. And I want to mention another thing, and Carter got my ear, and it's a good point. They were without Jonathan Kuminga for a couple months. I would like to see what this team could be with JK involved, because we never really truly got to see a huge sample size of those players. And don't give me, oh, well, you had this small sample size and it wasn't really working. It wasn't enough for me to have any full definition on what the Kaminga, Steph, Draymond lineup could potentially look like. There it is. That's the sounder. Be caller number 5 on the contest line, 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. And you will score tickets to see the Giants host the Dodgers on Sunday, July 13th. Tickets are courtesy of Coca-Cola, and you can get more Giants tickets on sfgiants.com. 888-957-9570. Sam Lubman, he's saying this isn't good enough to run it back in the Western Conference. Right now, as currently constructed, the Warriors are not title contenders, or let's just even say contenders in the Western Conference. What say you, Dub Nation? As all things being equal, as it stands today, July 3rd, where do you rank the Warriors amongst the best in the West? 888-957-9570 is the number. And a big guy, a part of this conversation, is one Jonathan Kuminga, Sam. And what's going on with JK?
I mean, that's the ultimate kind of variable X factor right now. And again, I want to put some context on everything I'm saying here. Like, I do think this team can make the playoffs. They are good enough to, at minimum, do that. They will push teams in the West. They're not going to just roll over, but I don't think they can make it through the whole gauntlet that is the West playoffs, which is kind of, I believe, the goal, if the goal is to win a championship here. Kuminga, though, that is an X factor that could completely change everything. And I think Steve Kerr has said that his goal next year is to try and integrate Kuminga into the rotation more alongside Jimmy Butler. The ankle injury he had this year absolutely screwed everything up for Kuminga and ruined any chance of getting him into the rotation in time for the playoffs there. And we saw that. Kuminga was a non-factor in the playoffs until the Steph injury, in which case then he became that big-time factor. So it's going to depend on if Steve Kerr can successfully both. Well, first off, you need Kerr to get Kuminga to buy back into this team, because everything that we've been hearing from Kuminga sounds like a guy who so badly just wants off of the Warriors. He wants to go elsewhere. Maybe it's Detroit. Maybe it's the Kings. Maybe it's the Hornets. He wants out so where he can kind of spread his wings, so to speak, and call him Kuminga and be the player that he thinks that he can be. I'll take a 3 on that.
That's a 3.
So that's an X factor. If Kerr can get that kind of buy-in from Kuminga, that changes things. Now it comes to the other $1 million question, which is, do you trust Steve Kerr to be able to successfully integrate Jonathan Kuminga into the rotation that way? I can already hear Alex in Atlanta picking up the phone wanting to scream at us, no, he can't do that.
The night of numbers.
That's it. It is. So that's I think, the dual X factor situation there. And I think that brings us into this trade rumor that popped up late last night by Comcast Sportsnet California. Tristy Rodriguez breaking this, that the Warriors...
Ali Thanawala and Tristy Rodriguez of NBC Sports California / Bay Area. Yes, Sammy.
So the whole trade idea there was, I
have it right here.
I wrote it down, but there we go.
I have it right here. So the Warriors, Kings, and Detroit Pistons, again, this is according to a source close to Ali Thanawala and Tristy Rodriguez. The Warriors, Kings, and Detroit Pistons are discussing a 3-team blockbuster that would send Jonathan Kuminga and veteran point guard Dennis Schroeder to Sacramento in separate sign-and-trade deals. All right? The Kings, in turn, would send Malik Monk to the Pistons and second-year NBA guard Devin Carter and newly acquired big man Dario Saric to the Warriors. So Kuminga and Schroeder to the Kings, Malik Monk to the Pistons, Devin Carter and Dario Saric to the Warriors. Your thoughts?
Yeah, see,
Sam,
I think I'm
Patrick Lubman.
Yeah, I see. I'm out on that. I just, if you're gonna let Kuminga go, like, I'd rather get some value back. I don't like Devin Carter. If the game is as good as the hair, then no, I'm very, very out, because that hair is, good Lord, he's got a building a cul-de-sac up there. I don't mean to hair shame, though. That's
Hey, some of us are fading. It's a back shoulder fade
that's
in the
foul
front.
play on
All right,
me.
Sam, you've got beautiful hair. All right, just
that's foul play on me. I went too far
Taylor
there.
Swift once said karma is something. You don't talk about other people's hair. You got
I got no bad blood on Devin Carter's hair.
Thank you.
I just don't think it looks great.
That's right. He could shave it and look better. Yeah, there you go.
I just that doesn't inspire me at all. That doesn't, like, Saric does nothing. Now, if it's Malik Monk coming back to the Warriors and that trade, yeah, you had my attention, but now you have my interest. So do the deal that way, sure. Maybe you got something cooking there, but
Django, yeah, Calvin Candy,
continue. But yeah, there you go. So yeah, that rumor does not inspire me. Yeah, I don't want Dario Saric back to come and lumber around for 7 minutes a night. That does nothing for me. What, you got to bring Chris Paul back too? Let's just get the 2023 Warriors back together, and why not? Like, that does nothing for me. So no, I need something a little bit more substantial for Kuminga in that situation. But then again, I don't know what that Kuminga market looks like right now, as we're talking all the different X factors here. And I believe Bobby Marks was talking about Kuminga's X factor with Willard and Dibs, which, oh man, look at the guests they're getting.
I know. Who's their producer? Director of sports? Fight on, Lucas Alexander, just crushing it.
I think, yeah, producer. That's what they say. But anyway, so he was talking about Kuminga's market, and there just isn't one right now. There's a lot of reasons for that, and I'm sure Bobby Marks has that. You want to hear what Bobby Marks has to say first?
I got it right here, Sam Lubman.
Yeah, let's hear what Bobby Marks has to say about Kuminga.
Bobby Marks saying, and this is on yesterday, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. You can find this entire interview on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. It's not a good time to be a restricted free agent.
The market tells you it's not a good time to be a restricted free agent. That's what the market tells you. I think if you're trying to bring back Kaminga and you're also trying to get big, whether it be a player like Al Horford, for example, you're probably your threshold as far as a new contract is, I don't know, 16, 18, maybe could you get closer to 20? That's probably where, you're probably your walkaway number would be.
That's Bobby Marks on yesterday. So it's just not a good time to be a restricted free agent. Here's more from Bobby Marks on Kuminga not having a whole lot of leverage.
He's got no leverage. I mean, the only leverage he has right now is to sign the qualifying offer at $7.9 million and then try and go out in free agency next offseason here. When you look at the landscape of the league right now, I mean, it took Milwaukee waiving Damian Lillard and paying him $25 million over the next 5 years just to create cap space. Of course, there's the sign and trade mechanism here, but that requires cooperation from Golden State as far as what salaries they would want to take back in a deal here. So I think that's, I think if he's going to be on a long-term contract, it's going to be basically on the terms of the Warriors as far as what that number could be. And what happens with Kuminga dictates what your flexibility is also with what you have, whether it's your tax mid-level exception or maybe you have your full exception here.
Bobby Marks on yesterday, obviously former assistant GM in the league and current capologist / free agency guru for ESPN right now. When you heard that, Sam, the no leverage, not a good time to be a restricted free agent, sounds like Kuminga's staying in Golden State.
And that might be the best move, and I kind of feel for him because it seems like he wants to be anywhere but here. But Bobby Marks got a good point. It is a really lousy time to be a restricted free agent because no one has cap space. I mean, the reason we were all mocking Jonathan Kuminga to the Brooklyn Nets was because that was a team that had cap space and looked like they had a spot that could work for Jonathan Kuminga. That doesn't seem to be happening right now, and it's a lot of factors. There is the lack of cap space that teams have, and there's the fact that Jonathan Kuminga probably has a price that he wants, and then there's a price that teams are willing to give him because there's still some semblance of mystery about what it is that Jonathan Kuminga could be for a team. So he's really caught between a rock and a hard place here, and you sign that qualifying offer, that's going to make trading him very, very difficult because what you're going to get is basically if he signs that offer, you have a year of Kuminga, and then he is an unrestricted free agent. And any team wanting to acquire a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, that's not a guy you're trying to acquire for 1 year. And so you could try to acquire him, and I don't know, maybe you could work out a long-term deal at some point.
Like what Jimmy Butler did with the Warriors, right? As soon as they got him, he signed an extension.
You sign an extension. Or if you're Kuminga, do you take that qualifying offer, hope you get traded, and then bet on yourself to succeed in free agency? I don't know, but either of those options require him to leave the Warriors and another team wanting to take a chance that they're going to give up assets for Kuminga, enough assets for the Warriors to say that is a fair trade in return, and then spend an entire 82-game season with, clenched fists, hoping that he doesn't leave for absolutely nothing. And I don't know how many teams decide to take that risk there. So I think that kind of handcuffs the Warriors and Kuminga together for the next season. And again, Spadoni, I don't know if Kuminga wants that. And we saw Kuminga, he was a bit of a distraction at times this year. There was a lot of tense conversations that were had between the media and Steve Kerr after the games, between Willard Dibs and Steve Kerr on this station when they were asked about Jonathan Kuminga.
I don't think Kuminga personally, though, was a distraction. I don't think he was this sort of malcontent. He was a good soldier throughout the season. Now the conversations
maybe distraction's a harsher word.
From the fan base, we were trying to create some distractions. Maybe the media was trying to do that. I mean, when Sham Sharani of ESPN 5 games into the season says Kuminga benched in all caps, it's just like, okay, thanks. See, that's really helping the situation.
That's a self-created fire, absolutely. So it's just a matter of, again, if everyone can play nice for the year, maybe that works out. But the other plan I hear a lot of Warrior fans wanting is you bring Kuminga back and maybe you trade him at the trade deadline and try and flip him for something there. But again, I think that runs into the same issue that you're in right now, which is teams have to want to take on Kuminga for a couple months with no guarantee that he's going to stick around beyond that after giving up assets. It's just, it's a risk that another team has to be willing to take. And, Bonte always says there's always a sucker in the NBA, but who's that sucker going to be? And does that sucker have the assets that the Warriors want to make a Kuminga trade actually worth it?
Maybe it's Dave in Fresno. Just kidding. Dave's not a sucker. He's a longtime caller.
But is he an asset, though?
I think he is an asset to the Morning Roast, and we'll find out with this take. Before we hit the injury report, Dave in Fresno, what you got, Dave, on the Warriors offseason?
Man, I think Sam is cooking this morning, man. Hey, Joe, you be cooking too, but I think Sam got you this morning, bro.
We don't need to look at it like that.
Well, so what is he cooking with, Dave? What do you agree with Sam Lubman on?
He's just speaking he's speaking real facts. He's speaking logical, man. We in a tough spot, bro. And he's just speaking to the reality of the things. It's hard. And you talking about running back. Okay, Joe, let's just say you run it back. Let's look at the 4 key players in that equation. Will be obviously Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, Pods, and whatever the center they bring in. Where is the shooting coming from? And I think that was an issue last year. If you bring it back, I understand you still got Buddy Hield, but he's hot and cold. I think they need more consistent shooting. And you asked the question earlier, what do you want this offseason? What do you want from this offseason? I think obviously size and athleticism, but they need shooting. When they was winning championships and when they had all these pieces, when Draymond was at his best and when Jimmy was at his best in Miami, what did he have? He had shooting around him. If you watched last year, especially in the playoffs, things got tight because they were past the defense was slacking off everybody. When you have Draymond out there, you have Pods, and now Jimmy, who's not known as a 3-point shooter. When you can just slack off these guys and you only have Steph as a 3-point shot, that's a problem. So I don't know how you figure that out. That's up to the GM. That's not our job to call us to figure out. We're not the GM. They need to get more shooting and obviously some size for the team if they want to get better. Because I'm with Sam on this. You cannot just run it back because the Rockets are not running it back. The Nuggets aren't running it back. No team runs it back unless you just won the championship. You can't you have no reason to run it back because what you ran it with the first time didn't work.
Well, why didn't it work, Dave? Because Steph got hurt. Like, that's really part of this. I don't think we have enough of a sample size to determine that it's not going to work again and that you caught lightning in a bottle. I just don't agree with that. I think this is a really good core of the team. Sure, could you improve in some areas, especially in shooting athleticism? Absolutely. I think most teams would like that. I think most teams would like to have the problems that the Oklahoma City Thunder have, with just a plethora of talent, young talent, shooting, size, athleticism. That's who everyone's chasing. That's who you want to be. But again, I think we're all forgetting and we have short-term memory loss here when it comes to how good this season and how much it ended in heartbreak. Sure, you beat a really good Rockets team, albeit you almost blew a 3-1 lead, but you were up 3-1 against them. You took game one. You absolutely dominated the T-Wolves in game one, and then Steph got hurt. Let's see going forward. But in the meantime, before we get Dave Fleming on 8:30, we got the injury report. Elliot Ramos was scratched from the lineup last night in a Giants win, what Bob Melvin called, quote, the crud, end quote. Melvin added that Ramos was much sicker on Tuesday before getting last night off. Also, Matt Chapman is expected to take another step closer to his return today when he takes on-field batting practice. Melvin describes Chapman's rehab as, quote, so far, so good, end quote. And the expectation is that he will be back soon. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll get to more of your calls, more of your texts, 888-957-9570. If the Warriors just run it back as currently constructed, is that enough? Do you need an Al Horford? Where are you getting the shooting from? Malik Monk is a name out there. Would that be a salvageable offseason if you added a name like Malik Monk? 888-957-9570. Plus, we'll touch on some more Giants as they stopped the skid. Got a massive win yesterday, looking to get a split in the desert. 8:30, Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants and our Giants Insider. It's all coming up next. It's Spadoni, it's Sam Lubman in for Shasky. It's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's and Pyatt's this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
Oh, he's going to be here on the morning roast, too.
Hey, where's that guy? Is that guy going to call in? I want a second round of that impersonation.
Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni, morning roast, halfway home here on a thirsty Thursday, 4th of July Eve. We're rolling. We're talking Giants. We're talking Warriors. We're talking whatever the hell you want. All right, baby? I'm feeling good today. It is a Friday for all of us here, just full disclosure. It is, and I'm feeling good about it. How could you not be? And I want the participation from the people. You know where we're streaming? Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. It's all powered by First Norcal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First Norcal financing at the dealer so you can see our lovely faces, that beautiful mane of Sam Lubman, my beautiful schnoz here. And also, you can hit us up at 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. Once again, I'll say it slowly. 888-957-9570. That's the number as we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. I can go for a Laughing Monk brewski right now. But you know me, I don't drink on the job. It's not professional. We don't do that. The Giants have been making their fans drink a lot, though, as of late, Sam. I'm sure you included. You're probably smashing some White Claws this past week. But
Ain't no laws.
When you're on the claws, that's absolutely right. But they got a win yesterday. We'll talk to Dave Fleming in about 26 minutes at 8:30. Talk about the Giants, their recent skid. How could they get this train back on the track, if you will, heading into the All-Star break. In the meantime, we're talking Warriors offseason. The latest in this via Ali Thanawala and Tristy Rodriguez of NBC Sports. The Warriors, Kings, Pistons are discussing a Jonathan Kuminga, Malik Monk trade. It would be a 3-team blockbuster that would send Kuminga and veteran point guard Dennis Schroeder to Sacramento in separate sign-and-trade deals. The Kings, in turn, would send Monk to the Pistons, and second-year NBA guard Devin Carter and newly acquired big man Dario Saric to the Warriors, the source said. Now, it's just a discussion. We don't know if that's going to happen. If it is, I would love your thoughts on it. 888-957-9570. I don't think Warriors fans would be all too thrilled about getting just Devin Carter and Dario Saric for one Jonathan Kuminga. If that's the case, I'd rather just keep JK at that point. But are Warriors fans and I'll ask you this, Sam, are you at a point with the JK drama, like you just want to wipe your hands and be done with it? Is that a conversation where you can just cut the losses just to cut the losses?
Is it bad that I have like kind of two answers on this one?
Sure, you can be Steiny, sit on the fence. That's fine.
No, it's not sitting on.
By the way, real quick with Matt Steinmetz, as we saw him in the hallway,
he's in a great mood this morning.
He's saying I was lying. He's like, you don't believe anything you just said.
That's
about
how you know
the
he's in a
Warriors.
good mood, is when he comes in with a big scowl on his face and just starts, doubting everything we say.
He went first name on me. Steiny doesn't call me Joe. Like, I don't call him Matt. He doesn't call me Joe. He's like, Joe, you don't believe what you just said. Come on, Joe. I'm like, what?
Not gonna lie.
That I think the Warriors actually could be good next year if this is just the current team. Wow. It's almost like they were good like this team a couple months ago. Whoa, that's insane. Do people just forget about what took place the last few months? I just want to ask Warriors fans, do y'all forget what happened? You just didn't believe what you saw on TV, a good team? You just didn't want to believe it? I guess that's where we're at. I don't know. I choose to believe that this is actually a good roster on our hands, but some might differ.
Well, you see,
it's fine.
Bob Dylan once wrote a song called "The Times They Are A-Changin'." Joe Spadoni never heard that song. Okay. So when the Warriors didn't change, he took it hard. Like that little Anchorman reference there?
Well, no, I think that was your Steiny impersonation, because Steiny loves him.
Of course,
Bob Dylan.
It all falls in together. But no, the league, it is a-changin'. And if the Warriors aren't going to change with it, it's hard for me to take them seriously as legitimate West contenders.
You know what? The more things change, the more they stay the same. So how about that? I just throw it back in your face.
What song was that from?
It's called History, buddy. Look it up.
Okay,
right?
Sure. Yeah, because that's exactly that. Look at America right now. Happy 4th of July, America. Exactly. We had 249. Who saw that coming? Not the British, that's for sure. But anyway, yeah, so I said I had two answers on the JK thing. There's the answer I want, and then there's the answer that I think might be best for the Warriors. The answer I want is, like, guys, figure it out. Like, you got this incredibly talented player in Jonathan Kuminga. Figure out a way to make it work. Steve Kerr, you're one of the 15 best coaches in NBA history. You're a 4-time champion head coach here at the Warriors. Like, I trust you. I believe in Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, Harvey Dent, handshake. Guys I believe in. But, without the Harvey Dent end.
So Steve Kerr's two-faced is what you're saying now. That's great.
Maybe I don't like that. I think
some Warriors fans would agree with you on that one.
I think I just stepped on my own foot there on that one. But
it happens.
No, I do believe in Steve Kerr. He's a championship coach. He can be here as long as he needs to be. So no, I put the focus on Steve Kerr. Make this work. Like, that's what I want to see. Just figure out a way to make it work. You got Steph, you got Jimmy, you got Dre, you got JK, you got the pieces here. The Lego bricks are there. I need you to build them up into this tower of greatness. Then there's kind of maybe the answer might be best for both parties. It is that maybe a split is needed here. Maybe Kuminga is just so fed up with his situation, with his work situation with the Warriors, which, again, this is not uncommon. We saw it happen with Clay a couple years ago, where it's just things become such a certain way in the hallways of Chase Center. I don't know the specifics of it all. I only have, little drips and drops here and there. But clearly things were not great behind the scenes during that time, and that led to Clay's exit. Clearly things are not great with JK and the Warriors behind the scenes, starting back from when he went to complain to CJ Holmes about his role, and then he cut off all of his hair when we all thought he was going to get traded that year. And it's just 2 years in a row now where it's just, it feels like there's just, the pieces just aren't fitting together. They're not meshing. There's a friction there between the Warriors and Kuminga that's just been kind of underlying beneath everything. And I don't know if another year of that is particularly a healthy option for this franchise. Now, again, if the Warriors and Steve Kerr and the coaching staff, they could figure out a way to come together and sing Kumbaya for a year, maybe, yeah, you're cooking with something.
Not
but
the Beatles.
There's a lot there's a lot that we need to see. I need to see that happen first before I'm willing to believe it, because the last 2 years, it's just, it doesn't feel like it's quite getting there yet.
Where are we at with Jonathan Kuminga, Dub Nation, 888-957-9570? At this point, it feels like he's coming back. If I was a betting man, I'd say 85-90% JK is coming back. This is
Carter,
where I'm
what
at.
are we betting on with JK's future?
Oh, he's going to stay here.
There you go. There's the smart money.
There's the smart money right there.
Meaning he's leaving now that I said that.
By the way, Anthony Slater tweeted this last night, about 10 hours ago. R95.7, The Game Warriors Insider, covers the team for The Athletic currently.
Big mashed potatoes guy.
He is. There's nothing near the finish line on the Jonathan Kuminga front as the third night of free agency wraps, per sources. Conversations ongoing with Warriors and several teams on periphery. Warriors also waiting on Al Horford decision.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
So, again, we had maybe differing reports here. These are conversations that are having. But right now, according to Anthony Slater, who's as tapped in as anyone when it comes to the Warriors, all quiet on the Western Front when it comes to the Warriors. In the meantime, let's go to Steven in Oakland, who wants to join in the conversation. Steven, good morning.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say that everyone who can't understand that the Warriors already did something should not be talking about basketball. The Warriors got Jimmy Butler, and after they got Jimmy Butler, they had the best, one of the best, if not the best record in the entire NBA. Thinking that for some reason this team wouldn't be good next year is silly. And if we all remember correctly, because it seems like a lot of these fans have the memory of goldfish, the reason why we broke down in the playoffs was because we had to grind so hard just to get into the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Well, if we have Jimmy Butler for the full season, we're not even going to be in that position. We're going to be resting guys going into the playoffs like every other team that was out of the, play-in bubble. And we're also going to be playing a better seed that probably isn't going to grind us down in the first round. You guys just got to, apply, logic and objective information into your analysis.
Wait, Steven, hold on.
Steve, you want to talk some logic and analysis here? How old is this team going to be next year? Do you truly believe that everything we saw for the last 2 months of the year is repeatable with an older team that looked the exact same over an 82-game schedule against a bunch of opponents that have made themselves bigger? The equation is not the exact same last year as it is this year. The only thing that's the same is the Warriors. So you think that you truly believe that the older team that the Warriors will have next year can keep upright for the entire 82-game schedule and not have to grind their way into the playoffs like they did last year?
Yes, because they're going to be able to load manage more because they're going to have a better performance record. By having a better record, you can load manage more. It's just what I said. They had to grind the entire way into the playoffs because their record was so bad. They had to focus on just getting in the play-in. With a much significantly better record, just looking at the objective information of when we got Jimmy Butler, we won't have to do that. That alone will make us a healthier squad. Also, don't forget about the Spurs that won a title in, 2014? Yeah, old teams can win titles, dude. Just saying, they're old is lazy, illogical.
Who was the best player? Real quick, Steven, real quick, because you're cooking right now, and I agree with you for the most part. When you said you guys, you're actually making most of the points I've been making. Who was the best player on that Spurs team that won it all in 2014?
The best player, I would say, was a young Kawhi.
Yes.
With, at first, Manu and Tony Parker.
It was
really
Kawhi Leonard, though. Thank you, Steven.
So
Kawhi Leonard was
who's
the best
Kawhi of this Warriors team then, Steven?
Exactly. He gone.
Oh, okay.
He was on for 3 minutes. It's a lot.
On the River Islands guest.
He was. Thank you.
Like, forgot to hit it before he got him on.
It's not the same. Like, I'm not here for the Kumingas. It could be Kawhi conversation.
That would be so cool, though.
It'd be great. I've heard, I rubbed my head the other day with Shasky because I've heard Ron Artest. I've heard Tracy McGrady. I've heard Kawhi Leonard. He's Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, he's not going to be those guys.
I have a confession to make. I've kind of compared Kuminga to Kawhi in the past as like a discount version. They're not the exact same, but I see some similarities. I don't think Kuminga's ever going to be Kawhi. He could definitely be special in his own right. I'll say
Kawhi played collegiate basketball and was more polished than Jonathan Kuminga when
I'm
he
not
got
saying
into the
that Kuminga's going to be better than Kawhi. I'm just saying I don't shake a stick at that comparison there. But listen, Jonathan Kuminga is a major X factor in this year. If he can take that big leap that we all imagine him making, I do believe, that changes the conversation. It's just a matter of, do you believe that he will even be here to make that leap? If the Warriors trade Kuminga away, again, I'd like to see what the return is.
Jonathan Kuminga wins 2 finals MVPs like Kawhi Leonard, I will host this show naked for a whole week. It's not happening.
I hope you scrub your feet that week at least. You're never living that one down.
My feet are not going to be shown.
That was a low blow, dude.
My feet are balling, by the way. I got actually got tips when I put my feet out there. People were tipping me. Maybe I should lean into that.
There you go. You know, hey, anything to give us more money at this station. Let's show those dogs off. I like it.
Only Spadoni. There you go.
There you go. But yeah, it's just
like that, Carter.
Let's see again. If the trade that's on the table right now, or theoretically on the table, or out in the ether of whatever happens, and it's Devin Carter and Dario Saric are on this team trying to help them out, I'm not getting excited for a playoff run. I'm getting excited for, boy, I really hope we can not lose to the Mavericks in the play-in game.
If that happens, that truly shows just how done the Warriors are. If they got Devin Carter and Dario Saric for Jonathan Kuminga.
Now put Malik Monk in there.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, maybe there's some hot grease in that pan that we're cooking with. I don't know, but I want to see that. I am going to evaluate based on what it is right now. And based on what it is right now, simply to me, is just, it's not good enough. You'll get to the playoffs. You'll push it. You're a stepping stone team, basically, at this point. As in, you are the stone that the championship team steps on its way to the NBA Finals. That's what you are.
888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. We got Dave Fleming joining us in about 14 minutes, Giants broadcaster, and obviously our Giants insider. Talk some Gigantes as they're looking for the split in Arizona before 3-game set in Sacramento tomorrow against the Athletics. In the meantime, let's go to Rodney from Berkeley, talking Jonathan Kuminga, talking Warriors expectations next year. Rodney, good morning. You're on Spadoni and Lubin on the Morning Roast.
How you doing, fellas? Thanks for having me on. My take on Kuminga isn't Kuminga, is Draymond. Draymond averages a triple single for the entire season. He needs to come off the bench. Keep Kuminga, let him start with everybody else, and put Draymond on the bench. Dude is past his prime. Save him for the crunch time, like when the Warriors, when Steph and them were young, their vets came off the bench, right? Came for the second quarter, third quarter, and then they were fresh. Do the same thing with Draymond.
I don't hate that.
Thanks, Rodney.
I just don't believe that'll happen.
No.
It would be awesome, but that's, as I say, Sam Lubman, I believe in Steve Kerr. I believe in Steve Kerr to not do that, unfortunately.
There is
I step on my foot again.
There is a level of, ego that is involved in something like that I don't know if Draymond would allow that to happen, or maybe he would. I feel like for a moment he was coming off the bench until he wasn't, and then he got reinserted into the starting lineup, and then it was status quo going forward.
It was pretty good when he was coming off the bench.
In fairness, though, and I hear you, Rodney, that lineup of Moody, Pods, Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy was balling. They were balling until they weren't in the playoffs, and that's a legitimate conversation. And they had to end up pivoting, and Buddy Hield got inserted there. They kept Pods, and it was what it is because Moody just couldn't find his shot. He looked like his confidence was just drained from him. But during that stretch, they were like 10-0, 11-0, something ridiculous. They just couldn't lose. They started off one of the best stretches for a starting five in the history of the NBA, which, again, it was a small sample size, but they were amazing together. Now, is that going to be the starting lineup heading into next season? We'll see. Do they stick with Buddy Hield like they were doing in the playoffs in the starting lineup?
That's the other thing. Is playoff Buddy Hield going to show up during the regular season?
Well, no, he's a hot and cold player.
We were banging our heads against the wall over Buddy Hield all of last year. There was the Buddy Hield revolution at the start of the year, and then, I called him the Splash Buddy, and everyone hated that nickname, and I'm going to still stick by it. And then he was just a nightmare on the court for a big chunk of that season. And then all of a sudden he was in the playoffs and we all loved him. So it's, again, we're counting on so much inconsistency and ups and downs and roller coasters there. And it's just, it feels like a Warriors championship shot. It's just like we're in a dark room firing a bullet in the dark with blindfolds on, hoping to hit a target. I mean, sure you could, but I'm not taking that as like a truly dependable option. And again, for a lot of teams, that is what, a title chance is you're basically in a dark room, wearing a blindfold, firing a gun at a target. But this is a little bit different for the Warriors because there is the added importance of getting Steph that ring for the thumb. And that's where I all bring it back to. It's what is the move that gets Steph that fifth ring, if that is still indeed the goal. I know they changed it last year to play meaningful games. There is a big part of me that looks at this upcoming season as potentially the last truly great shot Steph Curry has to get that fifth ring. Now, if the Warriors back off that and say, yeah, we're just trying to do the best we can, then I think there's a change in course that Warrior fans can have in terms of their expectations of this team. Until that happens, though, I put the added emphasis on what can you do to get back to the finals. And sitting around doing nothing while the rest of the conference is getting better, to me, is not going to get you closer to that overall goal.
Let's go to AJ in Los Angeles, wants to join in this Jonathan Kuminga conversation. AJ, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me? I'm on the Bluetooth.
Yeah, you sound fine.
It's a very good sounding Bluetooth.
Thanks. Hey, so, man, it's interesting, like, maybe I'm tripping, but it seems like 5 consecutive years, there's been some toxic issues going on in that organization, from Pooh to Katie to Clay to JK, and I just don't understand what's going on. I mean, I hear, you guys mentioned there's a lot of trust with this guy and that guy and the fraudulent starting lineup that won those games at the end of the year, knowing that they had no chance in the playoffs. It was just not a playoff lineup. And then the Jonathan Kuminga situation where, at the end of the season, obviously it was a smear campaign out on Jonathan Kuminga to suppress his value. And I guess somebody didn't read the CBA. And now you're in this situation on top of Steve Kerr's public humiliation of the kid going out, at the end of the season. I mean, he has to go, and it's not that he has to go because of him. I think he has to go because the overall infrastructure of what's been going on with the Warriors over the last few years. And I mean, he has to go just to thrive. I mean, anyone with any integrity would want to see this kid go out and shine and have a career. Why would you want to depress him or, compress his career in an organization that's obviously in the downward spiral right now.
Downward spiral? They were just in the second round of the Western Conference playoffs.
I don't know
Thanks,
if I
AJ.
go so deep as to call it downward.
No, he was wrong on like 50 different fronts right
Well, no,
there.
he did have an interesting point. The 5 years plus of drama, it does seem like there's
not this, but this whole Kuminga thing is honestly, it's not on the level of Jordan Poole getting punched by Draymond Green. It's not on the level of the toxicity with Klay Thompson and the ownership and the contracts. It's not. I'm not buying it. Like, the players were fine with Jonathan Kuminga last year. When I heard the postseason pressers, or the after the season pressers, I should say, from Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, they're all very supportive. He was a soldier last year. If anything, it's between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga, and it's not as toxic as I think it is between those two. I don't think there's like animosity on a personal level between them. No, not Jonathan personal. Kuminga just wants to like have an opportunity to have more minutes. That's really it. And I think you can say that for a lot of players around the association. And this notion that there was a fraudulent starting lineup and that they were never going to be a playoff team, they literally, their last game of the regular season was for a playoff spot. What are we talking about here? I'm just tired of this misinformation, and we're just trying to twist what actually happened last season. Jonathan Kuminga got hurt, they got Jimmy Butler, and the team was better, and they were really good. And then they tried to find this Rubik's Cube puzzle when Jonathan Kuminga came back, and it didn't work last year. But you know what? That happens because there was such a small amount of sample size that they were not trying to mess around with it. They said, JK, you know what? This is working right now with Jimmy, with Moody, with Pods. We'll figure it out in the offseason maybe if you stay here, and we'll figure it out starting next year when we'll have more runway. Let's not act like the book has been written on JK with Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond, because it hasn't. It just hasn't. I'm not here for that.
It hasn't, but we're in the final chapters of it. I mean, it's... Again, I agree with you on the Kuminga Kerr thing. I don't think the animosity got super deep, but again, there was definitely frustrations. There was definitely frictions there. And I think if you were ending last year wondering if the fit with Kuminga on this team is there or not, and you were leaning towards the not option there, I don't blame you, because a lot of what we saw suggested that they're struggling to find a place for him on this team. That's why I look at this training camp that's going to be coming up in a few months, where Steve Kerr, he made the promise. I believe it was on these airwaves that he made this promise, and he said, I'm going to try and work Kuminga and Jimmy into the lineup together more often. That's the time to make that happen. And if they could succeed at that, that could change the entire tenor and trajectory of the season. And I would like to believe in that. But I don't fault me if you want to do this. I want to start to see it happen first before I put my eggs in that basket. And if that makes me, a whatever you want to call it, depending on what that whatever is, yeah, sure, so be it. I'll take that label. But yeah, that's where I'm at. I need to see this thing start to come together before I'm gonna believe in it. And I need to see some sort of forward momentum here before I start believing this season can be better than last year.
You're like Charlie from the Santa Claus with Tim Allen. Seeing is believing, but believing is also seeing. Colin from Boston wants to join the conversation. You like that deep cut there, Joe Hawks in the background? I know he does.
The movie,
Colin.
The movie references this morning, man.
That's what I do, baby.
The movie roast.
Colin, what should the Warriors do with Jonathan Kuminga?
I think Warriors just need to work it out with Kuminga, because we definitely going to need him next year. Like, the big three, they getting older, and we seen what happened last year. All their legs getting tired. Draymond saying on podcasts, there were times he couldn't stand down there with Rocket Center. I just think the Warriors need to work it out with Kuminga, and then stop bullying Kuminga like that. You guys know this guy averaged 18 points a game last year. I think that's what it is, without having no plays for him. I don't think Kerr had any plays for him. He was just getting 18 points a game just off the scratch. Imagine this kid on this team with Jimmy, Draymond, Curry, where they are making plays for him, guys. I think he never really had a good chance with the Warriors. They never actually stayed with them, and then the injury last year kind of messed up for him and stuff. I just think if the Warriors work it out with them, and then they at least try it next year, where Kerr drew some plays for him, where he's like a big part of the team. I think we can do better next year with him.
No, totally. Colin from Boston right there. We're up against it. We're going to have Dave Fleming on here in a couple minutes to talk some Giants. But I'm with you in this respect, Colin. He's much more valuable to the Warriors right now than any other league or any other team in the league. the NBA has spoken on where Jonathan Kuminga stands right now in the association. The value is just not very high. No one wants him. Let's just call it what it is. So let's just stay with the Warriors, where there is at least some value here. You know the personnel, you know the player, and let's see if they can work it out in these coming months. And maybe, just maybe, he can actually thrive with Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond. In the meantime, Dave Fleming talking some Giants as the Giants are back in action today in the desert trying to split the series. He's coming up next. It's brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
It's Spadoni and Lubman in for one Joe Shasky. Happy early 4th of July for him as he's enjoying it with Michelle and LJ. So shouts out to him. Shouts out to the Giants getting a big win yesterday. In extras. Didn't have to go to extras, but you know what? Camilo Doval, he has a flair for the dramatic. Maybe he was an actor in his early years. He gets the blown save, but he gets the win. So it's all okay for the orange and black. We'll get back into the Warriors. We will, don't worry, because there's a lot with that Jonathan Kuminga stuff. We have the YouTube chats popping. It's all popping. Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, joining us here shortly, courtesy of River Islands, in our 95.7 The Game Giants Insider. As the Giants look to get the split, Robbie Ray getting the start against Brandon Pfaadt of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who has over 5 ERA. But as we've learned, Sam, if you have an over 5 ERA and you're going up against the Giants, you might look like Clayton Kershaw.
Start him in fantasy tonight.
There you go, right? So 888-957-9570. That's the number to get involved. And shout out to all of you on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And also shout out to all of you streaming us on the free Odyssey app, where you can find Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, the podcast, which includes our very own Sam Lubman today. Get all your Giants info on there with him, Stephen Risotto, occasionally Joe Shasky. Hell, myself, Joe Spadoni, I might be featured on it.
It's in the works.
It's in the works, so there you go. And also, Sam Lubman, host of the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap every Saturday at 9 o'clock. Him, Dan Devone, amongst others, they're crushing it. And you get the best Giants talk just in the globe. I don't say in the Bay Area, because that's just too limiting to you, Sam.
I like Go Universal here.
You're so tapped in on the Giants. You know what? Sam used to have black hair. Then he started to talk about the Giants. It turned orange. That's how much of a diehard he is.
Wild how that turns out,
crazy.
Too. Yeah,
Am I
very
right, Sammy?
natural. All natural there
you go.
On putting that together. So, yeah, again, a new episode of Garlic Fries Baseball Guys is available. Talking Giants, A's. I don't call it the Highway 80 series. That's stupid. It is still the Bay Bridge series to me. So talked about that with Kyle Madsen, former producer and host here at this station. So, yeah, check it out now. We're wherever you listen to podcasts.
We have Dave Fleming, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider and voice of the San Francisco Giants, joining us right now on the River Islands guest line. Dave, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, who is filling in for Joe Shasky. And let's just pick up last night. I mean, they needed that desperately. It looked like it was going to get away from them. So Camilo goes 2 innings, blown save, but gets the win. Wow, did they need that one?
They did, and I'm glad they got it. And it was, in the end, it was, maybe you could say like a character builder or whatever. I'm sure everybody felt really good about how hard they fought to get that win. They got to get some that are easier than that. Like it just right now, everything for this team is so difficult. And I think part of why they haven't played well the last couple of weeks is the cumulative effect of so many close games and, never having games in either direction where you can just breathe. The bullpens, just had to work so hard. There have been almost no games where they haven't come in where every pitch feels like the game's on the line. And I think after a half a season of that, that starts to take a toll. So anyway, it was a great win. They really, really need to find some way to have some games that don't come down to the last pitch and they'll, come down in the last 4 innings to where you feel like every single pitch the game's on the line. But nice win last night for sure.
Yeah, it'd certainly make bedtime less stressful when it doesn't come after a very tight game last night, Dave. A guy I look at, he had a great night last night. It's Jung-Hoo Lee, his first 3-hit game in almost 2 months. And Dave, I think it's no coincidence the Giants got off to a great start in April, and Jung-Hoo Lee was hitting the ball to all sides of the field and was looking really good doing it. The last 2 months, he hasn't been hitting well, and the Giants' record hasn't been that great either. Again, the 3 hits last night. How encouraging was that to see from him last night? And just from what you've seen from Jung-Hoo Lee, what do you think has been different about Jung-Hoo Lee now versus the Jung-Hoo Lee we were seeing back in April?
Yeah, I do agree with you that there's a direct correlation between how he's going and how this offense is going. And that's probably not totally fair to him. Once Devers settles in and you get Bryce Eldridge up here, and it shouldn't be that Jung-Hoo is the guy that is sort of dictating how this offense goes. But right now, you look up and down that lineup, they're thin, and they do need him. And so it was huge last night that he had that game. What's the difference between then and now? I think a lot of it for him is just purely he is getting pitched differently. I do think it's been pretty obvious that the last a month he is seeing just a relentless array of pitches away. Like teams are just staying away. And he hasn't made that adjustment yet where he's beating them to left field or center field. And we saw a little bit of that in April, but I do think he's going to have to work on that. Like whether he gets a little closer to the plate or, is a little less wide open with his stance. He changes his bat path just slightly, but because we've seen a lot of pop-ups and fly balls to left field, and that's not his game. So I think he has been pitched pretty one note over the last many weeks, and whether he can make that adjustment now or whether it's going to take a little more time, it would be understandable if it does, because he's still a very inexperienced big league player. I think a lot of it is just pure confidence. This is probably the first time he's struggled like this ever in his whole life at anything. And he puts a lot on himself. Jung-Hoo really, really cares about doing right for the team and being a good teammate. He probably puts too much on himself in that regard, and it's been wearing on him. So I'm glad he had last night's game. It would help him a lot if he could just free up and be a little bit more confident, and maybe last night is a step in that direction.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, Joe Spadoni, alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky. Big story this week, Dave, obviously, was Buster Posey picking up that option on one Bob Melvin, manager of the San Francisco Giants. What did you make of the timing of that and some of the comments from Buster saying, you know what, you can say all you want about Bob, the coaching staff, but it's on me at the end of the day when I construct this roster?
Yeah, he said it's on me, but he also really implied it's on the players. And I think that's part of why he did it. When you're not playing well and there starts to be some whispers, whether that was happening in the clubhouse, which I never detected, but, you start to hear callers into your show and, commenters on the stories or whatever saying, Bob's got to go and what's this coaching staff doing? And, those things start to happen when you're struggling as a team. And I think Buster wanted to make it clear that he wasn't placing the blame for the last couple weeks at the feet of the coaches or the manager. And Buster's been there as a player, and he knows, there's only so much. The manager's important. It's not to say that it's not important, but you never want a scenario where the players are thinking that, where they're thinking, well, it's not up to me. Something else is the reason this has gone wrong. And I don't know if that had really anything to do with the timing of it, or he just wanted to make sure that Bob and the coaches were a little more comfortable. It's easy to get uncomfortable, even if you put on a brave face and say nothing about it. When things start to go poorly, it's human nature to kind of worry about what the implications of that are going to be. But Bob's done a really good job this year. Overall, the coaches work hard every day. That's not the reason why the Giants have struggled, and I think Buster wanted to tell everybody that.
Yeah, Dave, you were on our show a lot last year, and you mentioned a couple times you saw more fiery Bob Melvin in the past than you've seen in the past. You're around him a lot more than I am this year. I've definitely noticed that Bob, there's more of an intensity around him. But I'm just curious, from what you're seeing from Bob Melvin, do you see that much of a fiery Bob Melvin this year as much as you maybe saw last year?
Yeah, I think in a slightly different way. I do think he's been more, and I don't want this to come across as a pejorative, I think he has been more comfortable this year, which is a good thing. Like, I think I do think Bob last year was getting to know everybody and maybe was a little bit more on edge just because of that. And I think now he's more comfortable with everybody around him, and that's natural. So I think that's a good thing. I don't want that to be interpreted as, oh gosh, now he's hit the comfort zone and that edge is gone. I think he's been pretty feisty, and I think he might see a little more of that here going forward of him challenging some players. That's almost never going to be public because that's just not the way that he does it. But in the last couple of days, there have been a couple guys that he has privately challenged. And I think, maybe we're starting to see some of the response of that in some individual performances. You can't do that too much. You got to save those moments. But I think that I know that he's definitely willing to do that kind of stuff.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky. Dave, obviously courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Dave, obviously, they're looking for the split today against the Diamondbacks, which would be massive heading into a 3-game series in Sacramento, a AAA ballpark. We all very know. A's struggling to pitch there. But the Giants even if it's a struggling pitcher right now, it feels like the Giants' bats have been the slump buster for guys like Zach Gallen, who had his best start by far, it felt like, of the season. A guy in the past who's pitched well, but this season, God, he felt like a 5.5 ERA. He looked like a Cy Young at some points during that Giants game. He had 10 strikeouts. Obviously, they got a win over Merrill Kelly yesterday. He did have a quality start, but Robbie Ray going on the bump tonight. Landon Roop struggled a little bit yesterday. Just how massive is this stretch of baseball for this team, starting with the A's and then obviously this homestand coming up, Dave? You get the Phillies and the Dodgers.
Yeah, you can't get buried here before the break. It's a very important stretch. And a lot of that is on the offense. Like, the pitching has started to wear down a little bit, and the pitching hasn't been as perfect. And the formula for this team is still win with pitching, and I think that is still how they need to. And they know that. Like, the path forward for this team is to dominate teams with their pitching. But while that's not happening, the dominance has not been there here. I mean, even their best pitchers are going through a period now where the dominance hasn't quite been the same. You got to have, and it's been every night for the Giants, 5 hits, 6 hits, 4 hits, 5 hits. Like, you gotta put more pressure on these opponents, and they just have done a really poor job of that lately. And sustaining rallies, giving themselves more opportunities. It's one thing to hone in and focus on, okay, they're not getting the hit with the runner in scoring position. There have been just long stretches here where they aren't getting any of those chances. And so they got to do better. And that starts tonight. The Diamondbacks are relentless. They have a good offensive team, even though they're missing one of the best hitters in the game. Robbie Ray's really good. The Giants have a ton of faith in him, but you're facing a starter who's got a 5.5 ERA tonight, and you got to be able to score some runs against him. So it's a really important stretch, and the Giants need more of what they got last night. They need that a lot more consistently, and you're going to get Chapman back here real soon, like a matter of days, and Casey Schmidt is probably going to come back real soon, and that's going to help. So then, all right, let's go. Adames, Patrick Bailey, Jung-Hoo Lee, Wilmer Flores, guys who have all been struggling. They need much more from those guys.
Dave, you mentioned the pitchers kind of losing their dominance there over the last bit of stretch. I think they got a 4.56 ERA over the last 17 games going into last night. But you also mentioned the start here that the hitters that are kind of stressed out by all the close games. I'm kind of curious. I assume, and I'm curious your thoughts on this. When you got like Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, Landon Roop going out there, and they're getting maybe 1 or 2 runs of support, in the same way that maybe the close games are wearing on the hitters, are we starting to see these close games and the lack of run support and the small margins for error? Is that kind of starting to have a negative impact on the pitchers and the bullpen as well?
Could be. I mean, part of it is just, it builds up over time where you just never have an outing that's not 100% full throttle, full, concentration. And the starting pitchers are probably always going to be like that, but there's definitely something to that where if you're always pitching in a close game, that might have an effect over time. And then there's just no doubt that human nature creeps in where all of these guys start to feel like, and that they say that it's not happening, but I think it's almost impossible for it not to happen. Where it's just like you feel like if I make one mistake here, that's it. That's going to cost us our chance to win this game. And that's a really tough way to pitch at this level. So I think it'd be, even though I'm not hearing anybody say that to me, I think it would be almost impossible for that not to happen to some degree.
Yeah, and obviously a great way to get the pitchers these big leads is to take advantages at the plate. But there's a trend that I've noticed over the last few weeks, and Grant Brisbee of The Athletic, he put pen to paper on it over the weekend. It's the Giants' habit of just taking fastballs right down the middle. Devers had a few on Monday night. Ramos' first at-bat on Tuesday, there were two right over the middle of the plate that he looked at before striking out on the third pitch on the outside of the strike zone. And the Giants, statistically, they're up in amongst the league leaders in terms of teams taking fastballs right down the middle. I'm curious, just are you noticing that trend too? And for me, it's kind of hard to kind of understand, like, why is that happening? And, when Devers takes a fastball right down the middle, I think that is a pitch that he should be planting in the seats. What do you make of this trend of the Giants taking these pitches right over the heart of the plate?
Yeah, I mean, look, all big league hitters, I say all, 98% of big league hitters are doing some version of guesswork. Big league hitters go up there with a game plan. They're looking for a pitch. They're looking for speed. They're looking location, some version of that. And the Giants definitely have more than their fair share of hitters who are doing that to a high degree. And it's not the way. I'll say this: that is not the way that Pat Burrell is saying, like, let's go. Here's our game plan. That is a personal preference, and the hitters who do it more than others, that's just the way they want to do it. Now, the guys that you named off are not the ones that would come top of mind to me to be the ones who, when I watch the games, really, really feel to me like that's the style of hitter that Devers and Ramos are. I think Devers and Ramos are, they have a game plan against a certain guy, looking certain pitch, but they're also a little bit more aggressive. And I do think that I believe that that's a hard way to be all the time. You got to have some version of that to succeed at this level. You just have to. Stuff's too good. You can't just go up there. I'm just going to see pitch, hit pitch. It really, really doesn't work that way. Like that's too hard at this level. You got to have more of a game plan and an attack. But big picture wise, this team is the worst fastball hitting team in the big leagues in terms of production and in terms of that passivity against fastballs. That must change. Like you cannot be a good offensive team and be the worst team against fastballs. And so however that gets accomplished, and I think for a bunch of the individual hitters, it's on them. Like that approach has to be tweaked a little bit, a little to my eyes. And this is really easy for me to say sitting 200 feet up above watching every game, but a little too much dedication to the idea of looking for a certain pitch over and over and over again, as opposed to maybe being a little more natural of a hitter. And just, I think Christian Koss is kind of a good role model. Like, not everybody can be that style of hitter and not everybody should be, but, just kind of stick your face in there and compete and battle and fight off some pitches. And, to me, watch him hit and the way he was hitting before he got hurt felt more like that than what you see from a lot of Giants hitters.
Really good stuff, Dave. Before you go on your way out, as we're talking to Dave Fleming, our Giants broadcaster and our 95.7 The Game insider, you're also a tapped-in Warriors guy, too. And our big conversation today is, I don't know what's going on with all the fans thinking the sky's falling because the Warriors aren't doing these massive moves. I feel like we got short-term memory, Dave. Like, can you talk these people down? The Warriors are fine in you next season. They made their big splash. We got Jimmy.
That is definitely true. What would people want? What do they want them to do? I guess I'm a little out of touch here, not home the last couple of days. Like, what is it that they think they should be doing?
Well, they wanted Giannis. I mean, first and foremost, they thought they could get Giannis. We want, DeAndre. All of a sudden, missing out on DeAndre Ayton, Dave. It's got Warriors fans just in a puff.
All up
here.
In the fields this morning, Dave. It's been rough.
Yeah, well, that's ridiculous. I mean, DeAndre Ayton, like, why on earth would anybody be? I mean, I'm not saying he's not a good player, but that is not the make or break move that's going to bring a championship back to San Francisco. So, yeah, everybody needs to calm down a little. Jimmy Butler is going to be a great fit here with Steph Curry, with Draymond Green, with those younger guys. I'm not saying they should be done and shouldn't be looking to improve the team. I think they're always looking to improve the team, but I haven't seen one move out there of anybody. It was interesting to see the guy Miles Turner, and in a way, I always thought he could have been a fit for the Warriors, just the way he plays. A big guy who can shoot. That's the one thing I think, like that. To me, when I watch the Warriors play, that I'd sort of be looking for that. That doesn't scream DeAndre Ayton to me. Maybe I need to watch some more DeAndre Ayton, but see if there's a move in him for something like that.
Awesome, Dave. Before we get you out of here, big weekend for the Giants up in the state capitol against the A's. As someone growing up as a Giants fan, I was always very excited when the A's and Giants got together. Those games were always a lot of fun. I'm just curious for you, again, it's a new location. It's in Sacramento. I'm not going to lie. When I saw the schedule last year and I saw these two teams were going to be in the state capitol for the 4th of July, I was like, wow, that seems like it'll be a very fun weekend. I'm just kind of curious, when you look at this rivalry, do you consider it a rivalry? And I guess, what are some just Giants-A's moments that you've been on the mic for over the years that, when you think about great moments that pop up to mind for you?
Well, I do think it's a rivalry. I do. I feel like less so than it used to be. I mean, the Bay Bridge thing made it a rivalry, and now that it's different, I probably feel a little differently about it. I think it is going to be a really interesting scene. I mean, these are A's home games, but it is not going to feel like that, I don't think. I mean, I think the Giants fans are going to pack that place. So I expect them to feel like Giants home games this weekend, which probably going to make the A's a little unhappy, but I think that's what's coming. Great moments in the rivalry that I remember. I remember the 2 home runs in 2021 that, Bob Melvin still would be pained by, I would think. I guess Bob wasn't there, but those were huge. Lamont Wade and Donovan Solano, when the Giants were churning towards the division championship and fighting every day with the Dodgers. I mean, those were just incredible. Late game home runs. I remember Jarrett Parker's 3 home run game. I remember Bonds and his exploits over at the Coliseum. Matt Cain had one of his all-time greatest games against the A's over in Oakland one time.
Yeah, the one hitter, right?
There are a lot of games that even just saying that immediately popped into mind. But I am interested to see how this goes. I mean, I think it's going to feel like a big time atmosphere, even though it's a small stadium. That place is going to be packed, and I think Giants fans are going to be there in big numbers.
I remember Jarrett Parker once upon a time. God, that was like 10 years ago. Remember?
That was the Hudson Zito game.
Yeah.
There you go. Hudson Zito, but then both of them last like not even an inning. That was the good times right there. Dave, we really appreciate it, man. I hope you have a happy 4th of July, and we'll do it again soon.
Well, everybody else, enjoy your barbecue and beers and all that. We're going to grind it out and give you some baseball to watch and listen to. So
that's what
talk to you guys soon.
We're going to love it. Thank you. That is Dave Fleming, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, and obviously voice of the San Francisco Giants, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for Sam Lubman to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Sam,
I've heard good things about the River Islands.
Yeah. So. Go out there. Have fun. It's probably 100 degrees out there, too.
Probably,
nice
yeah. There you go. SPF 100.
There you go. Shoots the sun back into space. What did you take from Dave there, Sammy?
There's a lot. Well, I thought when I asked him about the whole fastball thing, one of the things he said right off the rip was that's not a Pat Burrell thing. And I refuse to believe that Pat Burrell was telling hitters to take those pitches. And, that sounds like that's the prevailing theory, is that no, he is not telling hitters to take those pitches. And again, it just adds to the overall sentiment that, as Buster Posey said, when he said that it's on me, it's on the roster, what he's subtly saying it's on the players. And there's been a lot of pressure on the players to start executing a little bit more lately. And I think it's kind of, surprising to hear that Bob is taking guys aside, in private and said, hey, I need you to do better. And I think that's probably something that's going to frustrate Giants fans. But Bob Melvin's never going to be that guy who, to the media, is going to say something, incendiary or crazy. He's going to protect his guys. I've noticed every time, if we ask Pat, a question about Patrick Bailey, and he always finds a way to uplift Bailey in these post-game pressers. And I do appreciate the defense he has for his players. I understand for fans on the outside, there's a frustration there because you want Bob to maybe publicly air out some of these guys. That's just not how he's going to do it. And that's fine. I think that's great for this team. But
players are different with their motivation, and Bob knows that. Some players need to be called out. Some you don't say anything. Some they need their arms wrapped around them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr, I think, is a famous example of this. Like, he learned, I remember there's a story early on his Warriors tenure where during a practice, he kind of came hard down on Klay Thompson and gave him the old, coach's tongue lashing. And he talked about how Klay kind of retreated within himself after that. And Kerr realized Klay is not a guy who I can scream at. I got to approach and communicate with him in a different way. That's not meaning that he's going to be soft with Klay. That means that the harder touch is going to look different than it would with, say, a Draymond Green who, those two are, screaming at each other during games so much so that I remember one time Draymond Green got a technical for yelling at Kerr, but the ref thought he was yelling at him. And I remember Kerr even saying, no, he was yelling at me, but the technical was already levied and it was whatever. So, there's different approaches. Different coaches have different approaches with different players, and that's fine. But again, and I know, and Dave mentioned all the, the people in the blogospheres, the Twitters, the talk shows coming down on the coaching staff here. And there's a lot of people who, again, want Pat Burrell to hit the road, Jack. They don't want him no more. And I'm here to say I don't subscribe to that theory. I don't. And because it's not just Burrell who's working with these guys. I show up early sometimes and I see Pat Burrell standing behind the cage with these hitters on the field working with them. And you know who's standing right next to Pat Burrell? It's Will Clark, who is working with these hitters just as much as Pat Burrell is. The same Will Clark that everyone bangs on the table saying he should be the hitting coach.
I mean, Barry Bonds has reportedly been there,
and that gets to my next point, to when these guys are done hitting in the cage up on the field, they walk down to the towards the clubhouse to the batting cage. Who's waiting in the batting cage for them? Barry Bonds. So this whole
little hitter.
Yeah, I think he hit some home runs once upon a time. So this whole notion that Pat Burrell is solely to blame for the hitters' struggles, that he's putting them in bad situations, that he's telling them this, he's telling them that he's not a good enough hitting coach, that is absolutely ridiculous, because it's not just Pat Burrell with his fingerprints on these hitters. It is him, it is Will Clark, it is Barry Bonds, it is Matt Williams, it is Ron Wotus. All those guys are damn good coaches who know a thing or two about hitting. So that's where I think it goes to. It is on the players to start playing better.
Alex Pavlovich, was he on with Willard and Dibs, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, correct?
I don't think he's our insider.
He's not ours? He's a insider for NBC Sports, obviously.
He's a free agent, but we can still dabble with him.
Okay, that's fine. Fair enough. I want to make that clear. That's good.
Love Pavs.
As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour to go here on a Thirsty Thursday. Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky. Pavlovich, he agrees with you, with Dave Fleming, with Buster Posey. It's not on Bob Melvin. It's on the players.
This comes down to the players. I mean, they're relatively healthy when you look around the division. They're playing a Diamondbacks team that's without Corbin Carroll, without their catcher, without their first baseman. Corbin Burns had Tommy John. Their whole bullpen's hurt. So, there's no excuse here to say, oh, Matt Chapman's out of the lineup and there's been, you've lost a couple third basemen, 3 third basemen now. It really comes down to the players. And we've seen Devers struggle since he came over. Jung-Hoo Lee, it's been about 6 weeks for him since he's really hit. Willie Adames has been better of late, but the whole year has not been what he expected. And, last night we see Birdsong just kind of lost it for 10 minutes there. And I think that was the most interesting part about yesterday to me was Buster very forcefully saying, I'm pretty close to my playing career, and this is the way I feel about it, is this has to come from the clubhouse. And I think he believes in this talent of this group, but at some point you have to put it together.
Alex Pavlovich on yesterday. You can find that entire interview on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. Again, it's free. It's amazing. Why don't you download it already? By the way, This or That coming up in about 9 minutes or so. The crack staff from the back, Carter, Joe Hawks, they're cooking up something. This or That.
They're grilling up something.
Fastest growing segment here at 95.7 The Game. And maybe just sports talk radio in general. This or That could be sports related, could be non-sports related. Yesterday, it was hot dogs versus cheeseburgers. And it was cheeseburgers in a landslide, obviously. Although people were defending the hot dog, I wasn't mad at it. And as I always say, ¿por qué no los dos? Why not both, Sam? So there you go. This or That. And we'll jump back into JK and the Warriors in a little bit as well. But in the meantime, we are talking some Giants baseball, that being on the players. And hopefully one of those players is Matt Chapman. He comes back soon. how much of this Giants team just missed Matt Chapman? Like, you heard it there in Alex's thought, like, hey, I really don't want to hear about Matt Chapman being gone when you're playing a Diamondbacks team that's missing like all their good players, and they're still kicking your ass, right?
Some guys just have an impact on the lineup. I'll remember the Giants at 20, the Dynasty Giants. When Angel Pagan was in the lineup, they had a great record. When Angel Pagan was out of the lineup, they had a horrible record. Was it as simple as saying Angel Pagan was the best player in the Giants? No, that's not what it was. But certain guys just, when they're in the lineup, they provide some sort of spark that brings it all together. You could say that Jonas Cespedes, who was a much better player, was that guy for the A's in 2014, where when he was in that lineup that had Josh Donaldson, Brandon Moss, Derek Norris, and all those other great hitters.
And them boys.
They were a great team. You took Cespedes out of that lineup, and even though there were still a lot of great hitters in that lineup, I don't want to refresh your memory on what happened next.
Well, remember that trade, Sammy? It's going to be, 2014? 11 years ago tomorrow when that
Jonas
trade went
Cespedes
down.
for John Lester. And I remember when the A's made that trade, I thought, I legit thought in that moment, I think the A's just punted a World Series away.
Wow. See, I was the opposite. I think that according to Vegas, too, I thought they just booked their ticket to the World Series. Again,
no.
It's one of those things where I know Shasky feels a certain way about the Zach Wheeler, Carlos Beltran just didn't work out. I feel the same way, where I still appreciated Billy Beane truly
it was going
a all in.
Move.
It was going all in and saying, you know what? I feel like we're an ace away, and ended up being like the worst possible team that John Lester could have faced for a guy that refuses to throw to first base against that Royal squad that pushed the Giants to 7 games in that World Series. Just that team was just speed personified. Still pulling my hair out to this day in that AL wildcard game. But we're not going to go down that road.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't even mean to reopen that wound for you. My overall point was just
Alberto Callaspo. There you go.
Some guys, their presence in the lineup just truly matters. And Matt Chapman apparently is one of those guys for the Giants where nothing on the stat sheet suggests that should be the case. But I also think, and this is where I kind of get a little bit frustrated with Bob Melvin. And he talked about this a few weeks ago, pregame, in just terms of just what the lineup's going to look like without Matt Chapman. And his line was, there's not going to be a lot of structure in this lineup until Chapman comes back. And that kind of frustrated me because what you're seeing right now is Bob's basically throwing a lineup of who's the hot guy and what can I do to get that hot guy in a spot where he might do some damage. And that is why you saw Mike Yastrzemski hitting cleanup over the weekend against the White Sox in Chicago. That is why you saw Christian Koss suddenly elevated to the leadoff spot on Monday night against the Diamondbacks. Oh, you get 6 hits in the last 3 games? Sure, we'll lead you off because your stick is hot right now, and I want to see if you could do something. It's you're chasing the hot hitter, and as a result, you don't have a consistent lineup. And guys like having a consistent spot in their lineup or a consistent area in the lineup where they are going to hit. And when you're mixing and matching, basically trying to play matchups or who's the hot guy, you're not doing that. And I would have liked to have seen Bob, maybe just, especially once Devers arrived, go with just a more consistent, structured lineup. If you're going to move some guys to the bottom of the lineup around, that's fine. But you could have a structured 1 through 6, even with Chapman out, while Casey Schmidt was hitting well. Obviously, you can't do that because Schmidt is hurt. But that was just a disagreement I had in terms of how Bob was approaching the lineup over the last few weeks. Luckily, again, it sounds like Chapman could be back by as early as the Phillies series. He's supposed to take some batting practice today. Hopefully that works out well. And if you get him back on Monday against the Phillies, we can finally see this lineup full speed, fully cooking. Maybe Jung-Hoo Lee has figured things out a little bit more by then. So there's reasons to feel good about the Giants offense getting back on track, hopefully in the next week or so.
Did I do the legal? Did I? Thumbs
did.
up? Okay,
Yes, you
good.
did.
Thank you for paying attention. Sometimes I think I do it and I didn't, and sometimes I don't and I do it.
That's my life.
There you go. By the way, this or that coming up, the segment that is sweeping the nation in a couple minutes. We'll get back into the Warriors. In the meantime, here's more Alex Pavlovich, Giants insider for NBC Sports Bay Area, talking about your boy Matt Chapman. He's itching to return, Sammy.
Chapman's doing really well. He took BP yesterday. It went well. I watched him take grounders. It looked like Matt Chapman. He is kind of in their ear every single day, like, I'm ready. I keep taking the side of he is going to be back before people expect. And they originally said that Dodgers series. Now they're kind of like, oh, he might be back for the Phillies next, at some point Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. I wouldn't be shocked, especially if it keeps going like this the next couple of days, if they get to Sacramento and he goes, no, I'm ready. I'm physically ready, and I'm our best third base. I'm our best option. So I wouldn't be shocked that Bob Melvin and Dave Gresher and all those guys are basically trying to hold him back right now. now because they're like, look, there's half a season to go, and this was you had a pretty good scare, and we're pretty close to a pretty big injury, so they're trying to be careful here, but Matt's itching to get out there.
And wouldn't that be poetic, a guy that made his bones with the A's organization out in Oakland, returning back from that IL stint against the A's in Sacramento tomorrow. An old pal, Justin Verlander, going to be there pitching for the Giants instead.
If he can't get a win against the A's, he said this last week.
I'm going to say, actually, let me look up his career record against the A's. Maybe
I'll talk about stuff while you do that. Please. There. Again, kids, you mentioned the Chapman timeline, and again, I'm sure if you ask Matt Chapman right now, he's like, oh, yeah, I could suit up tonight. What are you talking about? And it's always been Bob Melvin's line is whatever Matt Chapman's saying, add a few days or a week onto it, because Chapman's going to put his timeline further ahead than what the training staff is going to do. They got to protect him from himself, so to speak. So again, it all signs are pointing to this next homestand. We're going to see Matt Chapman there. Hopefully he can hit the ground running, get this lineup fully going, and let's maybe swing at some of these meatball pitches over the middle of the plate instead of just staring at them.
Check this out. In his career, this might be his best numbers against any opponent, like with this many starts. 30 appearances against the A's in Justin Verlander's career. 17-8 record, 2.64 ERA, 203 strikeouts. Then you go playoffs, 4-0 record, 1.24 ERA, 49 strikeouts in 5 appearances.
Just need to tell him it's Game 5 of the ALDS. Maybe he'll pitch better.
In his last 10 games against the Athletics, he is 6-2 with an ERA of 2.70 and 88 strikeouts. And obviously that's going back to his Houston days, probably the most recent that he's done that against. Although he did have a start this season against the A's when the Giants swept the A's, but that's when he got hurt in that game, if I'm not mistaken, right,
well,
Sam?
Yeah, well, Wilmer Flores won that first game,
yes.
9-1, and then you had the walk-off on Saturday
They won that
night.
day, but Verlander did not get the win. Let me make that clear. Yes.
And then, that was the Saturday game when they got the walk-off.
Yes.
And then, they got the normal win on that Sunday there. I wasn't able to watch that game. I had car troubles, so classic.
What happened to your car?
Check engine light was on.
Oh, the worst.
Yeah,
oh.
we got it fixed. It was for the dumbest reason, too.
Go to Valvoline, bro.
That is true. No. Love a good Valvoline there. Maybe Honda Vallejo. Maybe they can hook me up. I don't know if they're actually the sponsor for this.
Ford, you just go
no, it's a Valvoline coming up. Never mind. I jumped the gun on the reads there.
Okay.
They all look the same after a while. So, what isn't the same, though, is the this or that question that we cooked up. It's not the same as yesterday. It is a different one. I assume, I don't know, Carter is the one cooking it up. Carter's cooks right now.
Well, Sam came in earlier and tried to get a little sneak preview of it, so I had to change it and throw a curveball at you.
You can't be doing that. You like the kid on Christmas Eve trying to sneak the presents that mom and dad are wrapping up?
They're always
what are you doing,
empty
Sammy?
boxes.
They're always just empty. Stop, please.
Yeah,
what is
so
it, Sammy?
I just got
Carter?
off the phone with the big boss man, and we did some talking.
Carter,
and
you gotta change it up.
Yeah.
No, hold on. He legit called you. He's like, I got a great idea for this or that. Look.
I actually called him.
Oh, you called him. Oh, okay.
Because I had a different idea,
on the
after
River
Sam
Islands
came
gas
in.
line.
Yeah, and today's this or that is which holiday you prefer. This is somewhat in tribute to Joe Shasky. Which holiday do you prefer, 4th of July or Thanksgiving?
It's not even close.
Oh,
are you serious?
Oh, we're serious.
It's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
Oof.
888-957-9570. First and foremost,
doozy.
Start lining them up. This segment is about you, the people. 888-957-9570. This or that. You taking 4th of July or you taking Thanksgiving? 888-957-9570. I know my answer.
I might be stumped on this one.
Are you serious?
I'm struggling right now.
What are you struggling with?
Well, I mean, I like both of those holidays. You're asking me to pick one?
Stop.
Stop. It's like if I this or that, your
so
kids.
Overrated.
Like, that's just
it's so overrated. It is.
I'm curious.
And yes, I love my country too, but like I hate fireworks. It's been a war zone in Oakland the last couple months for me. It's in the Bay Area.
It's been popping off. I like it.
Yeah, literally. Oakland, San Francisco, South Bay.
I'm sure they're
North
hearing in Concord too.
4th of July starts for like 2 months ago. The amount of fireworks that are going off.
Well, the good news is we got another month afterwards.
Great. This or that. 4th of July or Thanksgiving, what are you taking? After that, we'll get into some more Golden State Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga. To wrap it all up, it's Spadoni, it's Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast, and it's brought to you by Valvoline. Planning a road trip? Tahoe, Napa, or down the coast? I know Sam might be. Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons.
Hi, how are you?
Fugazi, whatever you want to call it, Zawoozi, Zawazi.
This is Big Pun from South City. You are now tuned in to the Morning Roast with my boy, Original Joe, and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Big Pun? It's Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky alongside Joe Spadoni here. One more segment before handing it off to Steiny and Guru. And by the way, make sure you're locked into Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. The Giants and A's play each other this weekend, and Sam Lubman, who's sitting right across from me, was joined by former 95.7 The Game producer / host Kyle Madsen, who is obviously a host for the Insiders at our sister station ESPN 1320 in Sacramento. They preview the series that will pit the A's awful pitching against the Giants' awful hitting. Something's got to give. Plus, Kyle shares his go-to spot to hit up before you head to the games this weekend. That leads us to, Carter, if you're ready, this or that. All right, it's this or that. The crack staff in the back and the big boss man, they thought of something great in honor of 4th of July tomorrow, Independence Day. 888-957-9570. Are you taking Thanksgiving or are you taking 4th of July? Now, I started thinking about this one a little bit more, and this is something I have in regards to 4th of July being over Thanksgiving. Now, everyone is going to go Thanksgiving usually if you're a sports fan. Why? Because the football, Sam. You get football all day. Whether it's the Lions, who have sucked for most of our lives. I know they're good lately, but you got to watch the crummy Lions or the mediocre Cowboys.
Hey, that Shabuzi concert he did at Troy was pretty cool.
Great. Not as cool as Jack Harlow's horrible one a couple years ago. Remember that? Ugh.
Well, that was cool. Awful. And there was like ice on the stage.
There you go. Didn't Beyonce do one last year on Thanksgiving, right? She did one. She kicked off her Cowboy Carter tour. Yeah, Netflix has games now. There's a lot of games happening on Thanksgiving.
The official network of the Kansas City Chiefs.
So football's always going to trump baseball on 4th of July. I'm sorry. It just is. Football in general, it doesn't matter when it is. It could be played in spring, and we're taking it over 4th of July. NFL football. Let me keep that a buck.
You got Texas A&M now. That's people might watch that at some point.
That being said, I will take 4th of July food over Thanksgiving food. If I was served cheeseburgers and hot dogs on 4th of July with my football, brother, I'd be so damn happy.
You and every 9-year-old out there. And me.
I'll take the Martinellis too still. We'll keep the Martinellis there. It's not even Thanksgiving
at that point. You're just having food.
Another thing to take into account here is the weather.
The weather? Yeah, but the weather's... Again,
I like fall.
In the Bay, let's keep it a buck. It might be the same tomorrow here in San Francisco as it is in November. It might be the same exact weather. Well, yeah, it just is what it is.
When you get out to the East Bay, though, when you get out to Concord, oh, no, that July 4th and Thanksgiving, that is two very different climates right there.
Yeah, it depends, though. Sometimes you get a cold front. You never know.
No,
I'm in
you do
Oakland,
not get cold.
I'm in Oakland, Sam. We're both in Oakland.
Yeah,
so it might be
I used to
the
live out in the East Bay. As one who grew up in Walnut Creek and then lived in Concord for a minute, yeah, no, July, you'll get some scorchers there.
It's going to be, in Oakland the next few days, 64 degrees. So
just basically perfect.
Basically what I can get in mid-November in Oakland as well. So 888-957-9570.
So which one
or that?
Which one are you taking?
July or Thanksgiving?
And for this question, yeah, you have to have the proper food on that day. You can't switch the food up.
You can't. And
that's not in this one. I do agree with you. I would rather have. If you give me turkey on the 4th of July, I'm looking at you like, what are we doing here? Like I'd be
big mad.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm giving you a perplexed look.
Now, if I get pumpkin pie tomorrow,
we can have pumpkin pie every day.
I'd be all in. Yeah, but you never have it every day. You're not Mel Kiper unless you're some weirdo like that likes to eat it every day.
My forehead isn't big enough.
Guy's insane.
Yes, he is.
Todd. But I'm going Thanksgiving only because football. I know that's an easy answer. It is. I'm not lying to the audience. I'm not trying to do this thing and this contrived take. Football is king. It's always going to be king. It dominates. Give me some Brock Purdy if he's playing on Turkey Day. I know he's not. Or the 49ers aren't playing on Thanksgiving this year, right? They're not? No?
I don't believe so, no.
So there you go. Give me football. Even if it's the Lions, Dan Campbell, Man Campbell, even if it's whoever the head coach of the Cowboys is, Brian Schottenheimer and Dak Prescott, or in this case, Whack Prescott these days, and whatever the Sunday Night Football game is. I'll be locked in. I will be.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess.
And then you got the Black Friday game the next day. Let's go.
I mean, again, I know you're knocking, I know you're propping up football on Thanksgiving, but we got a absolutely incredible, as Draymond Green would say, 4th of July matchup when it comes to baseball. I'm not talking about Giants A's. No, I am not going there. I am not talking about Mets Yankees at Citi Field. That's not the place I'm going to. Tomorrow evening at 5:10 Pacific time, so you'll have time to watch this before the fireworks go off, you could watch the absolute beautiful baseball game that will be between the Chicago White Sox and the Colorado Rockies.
I'm out.
Y'all, like if you can't get up for that
I'm out.
That's one of those matchups where it's so bad you just have to take a look just to see. It's like when the Panthers and the Browns play each other or something like that. It's just when it's just so bad you have to look just to see how bad it can get.
That is god awful. I will at least bet on Browns versus Panthers like a degenerate. I'm not sniffing or touching White Sox Rockies. Is that in Colorado?
Yes.
Okay, well, that at least look nice.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Backdrop.
Oh, no,
Really
the backdrop will be nice.
yeah.
And again, it's Colorado where anything can happen with those offenses. That's just going to be such a terrible 3-day week.
The 2025 Thanksgiving slate is actually really good for the NFL. Packers, Lions, 10 o'clock.
That's a little bit better than White Sox Rockies.
Kansas City Chiefs, Dallas Cowboys at 1:30.
Are the Chiefs just going to become the new? That's against the Cowboys.
Yep.
Oh, so that won't be on Netflix.
Nope.
Oh,
that's
okay.
CBS, and then the NBC game is going to be Bengals v. Ravens.
There's no Netflix game that day?
Nope. There is an Amazon Prime game, which does Black Friday, obviously.
Next
so
day,
Al
yeah.
Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit. Remember last year it was Raiders Chiefs, and they fumbled the snap. They was going to have that game-winning drive, Aiden O'Connell, and they didn't, and the Chiefs ended up holding on to win that game. But, yeah, it's going to be Packers, Lions, Chiefs, Cowboys, Bengals, Ravens. That's incredible.
And
on Thanksgiving. And you're going to be locked into every single one of those games.
Oh, absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. Love to hear some people pick this one. I'm going to go Thanksgiving, too. For a lot of the similar reasons. I do love the football. And, I do love the Thanksgiving spread. I'm one of those people, I bring mac and cheese to my Thanksgiving, so I think mac and cheese is a great addition for any Thanksgiving table. I had to, fight with my grandma on that one for a few years before I could finally get that one approved. So
Grandma doesn't like mac and cheese?
She likes to have a particular Thanksgiving menu.
What is it?
It's a whole thing. It's the standard stuff. You got your turkey, your stuffing, your green bean thing.
Casserole?
There was, it's not a casserole. It's just kind of assorted green beans. She makes really good pearl onion sauce that's really good. Yeah. And stuff like that. We got our bread rolls. And, of course, there's lots of wine. There's always wine served at the Lubman Thanksgiving. So I'm going to go Thanksgiving. That being said, though,
that was a very depressing spread. Continue.
I got to, that's why I try to liven it up.
Jesus.
And I like just being able to kind of sit around and watch football all day. I feel like things on 4th of July, there's a lot of moving around you got to do.
Hot, you're sweaty.
Exactly. That said, though, 4th 4th of July does have a special place because it's also my sister's birthday tomorrow. So shout out to you, Sylvia. It's your 24th. God, wow, 24th. That is
Jack Bauer.
That is far too old. That is aging far too fast for me. So, Sylvia, shout out to you. Happy birthday. Hoping to take her to breakfast
Hope
tomorrow.
her birthday is booming. Yeah, Antonio Brown. Is he still on the run, by the way, Antonio Brown? Have we caught him?
Can we just never hear
He's gone.
Can we just never hear from him ever again?
He's in the Middle East. He's hanging out in Dubai.
That's what I last heard.
Oh, my God.
I'm feeling really bad now about my Thanksgiving spread that I just laid. I feel like I just threw my family under the bus.
Very depressing. Well, once you have your own family, Sam, you can do whatever you want.
Oh, but there's like 4 or 5 different pies we always have at our Thanksgiving too, plus ice cream. So it comes up at the end there. But no, I'm going Thanksgiving over 4th of July, a lot closer than I would anticipate. Though.
Okay, and for those of you that want to participate, the number 888-957-9570 is anyone taking 4th of July over Thanksgiving. I dare you to call in and defend that take.
On YouTube, El Guapo is going with Thanksgiving. It's not even good. You got lots of football there. So there's some vote for Thanksgiving. Otis Bird is big on Thanksgiving because of the NFL slate.
It's not even close. It's not.
San Jose Jazz fan, all in on 4th of July.
Why?
Okay. I don't know. He needs to say why. He just said he's all in on it. So we'll see. Oh, because Mrs. Jazz fan likes 4th of July. So there you go.
I think I had the take earlier in the week that Valentine's Day is actually even better than 4th of July.
Well, that's just an abject lie.
And all you guys just got so offended. You guys are getting no action. That's what that tells me on Valentine's. People that are getting action, taking it every single day out of the week over 4th of July. Damn straight.
It's just a horrible take.
It's just, please, horrible take. You're wearing a yellow sweater. Stop it.
What's wrong with the sweater? What's wrong with the sweatshirt? It's a hoodie sweatshirt.
It's a Nike sweatshirt, dude.
Ooh.
Our people can't rock the yellow sweaters and the sweatshirts and the hoodies. We just don't look good.
What do you mean our people?
We just don't. I said our people.
L is calling Thanksgiving a big chill day. That's just the letter L. That's what his username was. So
or her.
Or their name. Here we go. Loco Moco, 4th of July, give me all the fireworks.
Okay.
Because if there's one thing I want to see, it's a bunch of people who have no experience with fireworks launching them here in the tinderbox that is the state of California. What could possibly go wrong?
Do you know what a Loco Moco is? The food?
I have, the Loco Moco burger out of Hawaii. I make my own sometimes.
Oh, it's not even a burger. It's just it's rice, and then you got the hamburger patty, and then you got the egg on top.
Well, yeah, I guess I say...
But you can get a burger. I like it. Sure, why not?
Yeah, no, I love it. Yeah, rice, burger, gravy, egg. Oh, it's an incredible. I learned about that on Man vs. Food.
Oh, there you go. Adam Richman. There you go. I was raised on Man vs. Food with Adam Richman, Bizarre Foods with Andrew Zimmern, and rest in peace, No Reservations, Anthony Bourdain. Travel Channel. Goated.
Is that the trifecta of Food Network travel
It wasn't
people?
Food. It was Travel Channel.
Travel Channel. Well, I guess that like the trifecta of food people.
Before it became like the
Zimmer,
the
Bourdain, and Richmond.
Yeah, before it became like Ghost Hunters and like all like the spirit medium stuff that it is now. It was those three that carried the water for that entire channel. And then I watched it all on Netflix back when Netflix only costed like $3 or $4 on my Xbox
share it with
Live.
people.
Yeah, and you can share it with anyone. Now it's literally like $20.
We talk about food though. We talk about food eating on those 2 days. Obviously, there's no real competitions on Thanksgiving, but 4th of July does have the hot dog eating contest. And I don't know, I don't get crazy for it, but that is something that I kind of enjoy just for like the absolute ridiculousness of it all. Watching guys dunk bread in water and then shoveling some hot dogs in their mouth right afterwards.
The Glizzy Gobblers.
Why do we call them Glizzy? When did that become a thing?
I have no idea.
Like, I don't understand that one. Is that like, could someone who's young and hip explain to me why we call it Glizzy?
I'm looking at it right now. It's a slang that originated as a term for a Glock handgun and also evolved to refer a hot dog, particularly
John
in the
Moran
contest.
come up with this?
I'm just reading from AI, which, as we all know, knows all. Washington, D.C., as saying the area in which it did, the DMV, as they call it, over there in that metropolitan D.C. area. So there you go.
Okay,
the more you know.
So all right, there you go. I think it's when I think hot dog, I don't want to call that. I don't want to put a thing that's called a glizzy in my mouth.
Do you prefer the term glizzy or wiener?
Well, after what I just said, I don't really want to pick winner
there
now.
You go. You want to get?
You want me to say I like to have a? No, I'm not going to go down that road.
Where do you put Joey Chestnut in the top Bay Area athletes of all time? San Jose's own.
Oof, that's
greatest hot dog eater and competitive eater of all time. Not even close.
Who was on an episode of Man vs. Food?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's top 5. I don't even think he's top 10. I mean, he's done some great winning, but I mean,
do you consider competitive eating a sport?
I I don't consider it a sport, but I don't not consider it a sport. Like, it's definitely like I watched the doc on Joey Chestnut versus Kobayashi. And first off, Kobayashi, I mean, you talk about legends. Best retirement announcement ever. I no longer feel hunger. Like, oh, it's such a hard line. But like, they do actually do actual training and preparation for it. But like, I'm not going to look at Joey Chestnut and Stephen Curry and be like, those are two athletes right there. Those are two people who play sports. Like, I don't know if I'm putting them in the same room. It's competitive eating. It's a tier down below competitive active sports.
I have an article right here with Joey Chestnut, someone interviewing. This is from Meredith Begley, interviewing Joey Chestnut. This was from today, actually. It just dropped on Yahoo.
Ooh.
A little Q&A. You want to know Joey Chestnut's training regimen, Sam? Would you like to know what he does?
Oh, sure.
So for practices, this is Joey Chestnut, Pride of San Jose, one of the greatest, if not the greatest, competitive eater of all time.
Heavy favorite to win.
Heavy, of course he is. He didn't do it last year. It lost some of its luster, did it not, Carter?
He didn't. He's minus 1,800 to win this year.
You got all the money on Joey Chestnut, do you not?
I mean, what's the point? You're not going to make anything.
Well, you got a lot of money. You can just go put $2 million on and get something, right?
I don't think it works that way, but
quote,
easy now.
Quote, this is Joey Chestnut. I stop eating for about a day and a half, almost no solid food. I make sure I go in empty and loose. I do a bunch of burping and stretching exercises to make sure my core is ready. Before Nathan's, the hot dog eating contest, I like to do 8 or 9 practices. It gets more and more intense towards the end. Some practices take longer to recover from, especially if I'm doing it outside and it's hot. The natural casing is a little more work on the jaws when it comes to hot dog eating. So there you go. Doesn't like to eat a lot of food, doing stretching, some exercises. So there you go.
All right. Good to know. You ever see the, we'll pivot back to Kuminga in just a minute here, but you ever see
You think Jonathan Kuminga could beat, Joey Chestnut in the hot dog eating contest?
Could Joey Chestnut help the Warriors out?
Who do you think on the Warriors would give him the most run for the money? How about that?
Oh, damn. I think, why do I want to say Draymond?
Why do I think Brandon Pajemski is going to be showing up there? Courtside and all to the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Brandon Pajemski will just show up to the contest like, you know what? I think I could just eat 70 right now, and then I'm going to go play, a full 48-minute game right afterwards.
He did say
he's going to be dead serious when he says it.
He did say when he's done playing basketball, he thinks he can play in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, and that's absolutely ridiculous. And go eat 90 hot dogs, too, while you're at it. But no, the Man vs. Food episode where Adam Richman went down to San Jose. He went to Iguana's, the burrito place.
Oh, yeah.
And Joey Chestnut showed up, and they had the Burrito-Zilla, that 18-inch burrito they have down there.
Smash it?
Oh, he crushed it in like a minute. It was absolutely horrific and awesome to watch at the same time. You know what else might be horrific and awesome to watch at the same time is the 2025-2026 Warriors, depending on whether or not Jonathan Kuminga is on this team. And as we wrap up the show, how do you like that
you
segue
said to
right
hell
there?
with your fun conversation. Let's go back to the seriousness of Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, we were having fun with that one earlier.
Sure. I'm having fun. I actually am optimistic about the Warriors. Everyone else thinks they're cooked. I mean, I don't know why.
I just want them to
we
get
are the
better.
home of the Golden State Warriors, and they were just in the second round of the Western Conference playoffs. Whenever all of you left them for dead in January, you're having fun talking about them, discussing them. Now, all of a sudden, a month removed, they're done. They're cooked.
I don't say they're done or cooked. I just don't think they're in a place to call them a championship contender. They're a team that will make noise in the West. Yes, I do subscribe to the theory that if you have Steph, you have a chance. And any team going into the playoffs is not going to want to deal with the Warriors because Steph Curry on his own is probably at minimum one win in a series. Like just his existence, Warriors go into a playoff series basically with a 1-0 lead with Steph on the roster. But you need 4 of these to win, and yes, the one does help. When I look at how the league is getting younger, the league is getting faster, the league is getting stronger, bigger, more athletic.
Thank you, Daft Punk.
And I see the Warriors just sitting on their hands, kind of like, hey, we think we got it. To me, I can't get behind that strategy as being enough to get this team back into the NBA Finals because I look at the East, there is not a team that's going to come out of the East this year that I'm going to look at and be like, oh, man, I wouldn't want to face them in the finals. So really the Warriors is, can you get through the West gauntlet? And with the West getting as much better as it is, I just don't see it right now. And if there's something I'm missing, 888-957-9570, explain to me what I'm not seeing right now that suggests that this team can do more than what they did last year. Because I know what you said. if Steph didn't get hurt. But the reality is, when you're an older team, the injury risk is greater. And the Warriors do not have really any sort of insurance behind them with this old team that would allow them to overcome the age factor that they're going to be dealing with next year.
Tim Legler, ESPN, knows a thing or two about hoops when it comes to the NBA. He thinks the Warriors
Warrior legend?
He thinks the Warriors need JK more than he needs them.
I think that the Warriors need Jonathan Kuminga more than he needs them. And here's what I mean by that. Where are the athletes on this team? He does represent an athletic wing. The guy does have something from a skill standpoint and just a physical standpoint they don't have on their roster. I understand he's got warts. I know that. They wish he was a little bit more locked in, like defensively with his concentration. They wish that he was more consistent with his rebounding effort. I get all of that. The guy has played almost 6,000 minutes for the Golden State Warriors, and he's still auditioning. I think at some point you've got to come to the realization it's not going to happen for him in Golden State, where he's going to break through. And guess what? It might not happen somewhere else either, but I think Jonathan Kuminga, to find out, I think he needs to go somewhere where he doesn't have such cynicism looking at him all the time, waiting for the bad habits to crop themselves so he can go back to the bench. That's what I mean by that. They need him. They need the physical specimen that he is. He needs a fresh start somewhere else to see what this guy can actually become in this.
888-957-9570. Wow. You just heard it from Tim Legler. Do the Warriors need Jonathan Kuminga more than Jonathan Kuminga needs the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570. I ask you, Samuel Patrick James Lubman.
No, there's no James in there, but I kind of do agree with that. I think the Warriors would be absolutely benefiting from the presence of Jonathan Kuminga. He's exactly what I want them to have. I want them to have someone younger, more athletic, and who can come in and take that load off of whatever the load is on Steph and Draymond and Jimmy and all them. That being said, though, to the other point of what Legler said, it all comes down to if Kuminga doesn't want to be here, if he doesn't want to be here, what are the odds that never rears his ugly head during the regular season? Like, what are the odds that it's never any frustration? There's never any tense conversations about it. If the dude doesn't want to be here, then I feel like that just creates a situation where you're just not going to get the best performance out of him.
Yeah, I think the league's telling Jonathan Kuminga right now, and he's realizing, and he's getting humble a little bit. Shout out Kendrick Lamar. They don't want you to.
See, I don't know if it's just that black and white. I don't think it's as black and white as the league doesn't want him. I think
if someone really wanted Jonathan Kuminga, I don't think it's taken a whole hell of a lot to go get him. And no one's really going out of their way to do that right now. They're just not.
Well, I think it's also, again, it's like Bobby Marks said, it's just a rough time to be a restricted free agent. There is a free agent market out there right now with teams that don't have cap space. They don't want to spend the money because Adam Silver's put all these goofy, nutty rules on spending that is forcing teams to break themselves up, and no one just wants to dump a pile of money on guys right now. It is what it is, and Kuminga's got kind of caught between a rock and a hard place that, on top of all the other issues in terms of just what he is, it's not just that the league doesn't want Kuminga. There are other factors at play that are determining that. I don't think teams are just looking at Jonathan Kuminga and being like, yeah, no, what he brings to the table isn't for us. Like, I think a lot of teams would get some use out of Jonathan Kuminga, but there are money issues at play as well. And I know we all love talking about money all the time, but that is an absolute, I believe that is a reality, is going to be impacting his market, and unfortunately in a very negative way.
Speaking of Bobby Marks, you referenced that sound. Let's just go ahead and play it on Willard and Dibs yesterday.
Yeah, let's play that.
ESPN capologist expert, former assistant GM, Bobby Marks, talking about it not being a good time to be a restricted free agent.
The market tells you it's not a good time to be a restricted free agent. That's what the market tells you. I think if you're trying to bring back Kuminga and you're also trying to get big, whether it be a player like Al Horford, for example, you're probably your threshold as far as a new contract is, I don't know, 16, 18, maybe could you get closer to 20? That's probably where, you're probably your walkaway number would be.
All right. So Bobby Marks there, sound courtesy of the River Islands guest line, by the way. More from Bobby Marks on why Kuminga might not want to do a sign and trade.
Sign and trades are interested because it has to be a minimum of 3 years. So if you're Jonathan Kuminga, you want to be locked into a contract for the next 3 years that not to your liking, even though you'll maybe double what you get in a QO this year. Or as I said, your best chance to just become an unrestricted free agent, next offseason by signing that 1 year deal.
And when he says QO, obviously meaning qualifying offer, the $7.5 million. And speaking of that qualifying offer, let's just complete the trifecta here of Bobby Marks. What would Kuminga just taking that qualifying offer look like for Golden State?
If you took that number, then they would probably have the whole $14.1 million, or most of it non-tax mid-level exception.
So you get that mid-level exception, bring in maybe Al Horford, whoever else you want to bring. Real quick, as we're talking about Jonathan Kuminga here, and Tim Legler is saying the Warriors need Kuminga more than Kuminga needs the Golden State Warriors. Do you agree? Do you disagree? 888-957-9570. We're talking JK here. I did want to get your thoughts. We've got like 10 minutes left to go. Damian Lillard is an interesting name in all of this because I do think he could be of use this season, even if he doesn't end up playing basically at all, maybe towards the end of the season, doing rehab, what have you. I don't know. He's older. It's an Achilles injury. You never know with these things. But would you take a flyer on Damian Lillard just to be like kind of that veteran presence on the bench, Sam, while he's doing his rehab?
I don't know what that presence looks. I guess he'd be around the team during games and stuff like that, and being like, "Yeah, good job, guys. Way to go."
No, but I know cynicism aside, but
and yeah, he'll be around, and yeah,
there was a tangible effect. I know he played with them, but like when Jimmy Butler came here, it was another voice that some of those young players could lean on and go to.
Yeah, so in that sense, I mean, I don't know how you quantify that in terms of like wins and losses on the court and how much Dame kind of being that presence would help there. Am I interested to take a flyer on him? Sure. But like I'm not expecting him to play at all this next season, playoffs included. I mean, an Achilles injury for a point guard, I mean, he needs that tendon a lot. He is, Dame is a very explosive player. He likes to cut back and forth on the court. He needs that explosiveness to be a scoring threat on top of a three-point shooting threat. So without that, I don't know what he's going to look like. I mean, it took a little while for Kevin Durant had 18 months to come back. Granted, that was also because of the pandemic and all that stuff that helped him out. But having those 18 months, and even still, he didn't look quite right when he got back. He had a good initial return.
He was a baller in that playoffs. His shoe was a little bit smaller.
He was a big toe away from potentially being in the finals because they absolutely probably would have waxed the Hawks in that Eastern Conference Finals there. But ever since then, it's just been a slow petering away for Kevin Durant, where it's like he's still a really, really good player. But if you're looking for the KD of years past, that is nothing but a memory there, folks. And Damian Lillard, a little bit older, I mean, his age 35 season is going to be gone. It's not happening. He's not going to play. So now you're hoping that basically 2 years from now, a 36-year-old Damian Lillard with a 39-year-old Steph Curry and a 37-year-old Draymond Green and a 37-year-old Jimmy Butler are going to be your veteran core there. And that just goes back into the argument I've been kind of making throughout the show, is that an older team like that, I don't have faith in them holding up throughout the entirety of a season. I know, with Jimmy Butler last year, it all went really well. Jimmy also took off like a chunk of the season while he was protesting his presence on the Miami Heat. Mm-hmm. So his legs were a little bit fresher last year than they will be this year, unless Jimmy decides to just, head off to Dubai for a couple weeks in the middle of the season to hang with AB and chill out for a little bit. And God hope that never happens. I want to retract what I said there.
That would be a hilarious duo.
If it's like December.
Their paths definitely crossed when AB was in the Tampa Bay, right? As when he was a Buck. Absolutely, that had to have happened. If there is any person I want to say is far away from any human being ever right now, it's Antonio Brown. Well, Puff Daddy, but continue.
Oh yeah, he's in they could both go to Mars somewhere and just never be seen.
I like how he
again.
hasn't been called Puff Daddy in like 2 decades, probably. I just call him that anyways. It doesn't even matter.
Well, he'll be puffing on something.
Whoa!
I don't even know what that means. What's he gonna puff on?
Continue, Sam. You're down on the old men, okay? You're down on the old guys.
It's when have super old teams with very little youth behind them ever actually succeeded in this league? I know that our friend Carlos, I think it was Carlos, or was it Steve? I don't remember. Brought up the Spurs, who had obviously Kawhi Leonard, kind of being the driving force of that team, and I just don't see that here with this current Warriors team. It's, now if it's bring back Jonathan Kuminga on the qualifying offer and then you add Al Horford in the mix, which once you add Al Horford in the mix, you're no longer running it back with the same team because the addition of Al Horford, let me check my notes here, makes the team a little bit different.
real quick.
If it's that,
yeah,
again, older, but if you could bring Horford off the bench, maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's something there. But even then, I feel like I'm grasping at straws. Again, trying to rely on a 39 going on 40-year-old center to be the missing piece for the Warriors. When you say it out loud, it doesn't sound like a dependable strategy.
Real quick, Antonio Brown and Jimmy Butler, you just do a quick Google search, are known to be good friends and have trained together despite their different sports. Once upon a time, a notable incident involved a $30,000 bet where Jimmy Butler bet Antonio Brown that he couldn't catch a pass in the red zone if he was defending him. Butler lost the bet and confirmed the debt on social media. This was about 6 years ago.
Did he pay the bet off?
You know how old this is? It says Oakland Raiders wide receiver Antonio Brown. Yikes. It's been a minute since then. Frozen feet and all. But I can absolutely imagine those two guys being friends. Maybe at this point, probably if you're
AB
Butler,
and JB.
Yeah, if you're Jimmy Butler, probably in the last couple of years, probably distanced yourself from that.
Well, one would certainly hope.
That bet was made after the perfect hit, so.
You know what?
Do you think AB even remembers it? I just hope Jimmy Butler paid him off.
CTESPN. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Dame Lillard. Bobby Marks, he touched on that too.
Ooh, he got on everything.
For him, it's like, okay, I'm already getting my money. How much do finances come play into it? Because whatever he earns, whatever his next team is, there's a set-off that Milwaukee will get some savings. So if you're Lillard and you want to sign for $10 million somewhere, it's great for you, but you're not getting into 10 from Golden State, for example, and the $22 million that's owed to him this year. So that number gets reduced. So I think if you're Dame, you're thinking, okay, why would I want to give money back to Milwaukee here where I'm already earning that amount? So we'll see what happens with him. It's a brutal injury for him. I don't see him being back. If anything, maybe the earliest in March, I would say. So I think any team that's is going to sign him, or if he wants to commit there, it's for the long game.
For the long game. 888-957-9570.
Like everyone, yes. Is there just like new special like technology? Like, do we have like back to tanks that you can soak your foot in and heal your Achilles now? Because again, Kevin Durant, his rehab was a little bit longer due to the whole world being a mess at the time. It took Clay what? So Clay went down in what? His Achilles injury was November. Is that correct?
Kevin Durant?
No, Clay Thompson.
Oh, Clay. Yeah, that was the second injury, correct?
Yes. He had the ACL in the finals, and then he's playing the pickup game, and he tore the Achilles there. I believe that was in November, right?
November or December, because it was a weird draft time. Yeah. I remember December, I believe. Yes.
So and then he came back in February, March-ish of the following season.
Yes.
That is a 13, 14-month recovery window there, and we all remember how slow that was, and then you got to get back up to game shape.
Players heal differently. Adrian Peterson,
absolutely.
His was like 6 months or something ridiculous.
And Achilles, though, that's a longer one, and you don't know what they're going to look like on the other side. So again, I'm not suggesting that Damian Lillard is not going to be able to bounce back and recover from this injury and he never play basketball again. No, I definitely expect him to come back and give another year or two of what he can. It's just this notion that if he does heal quickly enough to be available this season, that would be incredible. And shout out medical science for making that happen. But again, Achilles injury, you got to figure that's at minimum 12 months to come back. And that puts him back. Maybe if the Warriors can get past the second round next year and then they face the Thunder in the West Finals, then, hey, look, there's Dame Lillard's music.
By the way, it's just been an awful year for Achilles injuries, obviously.
Who hasn't torn their Achilles?
Was it Jason Tatum, right? Obviously, as we're talking about Dame Lillard, it's just been brutal this season when it comes to injuries. And is that the wear and tear? Is it too many games? Is it not? I don't know the answer. The fact of the matter is it's never a good time in any sport when some of the faces of the league are going down. I will say this for Dame Lillard. What better player to mentor Brandon Pajemski than Dame Lillard? I'm serious.
Pods probably thinks he's already better than Dame Lillard.
Well, maybe, but that's fine. I love the confidence, love the cockiness, whatever. Not the biggest player, right? Pod's 6'4", 6'5", right? You stand next to him, Carter. You would assume that.
Looks down on him.
6'3", yeah, 6'4".
Okay.
He's not that big.
Do you enjoy looking down on Brandon Pajemski?
Yeah, for sure.
You just look down, it's like, what's up, B?
Of all players, yes.
But Dame, not known for his defense. Brandon Pajemski, not known for his defense. Shoot the hell out of the ball when he wants to. At one point last year, Brandon Pajemski was the best three-point shooter for a stretch. Like, maybe Dame is the perfect player to mentor him. In the meantime, you ready for some Fast Five, Carter? You ready for that? Let's do it. That is pretty crazy. I didn't realize all three of those guys wear number 0 that tore their Achilles. Dame, Halliburton, and Tatum.
How many healthy Achilles do they have? Actually,
oh, jeez. Well, no, they'd have 3.
They actually have 2.
The other ones, right? But
Yeah.
they work fine. So there you go.
so actually that joke doesn't hold up.
Russell Westbrook did not tear his Achilles this year. He's actually still looking for a team. You want Russell Westbrook? You guys want him?
Sure.
Sure?
Nothing matters.
Oh, my
No,
God.
I want nothing to do with him.
Talk about toxicity, that guy. Westbrook.
Imagine
Just don't
him-
say Westbrook in the stands. He'll have you kicked out.
Imagine him and Pajemski just cranking up brick after brick after brick. Oh, that would be fun.
At least he's not going to be all, pods, and I'll defend him on this. He does not go at the media like one Russell Westbrook would have done. So there is that.
Oh, that first Westbrook-Bonte interview.
Oh, shocked you talking to me. What you got, Sam? What's your final thought today as we head into 4th of July tomorrow?
My final thought is there was a retirement in the Major League Baseball world yesterday of one Kevin Pillar, who Giants fans remember the season he had back in 2019, hit 23 home runs, was a very fun defender to watch the field with the highlight reel diving plays that he made out there. It was a fun year. And remember, the Giants got him about a week into the season as they were scrambling to put their outfield together. Shout out Farhan Zaidi for that one. And there was a time where it was Connor Joe, Michael Reed, and Kevin Pillar were the Giants outfield for a week or so in 2019 before Mike Yastrzemski eventually came along. But Pillar announced his retirement yesterday. And my Pillar memory doesn't even have to do with Kevin Pillar, because it was after that season the Giants decided to non-tender him and let him become a free agent. And that December of 2019, about 3 months prior to, the collapse of the world, I got to go to the season ticket holder event thing with a friend of mine. And there was a woman who stood up and said, Farhan, here in San Francisco, we sing this song called I Left My Heart in San Francisco. But I feel like you ripped out our hearts in San Francisco when you did not bring Kevin Pillar back. And everyone in the room was like, yeah, what's going on with that? What's the deal with that? And Farhan Zaidi, and it was probably a harbinger of things to come, had this look on his face like he could not fathom the concept that Giants fans actually got attached to Kevin Pillar.
I'm kind of with Farhan on this.
He was,
one.
no, it was a great move. Like, Pillar's like, you look at all like the underlying metrics. It was just like, yeah, he was a 1-year stopgap. You weren't going to hold on to him. And Pillar, he hasn't really done anything since he left. But it was just, Giants fans formed such an attachment to him in that 1 year because of the diving catches and stuff like that. And to see the anger that the fan base had over not bringing him back, and then seeing the absolute shock in Farhan's face, like, oh, I will never forget that moment. And unfortunately, yeah, it was a harbinger of things to come because Farhan unfortunately had zero pulse on the feelings of this fan base.
So we did the Dennis Schroeder, who he played for game a couple days ago.
Is Pillar another one of those guys?
Kevin Pillar played for 10 different franchises.
Don't do this to me.
Can you guess them?
Oh, I don't want to. We don't have time for this.
Just come on. You know a couple of them.
Giants, Blue Jays.
Correct. That's 2.
White Sox, I want to say.
White Sox is 1. Ding.
Mets.
Correct. That's
all right.
4.
Oh, God, he wasn't a Dodger, was he?
Yes, he was.
Oh,
That's
my
a
God.
5.
What is going on here?
You're crushing it, Sammy. You're halfway there.
Where else was he?
Where did he go after the Giants?
Where did he go after the Giants? Well, he went to Boston
Yeah,
for a minute,
That's
didn't he?
6.
Was he in Tampa at one point? Or
Was not a Ray.
Oh, I'm thinking of Kiermaier. Never mind.
So you got 4 more.
Was he? I'm just gonna start guessing. Was he ever a Rocky?
He was.
Oh my goodness!
Three
Look
more
at me
to
go. Was he a Diamondback at any point?
He was not a Diamondback.
Let's see. We got 2 minutes left, and you guys tell me the final 3. I'm punting.
Did you say White Sox?
I did say White Sox.
Braves.
Okay.
Angels.
Ah.
And this season, most recent with the Rangers.
That's right.
So there you go.
You know what? And I saw him with the Rangers too, with Bochy.
So 10 franchises for Kevin Pillar, as he calls it a career. We're going to call it a show today because we got Steiny and Guru.
Doesn't Carter have a
coming
final
next.
thought?
If he wants, sure.
Yeah, I got a final thought. Honestly, I'm going to rip the Warriors right now. Listen, if they trade Kuminga for Devin Carter and Dario Saric,
what are we doing?
I'm going to think that Dunleavy is completely clueless. That is such a Farhan move. Don't try and sell me on that. That is complete crap.
I love that. Oh, this is a fun one today.
Farhan never even did anything like getting Jimmy Butler over here. Don't you dare disrespect Mike Dunleavy like that again. Turn off your mic. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity at home. We're on the go. We get the fastest internet to all your devices. We'll do it again Monday. Sam in there. In the meantime, have a happy 4th. Have safe. Please be safe, for the love of God. We don't need a Jason Pierre-Paul situation. Can we not do
Beat me
that?
by 1 second on
Please
that.
don't do that. Steiny and Goo next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you. Here for good.
go now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
I will never get duped again.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7
Oh, boy. Evan sticking it to you early.
Yeah.
Happy 4th of July weekend, everybody.
Yeah. I'm surprised we're in here.
Why?
We got the skeleton crew in here today. No Willard. No Shasky.
I think.
No Boss.
Yay!
He's at DMV getting a real ID.
I think we know the grinders at this station. Mm-hmm. I got to tell you something.
You're great.
I got to tell you something. I am inspired today by one Sam Lubman.
And you haven't shared this with me.
You know, I got to tell you something. I realized listening to Sam today that I've changed a little bit, I guess. And as it relates to the Warriors, I'm listening to Spadoni talk about action.
Spadone.
And I'm listening to Sam Lubman doing a great Howard Cosell impression of telling it like it is.
Hey,
and I thought, you know what? I think Lubman's right. We got trouble brewing here, Goo.
In regard to?
We're 4 days in to free agency. The Warriors are the only team that hasn't done anything.
Well, you know what? And I love Sam and those locks, but the bottom line is you sound spoiled. What about Jimmy Butler? We got
doesn't count.
See, and that's you're just like the internet now. We got our toy. We got our toy. Now are we going to keep our young Thundercat? That's what this is about. Why do I feel like he's got the leverage?
Who?
Kuminga.
Bobby Marks differs.
He's got no leverage. I mean, the only leverage he has right now is to sign the qualifying offer at $7.9 million and then try and go out in free agency next offseason here. When you look at the landscape of the league right now, I mean, it took Milwaukee waiving Damian Lillard and paying him $25 million over the next 5 years just to create cap space. Of course, there's the sign and trade mechanism here, but that requires cooperation from Golden State as far as what salaries they would want to take back in a deal here. So I think that's, I think if he's going to be on a long-term contract, it's going to be basically on the terms of the Warriors as far as what that number could be. And what happens with Kuminga dictates what your flexibility is also with what you have, whether it's your tax mid-level exception or maybe you have your full exception here.
All right, and we'll give the point to Bobby. But real quick, Steiny, this is how I look at all of this with the Guru computer. We need Jonathan more than he needs us. That's the rat on the table early, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. I've decided we need him and what he is and what he can be more than he needs us.
That sounds great, but the Warriors did fine without him last year when Jimmy Butler got here.
I'll give you that.
So here was one thing I was thinking about as it relates to the Warriors, and of course I asked, have you watched the Celtics documentary?
I have not.
Evan, have you? No, he hasn't either. Okay.
I told you, I don't watch propaganda.
Wow. And that bothers you.
So a big theme of the Celtics, now they've had a long history, is when they've had a great player or great players, it's the responsibility of the great players to groom someone to be the next great player.
I don't know why I went to incorporate.
Oh, fine.
Okay.
So now the Celtics, it doesn't mean there aren't gaps here and there, but the Celtics went from Russell to Havlicek to Cowens, then Bird, to a lesser extent, Reggie Lewis. Lenny Bias was supposed to be. Reggie Lewis could have been. Anyway, I just started to think about the Warriors. And it hit me that, and someone might be like, welcome to the party, Steiny. Like, they haven't developed, or they don't have the next. And Steph and Butler and Draymond are almost done. And wow, there's no next. And what I'm getting at is, okay, well, who could have been the next?
Oh, boy.
And listen, I'm not talking about the next Steph Curry. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the next iteration of the Warriors and who's going to lead them.
And we botched it.
You had Jordan Poole could have been that guy, or one, and it doesn't have to be one guy. It just doesn't.
Right.
They had a shot with Kuminga. They had a shot with Poole.
Moody.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at. Moody's not a star. Like when I go back and look at all these players, young players the Warriors have had over the years, I think it has absolutely been a fact that outside of Jordan Poole, they have not either had a player emerge or allowed a player to emerge. And that's an organizational thing. It's a Draymond and Steph thing. But the only players, the only young players who've ever thrived here in Golden State have been role players. They've been role players.
You're describing Kevon Looney.
And the one guy that they had that was better than a role player was Jordan Poole.
Oh, my gosh.
And he's gone.
Yeah.
And the hope was that Kuminga might be the guy.
We're 4 years in.
And the thing is, here's what I really think. If Joe Lacob or Steve Kerr Dunleavy just heard what I had to say, I think they'd say, well, we like Pods. We like Podziemski as the next. And I'm not going to sit here and take shots at Podziemski, but
you can keep it real.
There's a level of player that the Warriors need to pass a baton to, and Podziemski's not there yet. And it's just gotten me to thinking about playing with Steph, Draymond, Clay back in the day, Butler now, when Durant was here, for Steve Kerr. And I'm starting to think it's kind of like that Giants thing where it's not, quote, official that hitters don't want to come here, but hitters don't seem to want to come here. And with the Warriors, I'm not saying players don't want to come here, but what I'm saying is I think there is something with the Warriors where they only appeal to a certain percentage of player. And if you're not in that percentage of player, you either don't really want to be here or, quite frankly, the Warriors don't want you here.
Okay.
And so where we're at right now is a tenuous point because we're old, but we have no star that's young.
Yeah.
And what do we do?
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
Well, you can't. Hey, I hear you talking, Steiny. That was great, but let's do it. It's Golden State Warriors on mine all day, every day. Okay? So you sit here and you fought me and you said I cannot say Tyrese Halliburton, who now is a star/superstar, he could have been the pick instead of James Wiseman. LaMelo Ball, who's got some flash and flair, could have been James Wiseman. But we botched that. So just because the calendar turns and the years, grow or change, it doesn't minimize the failure that was the James Wiseman pick. Because I'm looking right now at some of the great number 2 picks in the draft, Steiny, and I don't care if you guys don't like this. Kevin Durant, Gary Payton, Alonzo Mourning, Isaiah Thomas, Bob McAdoo, Jason Kidd, Jerry West. Those are the Bill Russell. Those are the type of guys. And you could say, well, Guru, those dudes weren't in the draft. My point is we basically got nothing for James Wiseman. And then Jordan Poole, he got decked in the face. But let's not act like he didn't look like, okay, he's not going to be Steph. Nobody's going to be Steph. But damn it, he was holding it down. And when Steph was out, Jordan Poole could get you 25 to 30, and it looked like he could be part of the next. So now we're sitting here with Moody, we're sitting here with Kuminga, and they have not been developed, and now we don't know what to do. But what I'm not going to do on the day before 4th of July, Steiny, is cry in my beer. I'm going to put onus on the Warriors front office for not getting it right. You had a gift from the basketball gods with the Wiseman pick. You didn't get it right. You couldn't develop, for whatever reason, Jonathan Kuminga. Jordan Poole got decked. Nobody got suspended. And that guy that decked him is still here. And now he's running on fumes, I believe. So when I look at what and I listen to what you say, it's real. But my point, partner, is they got nobody to blame but themselves.
I'm going to take it a step further. And it's this. Had the Warriors drafted LaMelo Ball or Halliburton, let's leave Ball aside.
All right.
I want to leave Ball aside because there's too much going on with him particularly. I'm convinced that had the Warriors drafted Tyrese Halliburton, he would absolutely, positively not be the player he is now.
So what is that? What are you saying? Why?
Because when they drafted Wiseman, they still had Clay, Poole was still on this roster, and Steph Curry. And you can't tell me after watching the Warriors' MO for the last 10, 12 years under Steve Kerr that there would have been a runway for Halliburton with those three guys in front of him. I don't think there would have been the more I think about it. And so part of the issue is that as long as you've had the Durants, the Stephs, that you preempted yourself from having anyone emerge. And I think there's two things going on here. One is, I'm not sure the organization would ever, how do you emerge when everything is catered toward the champions? I don't know.
I know we're up against it, but that's why, and real quick, Steiny, to that point, I know the Warriors the last 3 years have not been in the finals, and some could say not a championship contender, but it's why I give Pods all the credit in the world. He still is dealing with that, but maybe it's because they're all older, but he's emerged to the degree he can emerge. You know what I mean? He's not a Halliburton, but damn if he was, he's took the bull by the horns and said, okay, you guys be you, I'm still going to shine. But what if he was a better player with more gifts? He's figured it out.
And you know what? I would say that the Warriors are okay with a role player emerging. But for whatever reason, a young star has not been able to grow here. 888-957-9570. All that and Jonathan Kuminga still out there, and everything seems to be in a holding pattern right now for the Golden State Warriors. Let's talk about it. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Willard Dibs, can you lay out for a second?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. Something happened to me yesterday, Steiny, on the way to the car.
It is funny.
I don't want to snitch. Somebody we know, I ran into him walking down Market Street. And Steiny, would you consider you and myself good friends?
I would.
You came to Norm's party, you pulled up, Evan too, but this is about you. And I had to defend you, but I'm like, no, the show. They go, Goo, I don't like the way Steiny talks to you. But I said that as I can't give you the name, but I said to that person, I'd bring something out of them. My excitement on life, it angers him. But he's a good, I defended you.
Oh, thanks.
You hear that and say what?
I hear that and say, I'm not long for this business.
Like, people, I'm okay. I am the big dog of the show. I let Steiny do that.
Dude.
And he made it. He wouldn't do it that. Like,
listen, it's wind down time for Steiny. Wind down. By the way, I didn't mention this yesterday. These words actually came out of Guru's mouth. I swear to God, people. He looks at me and says, hey, Steiny, we got a fax machine?
Had to do something for Norm.
Steiny, we got a fax machine? I didn't even know how to answer. I just answered with the truth. I don't think so.
And the salespeople go, I'm a millennial, Goo. I don't use a fax machine.
Yeah, I think I saw one right next to the telephone booth outside.
Dude, what are we doing? I don't know how to do all that. Put it on your phone.
Just print it out and hand it to Norm.
Because he said, son, can you fax? He tasked me to fax it. I did fax it. UPS store. Shout out UPS store. But, boy, I guess you could fax from your iPhone, too, if you knew how to do it. Anyway,
there's a whole host of things I'll bet we could do.
That was provocative early on, man.
What?
Just the Warriors in development. Like, Curry is yearning for somebody to take the throne.
Well, maybe.
Help us out. Like, seriously, it's not because they don't want to.
I don't know about that.
What do you mean?
I think over the years, the Warriors stars have not been overly accommodating to young players wanting to emerge.
What does that
don't.
mean? Like,
it means they're
down.
It's like when Magic Johnson coached the Lakers for 6 days and said, I can't do it. These guys aren't on my level. I'm not. And I think the Warrior play, Draymond and Steph, they talk all the time about how they know what championship looks like. And I just feel like if they don't think you look championship, they don't have a ton of time for you.
Wow.
And
I don't know where I'm at on that.
I'm just saying that the guys, the young players who have thrived here have all fit into a role that's no more than simply supporting the big three.
But Evan brought up Looney. He mastered it.
Yeah, as a role player. He mastered being a role player for a great team.
I think Looney would tell us, and he's been a part of the show, that's who I am.
Right.
Like he's going to New Orleans to do what he did here. Keep possessions
to be
alive.
A role player.
Hard and
why hasn't Kuminga developed into a star? Why wasn't Poole able to develop into a star here?
But Steiny, I get you. But there's responsibility in Kuminga's world too.
Right. And there's responsibility that veterans have to younger players on the team that need to figure stuff out.
So when Dre said I hadn't talked to him,
exactly,
that bothered my soul. That did.
Let's go to Tim in Raleigh.
Our man,
North Carolina,
Tim.
Get us started. Hey, Tim, how you doing, buddy?
Happy 4th, baby.
Hey, Guru, after that beatdown you put on me 2 days ago, man, I had to be careful.
No, Tim, we're family. It wasn't a beatdown because you had some points. I'm just letting you know I'm pro Kaminga with you too, man. That's all.
I know, man. You know I got love. Hey, but look, Steiny, I think you hitting it on the head, man. Remember, like 4 years ago, I had called you and I said these guys had put like a cocoon around themselves and nobody could get in. And when you think about what you're saying, Steiny, it ain't even just Draymond, right? You remember the mouthpiece step through in the stands when Poole took the shot, right? He also got popped in the face. Clay had a problem with Poole. Remember Wiseman as a rookie getting cursed out on the camera for everybody to hear about it from Draymond, right? And then look at last year. the article came out. J.K. had the nerve to look off Steph, and then we hear about Steph asking for Gee to be in the game instead of J.K. Steiny, it's a lot of truth to what you're saying, brother. I mean, we've always kind of talked about that, and so, Goo, I'm with Steiny on that one. But I wanted to ask y'all a couple of things. Goo, with what you said about J.K., Tim Legler agrees with you, man. He said the same thing.
We got the sound, too. We're going to play it.
Yeah, they need JK more than he need them. But then I wanted to ask y'all this, because it does seem behind the scenes, it's some teams trying to do some things, but it's what we're hearing. The Warriors don't really want Vucevic. The Warriors don't really want Malik Monk. The New Orleans is trying to do some stuff to get JK there. So it seems behind the scenes that they trying to do some things. How are y'all going to feel, Goo? How are we going to feel if that it is some winners for this guy, but the Warriors may be the one to hold it up and keep this guy held hostage here? I just think we can't. I'm tired of the beat downs, and I'm tired of them talking out of both sides of their mouth. Either renounce his rights and let him go, or make something happen and let this man go somewhere. We all thinking that it ain't nobody that want him, and there's some guys that want him, but the Warriors may be the one to not make the deal, guys. So I want to know how y'all feel about that. But, Steiny, you hitting it on the head, man. We act like Steph this quiet boy, but Steph ain't ready to relinquish the damn thing yet, Guru, because behind the scenes, he done kind of done some things, man, to let it be known that these guys need to stay in their place. It's just kind of been kept low because Draymond is so out there with his. But, yeah, man, if you remember, he got ejected for the game because of Poole taking a damn shot. And then they still win the game. I'm telling you, man, he's done some things behind the scenes that kind of make these young fellas feel a certain type of way. And so, Sonny, I agree with you, man, 100%.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate the call.
Happy holiday.
Appreciate it.
I'll say this, because the chef don't need me to defend him. What we do know what the chef is about, and I'll throw Dre in that for that matter, Tim, they're trying to win.
Okay, I'll take it a step further. When they had a player here who emerged, and he had already emerged, he didn't feel at home. Kevin Durant.
Wow, man. But that was more Kerr. It wasn't, and I like that Cocoon. Great movie back in the day.
And you can think that, but this is where I'm not singling out any particular person. I'm signaling. I'm talking about the clique. The clique.
Shout out
Curry,
40.
Clay, Draymond, Kerr, Lacob. Those are the guys who are apparently so demanding that it's hard for a player to come into his own. And somebody said, well, Steiny, what do you want him to do? They're a dynasty coming to an end.
Yeah. And we got a guest coming up at 11 too, right, Steiny?
Keith Smith, contributor to Spotrac, and he's on YouTube at the Front Office, the Front Office show, and he's a cap expert. He's going to be able to tell us why nothing's going on with Jonathan Kuminga at this point. But what I'm getting at is, the Spurs had a big three, and they drafted Kawhi Leonard, and they groomed him to be the next star. I think of the Pistons when Sally and Rodman came, and they were young players, and the Pistons needed that young energy, and they incorporated them.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I see the want to for the Warriors to accept more players into their group, which they hold in such high standards that it's hard for anybody to enter that group.
Now, I'll say this to that, because I think we're talking about Coach Kerr. Steiny, I'm being real, and people are going to come for me. Does Ty Jerome fit? Because I didn't know he could ball the way he could ball, but I can't say he didn't get the opportunity.
Right,
here.
He came off the bench. He had a role, and he filled his role-playing obligations with the Golden State Warriors. He wasn't a star. I'm talking about a player who could have emerged, and we're looking at 2028 and saying, you know what? No. Is it a championship team? No. But I'll tell you what. We got a couple young players here that we like, and we'll see what they can do, And then if we need a star, we'll talk about it in free agency. Like, the one thing that's always bothered me is people are saying, well, Poole was never going to be Steph Curry. Well, no kidding.
He could be a part of my team.
But if you put together, if you had a core of Kuminga, you like Kuminga, you have Poole sitting there.
Yeah.
Moody's a role player. Now you go into the next ism, and sure, you're going to need more, but at least you have 3 or 4 young guys that you believe are willing or are able to take the next step.
Yeah. So, again, Steiny, I got to make sure I'm hearing you right or I'm comprehending. That's also on the front office to get those talented guys that fit that module that you're talking about, like Jordan Poole.
Absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely. But it's up to the players to accept these guys, flaws, strengths, and everything in between, and try to win. And they did that with Poole before it went awry.
What about Pods? Even though the team's not winning the chip, how did he fit in?
He fit in because he does all the things that the big three don't do. Like, he's a dirty work guard.
Yeah.
Right. That'll get you on the court. But what won't get you on the court is a guy who maybe just scores. I mean, Pods is playing because
I give him all the credit in the world, man.
Right. Give him credit for this. You know why Pods is playing? Kerr told you why Pods is playing. He's a connector. That's all he is. He's a connector. That's huge. It's not huge if you're looking for your next big boy player. Like, because it ain't going to be Pods if you view him as a connector. It's not going to be Moody if he's simply out there to bring out the best in other players.
So with that said, where are you at? And I ask you every day, so can that change for Kuminga here?
I don't,
because that's
I don't
my
think
fear.
So. No, I don't think it can.
I like Malik Monk, but I'm not sacrificing Kuminga, what I believe is on the horizon in his future for guys like that, man. I'm just not.
Yeah, I think.
So do you think
there's too much water under the bridge with Kuminga? Here's that Legler sound that Tim and Guru referenced.
I think that the Warriors need Jonathan Kuminga more than he needs them. And here's what I mean by that. Where are the athletes on this team? He does represent an athletic wing. The guy does have something from a skill standpoint and just a physical standpoint they don't have on their roster. I understand he's got warts. I know that. They wish he was a little bit more locked in, like defensively with his concentration. They wish that he was more consistent with his rebounding effort. I get all of that. The guy has played almost 6,000 minutes for the Golden State Warriors, and he's still auditioning. I think at some point you've got to come to the realization it's not going to happen for him in Golden State, where he's going to break through. And guess what? It might not happen somewhere else either, but I think Jonathan Kuminga, to find out, I think he needs to go somewhere where he doesn't have such cynicism looking at him all the time, waiting for the bad habits to crop themselves so he can go back to the bench. That's what I mean by that. They need him. They need the physical specimen that he is. He needs a fresh start somewhere else to see what this guy can actually become in this.
Oh, that's heavy, man. I love half of it, and I hate the other part, but the other part I hate is reality. Maybe he needs a fresh start because Curry and Dre are not retiring after this season.
Yeah, I don't I disagree with Legler that the Warriors need Kuminga more than Kuminga needs the Warriors. I think ideally they both could use each other and help one another. But I just think I think we're seeing the end. It feels like. But every time I think that, I also think, well, they're not giving him away for nothing.
Yeah, and there you go.
And
that's where all hell will break loose if that were to happen.
Well, I don't know if all hell would break loose if that were to happen, or if they re-sign him only to trade him and he's not really into being here. Like, as bad as it sounds, and they're not going to let him walk for nothing. I would be shocked unless that opened up the $14 million non-taxpayer exception, and they have another player in mind. But I don't think they're just going to let him go for nothing. That's not really their MO. Let's go to Marvin. Marvin's in San Francisco. Hey, Marvin, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. I love your discussion. This is just a little extra thing. What exactly did Jordan Poole say that caused Draymond to do what he did? I've never heard what he said, but I noticed the reaction of the other players at that time was that, maybe Poole lipped off a little too much about two personal things or something. Anyway, I've never heard that. I don't know if you guys know. Now, what I wanted to say was, when Kerr was asked what Kuminga had to do to play more, he said exactly what you just said. He said he has to rebound, take charges, and dive for loose balls. I mean, that's how disconnected Kerr is from what Kuminga's skills are. And that is why we don't have player development. Our coach refuses to do so. Kerr has ruined the two best drafts we ever had, second pick, seventh pick, and eighth pick. None of those players are making it. Tell me another team that had those three high draft picks that could not develop a player and get him to play. Now, Wiseman, people are calling a bust. He wasn't a bust. He was ruined by Kerr. Kerr never played him, and then it said disparaging things about him. When he'd do something good, Kerr would criticize it or make little of it. So to me, I think that it's been a case of where we have the wrong coach at the wrong time. I said it before on this station. I'll say it again. They should have hired Mike Brown the year after they won the championship because he can handle young players as well as old players. And he won Coach of the Year the year he went to Sacramento. Yep. So the players that I think they really need now, and they could get very cheaply, DeAnthony Melton, who radically changed their offense for the better when he played, and Jerome Wiseman. They need a big. They need a mobile big. He's been in the league for his fifth year now. That's how long it takes for a big to develop. So I think if I'm the Warriors, I'm going to look at him and try and get him from the Pacers.
Yeah,
so,
maybe. Although
I think if the Warriors got Elgin Baylor, Allen Iverson, and Dr. J, Kerr wouldn't play them because they don't dive for loose balls.
I got you, Marvin. Thank you. But he would play them because they're 60, 59, and 49.
Yeah. But why did Poole play? Marvin had some fire, but why did Poole play? Poole was a bucket getter.
Yeah, he emerged. Got too big for his britches. The Warriors traded this is a great one from the 707, and this is kind of what I mean. The Warriors traded Monte Ellis to give Steph the runway to be able to flourish. David Lee had to get relegated to allow Draymond Green to flourish. You have to let talent flourish, especially given their ability and the team's lack of talent without them.
And J.K. told Slater he doesn't feel like he's had the opportunity to flourish here.
And
if you agree with that or not.
I mean, maybe David Lee was more willing to allow Draymond Green to take his spot or to emerge than Draymond Green is to allow Kuminga to emerge. And I know the answer would be, well, he said he would go to the bench. Yeah, he did for 3 games or whatever. But it's, by the way, we have Keith Smith coming up in 20 minutes. He contributes to Spotrac, and you can see him on YouTube on the Front Office Show. And he is wonderful with the salary cap and free agency and who may go where and what team could possibly do what. But he'll give us, I think, a good timetable on where the Warriors are with Kuminga.
I got 9 million questions for you all, Steiny, but I'll start with this one, and I'm going to fire off 2. As much as I thought I didn't want Horford, I thought it was a done deal. I know it's the 4th of July or the 3rd. What do you think's holding up that, if anything's holding it up? Because I'm looking at Ayton in L.A., and I'm thinking, okay, that's a spot you can't go to. Now I'm thinking to myself, are the Lakers still a player for Horford? Is there a way we couldn't get Horford here? And then about Kuminga, how long do you think this thing can go?
I think it can go for a while. I don't, like, if I'm just being objective right now, my question would be, I would look at it this way. Why would it end today? Now, it might. These things can happen, but if it hasn't happened by now, that means the Warriors either haven't offered Kuminga anything or he doesn't like what they offered. Okay. So now he's got to find somebody. And through 4 days of free agency, they haven't been able to come up with a sign and trade. And so I don't know what the next domino to fall is with Jonathan Kuminga. I just don't. I mean, maybe he just signs the qualifying offer for 1 year, comes back at $7.9 million, and says, you know what? I'm going to try to I'll be a free agent next year when more people have money. And here's the other thing. We talked all year about how nobody had money, and nobody really ever wanted to believe it. But nobody has money except the Brooklyn Nets. They don't want Kuminga, and there's no money out there for him.
But
period.
Even if they had the bread, I would just tell Kuminga, you're not worth 30.
Well, it's easy to say.
If that's what he's asking for.
Well, if he's asking for that, then we know why maybe nothing's happened. Because he's asking for 30. I don't know what he's asking for. I don't know what he's been offered. I don't know if other teams have an interest or not. All we're relying on are reports and, some speculation.
If the Warriors miss out on Horford for some reason, and I'm asking you, Steiny, you're telling me TJD would be the starting center for the Warriors going into this?
Or Post. Post started for him sometimes last year. He just did.
Yeah, and I know he told Post, QP3 told us he'll be in the lab trying to get stronger. But I say that to say, Steiny, I'm talking about low post presence. But, man, you would be thin down there in regard to doing what I still think is part of the game, the old school center, things.
888-957-9570 is the number. Why haven't the Warriors been able to develop a player good enough to hand the reins to after Steph and Draymond are gone? Why do they only have young role players, and the one player who people think might be more than a role player is the player who apparently doesn't fit the system?
Damn, I hate that. I just hate that notion, Steiny.
And here the Warriors are. If they're not the only team, they're one of two or three teams that hasn't done one thing in free agency but to lose Kevon Looney. Is that a sign that this thing is not going down the road that the Warriors wanted? 888-957-9570. Keith Smith, salary cap expert. We've had him on before. He's full of great information, and he'll have some terrific insight on Kuminga. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by Life Source Water Systems.
Pods can dunk. I wanted the ball.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up in 10 minutes, we've got Keith Smith, contributor to Spotrac, also has a YouTube channel at Front Office Show. He's a real expert on the salary cap. We've had him on before. Everything he says is useful information. So looking forward to talking to Keith. And we're talking about the Warriors. We're talking about Jonathan Kuminga. No action yet with Kuminga.
Episode 1,000,001.
Yeah, and I want to address this one because I think it's a fair point from the 408 on the text line. Sick of the bashing of Steve Kerr on development of young players. They have been in win-now mode for years. How many players did Phil Jackson develop? Coaches like this are in it to win, not develop. That is an absolutely fair point, and it's why I don't single out Steve Kerr. It's an organizational. It's more to me than just Steve Kerr. It's been organizational, and it's been impacted by Steph, Draymond, and Clay in the past, and Kerr, and Lacob. And I don't know exactly where we are with Mike Dunleavy at this point, but the Warriors have been in win-now mode, and they've been in win-now mode for the last 3 years at least. And they haven't, they don't have a second round to show for it.
Yeah, speaking of second round, I'll just say the Kuminga thing for Warrior fans to me is frustrating because we know he's got talent, but him and Moody were not second round picks, Donnie. Like, just imagine if you could have got, if they were greater than what they are, the versions of themselves now, where this team would be, and then what their future would look like after Steph.
Yeah. Let's go to Christian. He disagrees with me. Hey, Christian, how you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Long time no talk.
Cool. What do you got, buddy?
Hey, man, I'm off of that now, Steiny. These guys with this Kuminga stuff are so delusional. Patrick Beverly is roasting them online. Kuminga posted a workout video, and he's roasting them because it looks like me rebounding for Guru at Club One. Wow. He doesn't even practice like you're supposed to play. And then Kerr says he hasn't been here for 2 years. The man... I'm going to get off that. Kuminga doesn't want to play winning basketball. A lot of young players like Kuminga just want to get the bag, and I don't fault them because they're on these small contracts. So off of that, the Warriors are here to win. KD came here thinking he's the man. He got a reality check and has been passed around the NBA like a groupie and has not won since there. Andrew Wiggins has a stigma on him, came here and made his only all-star team ever. The Warriors developed winners. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond were rookies as Warriors. Developed into winners. They want winners. Jordan Poole went for the bag and got big-headed. He doesn't want to play winning basketball. He's on his second team. Guys that know how to play winning basketball don't bounce around the NBA. I don't care if you're one of the best scorers like Kevin Durant ever. If Kevin Durant wasn't a Warrior and got 2 rings, he's Carmelo Anthony. We have to start keeping it real and stop being delusional. Tim Legler is delusional. And I did disagree with the other stuff you said, Sonny, but once you disagree with Legler, I'm on your side. And, Goo, you keep it real a lot. But this guy Shasky said, how is Kuminga supposed to work on his rebounding? Steiny, you hooped. Guru, you even hooped in high school. There's rebounding.
College.
The guy's out there shooting around. Like
it's hard.
It's
a want to, right? It's a want to, man.
Well, and thanks for the call, Christian. Yeah. I'm with you, but think about this too. And what table did this set? Okay, who were their role players when they won titles?
Livingston,
veteran.
Yeah, Otto Porter Jr. and
veteran.
Bielitsa the last go round.
Bielitsa, veteran.
Yeah.
Barbosa, veteran. McGee had been in the league. Pachulia, veteran. Bogut, veteran. All their role players were veterans who clearly understood what their job was playing with the big three. And all I'm saying is, and I think what the last caller was saying was that I'm saying Kuminga should have been this guy. I'm not necessarily saying that, but we should know more than we know now after 4 years and not really even know kind of what we're going to do with him or where he fits in a current pecking order or future pecking order.
Well, we both know and will admit, Steiny, he's talented. Jonathan Kuminga, that is. More so than Moody. More like he didn't sign up for you. You guys drafted him. And knowing that you drafted him with, if you're a veteran-laden team, there's got to be a way to go in a room and find or come up or devise a plan to where in year 4, this guy could be making more contributions than what he has been. It shouldn't be feeling like this is year 1, and that's what's frustrating.
Let's go to Al in San Francisco. Hey, Al, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey.
Thank you for getting me on here.
Sure.
Al Horford, no, I don't think we need him. He's kind of over the hill. He's not really good inside, I don't think. I think JD and Post build them up. They can contain the inside. Once Post get equipped and know how to play inside the protection of the rim, will be good. Kuminga, if they can't find nobody else to take him, I think they should keep Kuminga. But let's work on Giannis, man. Do everything up for Giannis. Thank you, guys. How are you?
Yeah.
510 said, I'm going to read this. And about Phil Jackson, some would say Andrew Bynum. You got to count that bucket. He developed him, Scottie Pippen, but Phil Jackson. Guys, name one guy the Dubs drafted and went on to have a great career with another team. It's not about developing guys. The guys they've drafted have been so-so. And because they've been a dynasty, we do understand that. But, man, I'm just talking about where they drafted Moody. We know Wiseman was a miss. But Moody and Kuminga, Steiny, had you had better intel or what have you, or guys that could fit the system or hit the ground running, those picks those aren't bum picks. Those are things that you thought these two guys, and Moody is going to be here for the foreseeable future. But, had you been in the lab, maybe you could have something greater.